Whoops, no sound. All right, this is why I love live streams. All right, you should be able to hear me now. Welcome, everyone. So, as I was saying, awesome to see everyone in the chat, even before you're just telling me that you can't hear me. You can hear me now, right? There's always latency and stuff, so yeah, we got the lag going. So fun. Anyways, I'm pretty sure. Okay, we're fixed. We're good. All right. As I was saying, welcome everyone to the live stream. I don't do these very often, so something's bound to go wrong every time. But there's still going to be lots of really cool stuff because we're going through all of the submissions for the Tippi Tree Skin Design competition. Last I checked, there's a lot of duplicate entries and multiple images per entry, but in terms of just raw images that were submitted to the competition, we're at 1,200 plus. That's a whole lot of entries, and that warms my heart that you guys were so excited for this competition. I know you guys want to win too, so we're going to look through all the entries today just so that everyone has a fair shot. I'm going to run this kind of like a critique in a design class. So I imagine not a lot of you have taken a design studio. At least when I was in college at Art Center, basically all the work would happen during the week while we were out of class. We'd get an assignment at the end of class, work on it all week, and then come back in. And during class, it's all about critique. It's all about looking at each other's entries and learning from what everyone else does. That's obviously one of the best ways to learn is by looking at other people's examples. And what makes it even better is a live critique. So I'll try to be nice, but the way a critique works is you'll point things out that could be better or could be changed, or yeah, just I like to give advice. So I hope no one takes anything too personally. I know everyone worked really hard on their entries. Yeah, if I say, oh, this would be cool if you did this instead, or maybe you could have done this, I'm not trashing your design. It's just suggestions. That's the world of design and crit, and that's how you learn. Welcome, Ogre Cubes. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, it was super fun to participate in that advent calendar. If you guys haven't checked out the puzzle advent calendar on YouTube, maybe after this stream, give it a search, or just check out my last video, and there's a playlist that links to all the different puzzles that were part of this puzzle advent calendar, which was a really fun thing I participated in this year. Anyways, like I said, we've got a whole bunch of entries to look through. The sound is working. I'm so glad. So, I think we're ready to do this. Yeah, so first off, let me mention a few things regarding rules. Some people are going to be a bit bummed, but if you didn't follow the rules of the competition, you might be disqualified from winning the awesome prizes. Making an awesome design is obviously like the most important thing. But when you're working for a client, you have to take note of the rules, the constraints. You have to listen to what the competition is asking for. So there's a few things that I know several people did here where they're gonna run into trouble. So first of all, the most obvious one is we're not gonna be able to accept copyrighted material. So sorry, all those baby Yodas and baby Groots and all the baby animals that are owned by Disney will not be illegible. I'll still skim through them, but you know, that's one. Copyrighted material. I'm making my own game Tippi Tree, and these special skins are going to become part of the game, which hopefully you're super excited about if you win, but yeah, can't do anything that's owned by someone else. That's just the way law works in this world. Okay, second thing. I made it very clear in my video announcing that these designs should be able to work as a single color, single piece print. I know my example. Oh, why don't we pull it up? Oh no, I'm connected to my microphone. I know, I sound like a very strict teacher right now. Just trying to prepare y'all for the real world. So, there's my entry. Oh, look at the green screen. That's so cool. The scales are transparent. Oh, that's fun. Okay, anyways. I get excited about the most random little things. This is my entry, and I used colors, but I mentioned that the design has to be able to work without color. You know, if the winning designs would look really cool with color, and if it's not an insane amount of extra work, I might make a multicolor version of the winning designs. But as per the rules of the competition, if it requires multiple pieces, there's a good chance it won't win. As with all things, and especially design and creative endeavors, some rules are meant to be broken, but you better have a real good reason for doing it. So, just saying. All right. No copyright. Single color. Another unfortunate thing is there's deadlines. So I know there's some entries that came in after December 6th. Midnight, December 6th. British Standard Time, I believe, was the official cutoff. So if you didn't get your entry submitted in time, that's just a harsh cutoff, and that's the way competitions and deadlines often work. Okay, so I'll probably mention a few other things as we go looking through the entries, but that's the gist of it. The game does have to function as normal Tippi Tree, so I know there's people who wanted to come up with elaborate, basically build their own game off of Tippi Tree, which I think is awesome. Do it, but maybe it's not the right thing for this competition. All right. Multiple entries are allowed, but you know, the most voted entries are the ones to win. So if you're going to be sharing your design with your friends and family over social media and stuff and asking them to vote, which is totally allowed and encouraged, you might want to choose your best design and tell people to vote for that, just strategically, because it's all about how many votes you get on one single entry. Anyways, I'm going to start going through backwards, I think. And here we are on the design competition entry sheet, by the way. So if you want to vote, if you want to follow along, the way it'll work is you'll go to my profile on My Mini Factory. So here's the URL up here. There's a link in the description to this live stream as well, or you can go to mmf.io/make anything, and that'll bring you to this page. Then you've got all my 3D printed items here for download, and there's also this Tippi Tree Skin Design competition. So My Mini Factory is built for sharing 3D printing files, and they were very kind because I approached them. I said, I want to do this competition where people submit images. My Mini Factory wasn't exactly built for a competition like this, so the way it works is it's basically under a 3D file, and then under the community prints here, we have all our submissions. So hopefully that was clear in the instructions. Let's go ahead and start looking through. Going backwards, like I said, these last ones were submitted after December 6th, so they might not count, but at the very least, I figure I'll look over them and give you guys my thoughts. So, here we're just gonna jump straight off. Andrew Gray, Cookie Monster. And it's upside down. Oh, that's funny, it's upside down, but I don't know how that happened. Anyways, I think we get the idea. We got a Cookie Monster with these antennas, wings. All right, and a cookie. Interesting idea. Nothing on the base. Oh, I should move, huh? I'm gonna jump to the corner here. Yeah, the base is empty. That shows me a little, I would have liked a little more effort there. But thank you, Andrew, for your submissions. Andrew went ahead and did multiple. Got just a fun, oh, this was Eden. Maybe Andrew's sister. Oh, here we got vines going down. So, as you can see, these were probably pretty quick looking designs, but I do like that. Oh, this is, I don't know why it flipped upside down. Is that Zal? Looks like Andrew here has a bunch of friends and they all submitted their own designs, which is really cool. That makes me think they got together and had a little brainstorm session and had their ideas. Here we've got like a Viking, Thor as it's called. And yeah, they're pencil. They're pretty simple designs, but I can get the idea of what they're going for, which is already a good step. The designs are clear, if not detailed. Although here we've got callouts, which I mentioned would be great. I love that, so now I know what a little more information of what Noah's going for here. A totem pole, that's really fun. I think that was one of my brainstorm sketches as well. It totally was. I noticed that a few people, maybe I went for the most obvious ideas, but then a few people did similar ideas to what I did. All right, here's another group of people. This is Justin Kim. Classical medieval structure with a dragon wrapping around the stone on a lone island surrounded by water, breathing fire. We got all the elements. Lots of callouts here, which is really awesome. And a little bit of color, which is nice. But it doesn't look like color would be required. Breathing the fire. Now that's another question. I'm not sure how that would work. So this is called the dragon stage. This is quite nice. I like that they've got the island and the water. They could have done just land or just one thing or another, but he went ahead and thought that out a bit. Gonna get multiple elements going on the base. There's a lot of texture and stuff here. We've got grass, water, stone for the castle, and a dragon, which is cool. I don't know if Justin was doing this intentionally, but it looks like this whole thing could potentially print without support material. That's another thing that I'm looking for. How easy will this print? Which I know is tough for a lot of you to even think about if you don't print things yourself. So I'm not going to use that as a huge point for judging my entries, but it's always handy, especially since I'm going to be converting these. Anyways, very cool. And I think that's not the only dragon. There we go, dragon stage. I hope some of you are following along or able to. That'd be pretty fun. You can throw likes on live and I'll see them here. Oh, that's another thing. The voting didn't start until December 6th. So some of you already got votes. Votes from before that time period won't count. If you want to go out and share it with friends and family or share it on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, do it now, not before the voting period. All right. Here we got a simple creeper, so unfortunately Minecraft is copyright. I won't be able to make this one, but if I'm being honest, how many of you thought of creepers when you saw this original Tippi tree? It's not identical, but it's definitely inspired, and that was intentional. When I was building this game, one of the things that a lot of game companies are looking at right now is how to be interesting to the new generation of kids. And obviously, technology is everywhere now. So, by bringing a little bit of digital feel into there, even though there's no Tippi Tree app or video game yet, that was some way of getting a little bit of digital goodness into it. Anyways, hey, Tippi Tree, sorry you're disqualified, but I do like the effort into painting. Isn't there just something nice about actual physical paint? Like if you just did this on Photoshop, you'd get the idea across, but just the watercolor looks really nice. So appreciate that effort. Oh, I knew we were gonna get to this one. Rowan, you madman. Rowan says, a little twist on the original design. My hope is that players can feel a little more connected to Devin. Oh my. The skin is called Devin's Tippi Tree Tongue Twister. Okay, I get it. I guess. I have very little to say about this. It's creative, it's original, and I kind of hate it in the best way. No hate to you, Rowan, but can you blame me for being a little bit disturbed? I will say you captured my essence pretty well. I recognize myself and my big mouth. You did a good job of translating the top view and the side view. So from a technical point of view, you did a very good job. The callouts, it's clear, it's easy to understand, and it's super creepy. Cursed for sure. All right. Next up, we have Simon Werner. Release the Kraken. This skin shows the Kraken holding up the Tippi tiles. The tiles are colored light and dark brown, so it looks like a broken ship. So I really like that a lot of people were thinking about what the leaves would be in relation to their design. And this is a great example. He's like, oh, I'm going to make a Kraken, and then the leaves that stack on top are the boat being torn apart by the Kraken. It's got a story behind it. And that's something that's huge when it comes to making successful designs, is telling a story. So even if it's not a book, there's no actual story behind it, people can start to come up with something in their head, and they grow attached to the design. So, very lovely Kraken. I like the little beak mouth. Super fun. Great entry, Simon. I think there's also multiple Krakens. Ah, okay, I recognize this pineapple. Another very well drawn. I love the color and effort that went into this. But technically, it's still copyright. This one might be a little bit on the edge since it doesn't say, oh, this is this or that, but the door, the little hook, that's SpongeBob. Not that they'd sue me, but if I'm gonna make a skin, I have to be pretty strict about the no copyright rule. So I'm sorry, buddy. This design, not gonna count. Still, love the drawing. Really well done. All right. William is next. This cool Hydra tree. And look at this. This is a very interesting entry. Found this I don't know if William's just submitting someone else's entry. Oh yeah, this is Benny's. So maybe we'll come across Benny's design later, but William wanted to share it as well. So let's look at it now. This is Benny's design. It's a heady Hydra. And yeah, what I was gonna say is this is nice because he still followed the rules and used the entry sheet, but I said you could add additional information. So he went ahead and threw a little 3D rendering of a leaf here and another angle of the tree, because every side of the tree might not necessarily all look the same. I did say the leaves weren't going to be changed because that's a very important part of the game, and if even by adding some texture to the leaf, it might affect the gameplay. But in this case, I appreciate it that he went ahead and put that into it. So this is a dragon, and I don't know if it's like a Hydra and the head was cut off. Is that the deal here? Or is, yeah, it's interesting. I like the cracked ground, like it just has power, broke the ground. It's got force to it. Very cool. I don't know exactly what's going on here, William. You're sharing other people's entries. I think they're going to show up later, so I'm just going to skip through these. Okay, next up is Ponypocalypse with this beautiful dice design. Oh, very interesting. So this is Fatima, and it's just a bunch of dice stacked on top of each other. I don't know how you came up with this idea, but hey, interesting. I really like this, the idea of each square here on this grid. This grid was just made to kind of help people figure things out, but Fatima actually used each box in the grid as one of the dice. And took a lot of time, it seems, to put dots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and create this kind of texture on the base using the dots. It's kind of like a pointillization. I can see the effort that went in there, and that's a pretty cool bottom texture. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Tippi Tree is a game that doesn't involve dice. So this would instantly make it a dice game, I guess. Yeah, I like the idea of different heights, creating a lot of texture there. Interesting idea. Okay, let's keep on moving. This is going to be a long stream, I have a feeling. We've got so many designs. Yeah, so many designs. Hey, Fatima, I'm glad you're in the stream and got to see your design. Great job. All right, next up is Darut Ledge with a candy-themed skin. Who doesn't like candy? Especially kids. So great for a little toy / game. We've got rainbow sprinkles, white chocolate drizzle, chocolate stump, bubblegum base. Okay, I was gonna say this sounds delicious, but chocolate and bubblegum combined, it's getting a little interesting there. I like this spiral here, and it is a 2-color thing, so that could be translated into texture. It's not disqualifying, but nice, yeah. Bubblegum and chocolate. All the sweet things combined in another cursed way. Cool. Very well and clearly designed, so I appreciate that. Mag Skull. Okay. Mag Skull, not able to upload on time. So sorry, but hey, let's take a look at your design anyways, because this is actually pretty cool. This is the top view. I think you might have submitted multiple views, but it's like a circuit board design. I actually really like this as the legs. This is a pretty creative idea because it's basically filling the same square base as the Tippi tree. It almost has the same kind of feel as roots as well, but it's something completely different. Super cool. And here's the side view. So it's got the same texture running up the sides, and it is a texture, so I'd be able to pretty easily incorporate that onto the side of the Tippi tree. So that was Mag's skull. No name for the entry, and you didn't submit an entry sheet either. So maybe I wouldn't have disqualified it, but you didn't submit it in time anyways. I'm so sorry, but it is a cool design. So I hope you still had fun making these designs, even if some of you didn't get to make it in for the time for it to count for the competition. Whoa, tongue twister. You know, the further we get into this live stream and my words start slurring, the more that tongue twister Tippi tree makes sense. All right, this next entry is by Ellis. Ellis says, this is a take on 2001 A Space Odyssey's HAL. Copyright. So once again, won't be able to use this one, but hey, it's a beloved movie. I hate to say I haven't actually watched 2001 Space Odyssey, and I've been meaning to, and I'm sure it's like total classic. I've got to watch it, so I think I'll do that this week. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can do that. I don't think that's the line. I haven't watched the movie, but I don't think that's the line. But that kind of makes it funnier. I'm sorry, Dave. I can do that. Anyways, hey, good job putting it together. I like the mixed media. You took some images and some graphics and combined that with some Photoshop simpler drawing stuff. Sometimes that's the best way to create your idea. Not every designer is amazing at drawing, so to be able to bring things together and create a collage, if that helps get your idea across, go for it. All right, next up is Ang Lee. This is my burning tree design for the Tippi Tree Skin Design competition. I didn't have colored pencils on hand, but the flames would be yellow, orange, and red. The base would be wood. Like I said, they have to work as single color, so maybe it's good that you designed it just with pencil. Now we can get an idea of what it'll look like as a single color model. So we got a fire, and then we got some logs around the base. I like that. So it's kind of like a campfire. Pronounced Ong Lee. Burning tree. So yeah, good job once again getting the top and side views. It's clear. I understand your idea. Makes sense. So clarity is always a plus. I'm a big fan of the campfire too, so I've got a little soft spot for that. Ong Lee, thank you. Next up is Michael. Sorry, maybe I'll interact with the chat a little bit more later. Oh, we've got 400 viewers now. It's picking up. Exciting. We've still got lots of entries, everyone. If you're joining just now, we're just ripping through all the entries for this competition. We haven't even gotten to the illegible ones yet because these were all submitted after the due date. So it's going to be quite a stream. All right, let's keep going. Michael said, I'm thinking of something like a Tesla tower, but still blocky. A good balance. The leaves could be replaced by wires and electricity. It's not on the template. Ran out of printer ink. You know what? You still did a great job of copying the template, so totally acceptable. Hold on, let's finish reading this. There were multiple issues with entering the design. Yeah, once again, I'm sorry. We were really kind of messing with the My Mini Factory website to make this work. So in the future, hopefully we'll be able to build our competitions a little more intentionally. But I hope you guys can appreciate that I got this together in time for the holidays. I wanted to give you guys 3D printers, or at least the opportunity to win. So that's why some parts of this competition were a little scrappy. Anyways, I also like the other competitors. All right, very nice of you to say that. Complimenting all the designs. I agree. I'm so excited. There's so many cool designs. And here we go. This is the Tesla Tower. Something like an electrical conductor. And yeah, who was this? Michael? I appreciate that you did this combination of kind of wanting to make something more complicated, but you still kept it blocky and chamfered, kept the design language of Tippi Tree, which is what we would call it. So if you watched my last video, the packing puzzle, I talked about this as well, where I've got all these different toys. We've got trains and lizards, but we want them all to look like they fit together. So I have this common design language, which is I want everything to be pretty much flat sides and chamfered edges, and that makes things look like they belong together. So I think that's kind of what Michael was going for here. Very good design thinking. And he even said, oh, this is going to be indented. That's a nice call out. Mentioning possible colors and things like that. So, cool entry. I love it. Cami. Cami's next. The base is a tree. Oh, creative. No, I'm kidding. The base is a tree and the playing pieces are boards of wood, building a totally tubular tree house. Ooh, that's a fun idea. I know I was giving you a hard time because Tippi Tree is already a tree, but you made it look like a very nice, more realistic tree. I love the artwork here. Your texture on the trunk looks wonderful. Drawing tree branches ain't easy, but you did a pretty good job. Got a little bit of tufts of grass, and you build a tree house. I kind of like that idea a lot as well. Unfortunately, the way I made this competition, you weren't allowed to design the branches and trees, but it would be cool if instead of branches you had houses or some kind of structure to build an actual tree house on top. It's a fun idea. I like it. Great job, Cami. And here's, looks like the same thing. Yeah, cool. All right, here's Michael's tower again. Like I said, there were a few repeat submissions. That's totally fine because I understand that the submission process was a little bit confusing. Okay, here's another design by Ang. It's a yin yang. Yin yang, and then the spiral goes up the base, kind of like a candy cane. I like that. I like the idea of a flat yin yang kind of coming up and turning into the spiral of the tree. Very interesting idea. And you could have the yin and yang pieces. You could print the leaves black and white, and it's like a battle between yin and yang. It's pretty cool. All right, what's up? Eric McCormick, Amelia's Party Tree. Whoops, oh no. Accidentally closed that. That's okay, we need to catch up anyways here. Amelia's Party Tree. So it was submitted by Eric, but it was created by Amelia. And, oh, this looks very fun. Interesting. This reminds me so much of my drawings when I was younger. It looks like there's some planes or birds flying around. We got a really fun, goofy face here. Some bubbles or like a volcano type action. This is where some callouts would have been nice if you want these to be very specific things. But in terms of just creative and evocative, I'm getting good feelings from this one. I like the texture here on the base too. Very interesting. Great job, Amelia. Next up is Josh. My idea for the Tippi Tree contest was a dragon sitting on a pile of gold. I understand that all these colors will probably not be able to be done, but the base for red, green dragon would still be cool, with flame or smoke options for the leaves. And Josh also tried to keep it close to the Tippi Tree style. So once again, talking about design language. Here it is. This is a very nice submission. So, as you can see, sorry, I'm so bad at names. So this was Josh, aka Potter Shoe. I love this. The dragon definitely has the same Tippi Tree feel. I love the idea of it sitting on a big pile of gold, and that's the base. I agree, it would be awesome if this was actually printed in gold filament. So if it wins, I probably would make multiple versions. Yeah, really nice. And once again, it looks like there's some consideration into printability, the way this tail kind of just shoots straight up like that. It could be printed without support material, which is awesome. These horns might be a problem, but it could be done. There's ways to make it work. Very well illustrated, super clear. Maybe some callouts on the gold would be nice, but you included that in the text description, so overall, I think it's really well done, clear design, follows the design language of Tippi Tree really well. I like it. Very well done, Josh. All right, Eli Snipes, or Ellie. Eli Ellie. I'm gonna call you E. E said, I love dogs, so I drew this for my dog, Honey. It would be great if I could print a dog Tippi Tree. I've been following Make Anything for almost 2 years now. It inspires me and has taught me a lot. His biggest fan, Eli. Thank you so much for watching and following along, and you're super cool for joining the competition. I know you're not alone in loving dogs, so might be a popular entry here. So this is the dogwood tree. And look at that. Big dog, medium dog, little dog, and a bone stacked on top of all of them. It's pretty fun. It's very cute. A bunch of dogs stacked on top of each other. Then we've got a big lawn here, it looks like. Yeah, I appreciate that you went ahead and gave each dog, you went as far as making them specific breeds of dogs and coloring them in and everything. Very fun. All right, moving on. We've got Matt Johnson with an Among Us tree. I knew this was gonna come. I'm sure it's not the only one again. And once again, it is copyright, so I won't be able to, this one won't be able to win, but very well drawn, nice shading, great job doing the side and top view and having them translate together. It's quite a challenge. If you haven't tried this, drawing something from the side view and the top view and making them match, that's another designer skill. Next up, we've got Samantha Torres. Samantha said, Brainstorm. I'm guessing that's the name. Brainstorm by Sammy Torres. Ooh, very colorful and cool looking. So, an idea that trickled off another rendition of my original skin titled Creative Blocks, which I guess we'll see a little later, yet still stands on its own as the lightning bolt creates the perfect storm in this design. And not just some brainstem, and an idea cloud. Ooh, so it sounds like a very metaphorical, symbolic Tippi Tree right here. The name appeals more broadly among all age groups as well. The printing process involves options for filament swaps or pieces to be glued on. The base is a quick blocky cloud mass which has the potential to resemble a brain as well. The stacking blocks could resemble lightning bolts, pieces of an idea cloud, or different ideas even. Very creative, and I like it follows the whole what's the word? Kind of the mantra of Make Anything. It's all about staying inspired, creativity, big brain ideas, and you made a brainstorm. So I like that. Once the Tippi Tree tips, there's the thunder boom of the thundercloud of the brainstorm. Wow, there's so much symbolism going on here. So again, great job creating a story behind your idea. Gives it weight, gives it extra weight, makes it more memorable in the brain. So, yeah, there are parts that would probably have to be glued on here. If this were to be printed as a single piece, I might have to do quite a bit of reinterpretation. But I do like the idea. There's so much going on with this. I'm not sure if this brain here, is this just the leaves then? Because we're not seeing it on the top view. This is showing the clouds. I think it's the clouds and the lightning, and then you build the storm above it. Interesting. Great job, Samantha. Moving on, Anna Maria. Can I just say, I'm so glad that we're getting lots of entries by both men and women, boys and girls, because Make Anything as a whole, I think I get 97% male viewer audience. Nothing against men, but I want to appeal to everyone. So I'm glad that at least this competition got a lot of boys and girls invited and excited. All right, Anna Maria, here's your idea. They asked, we listened, we present the revolutionary Flexi Tippi Tree. If you thought I couldn't get any tippier, watch out, because here comes the Flexi Tippi Tree. You guys know Flexi prints, right? they're pretty popular. There's the Flexi Octopus, which I think is how these legs got inspired. Basically, it's print in place, but a bunch of joints, which I guess would make this super floppy, which is technically breaking the rules of the competition because I said the game must function like an original game. This is more of a mod compared to a skin. So yeah, I think this is probably disqualified. If it got enough votes, you know, I'd consider it, but technically this is going against the competition because it is changing the function of the game. I will still take a look at it though, because I can tell you put a lot of work into this, Anna Maria. Tons of callouts. I love it. I love that you colored it in. You took the time to draw every individual joint here. And it could not get tippier than that, says they. I like your quotes here. It's like a movie poster. Yeah, definitely great effort. So a little bit on the edge of the rules here by making it extra tippy. Okay, Matt Johnson. Sorry, itchy nose. Matt Johnson says, "Don't drop the popcorn" by Adelie Johnson. And it's a big old popcorn bucket. Oh man, this appeals to me because when I was young, I was a popcorn addict. I've gotten past it by now. I'm recovered. 3 years clean from popcorn. Thank you, thank you. Okay. No, fun idea. It's definitely original. Haven't seen any other popcorns here. And I like the idea of the pieces being printed like yellow and maybe like a light yellow. Lightly buttered versus super buttered popcorn. That's stacking up like popcorn popping out of the bucket. I like people who thought of the actual way the game is played. This idea of things being built up from the top and using that to come up with the idea so that the action of the game actually is kind of incorporated in the idea of the skin. So, good thinking. Are those jelly beans? Do you eat your popcorn with jelly beans, Adelie? Renavunk, yes, you will be able to watch the stream later. If you guys have to go, I understand. It's a different time everywhere in the world, so sorry if this is an awkward time for you, but I needed to give myself lots of time to get through all these designs. Jesse Bofill, the Great Deku Tree from Legend of Zelda. Sorry, copyrighted. Therefore, we cannot accept it in the competition, but very nice drawing. I'm a fan of Zelda, so good job. Ooh, what's this? Is this a 3D render? It looks so real. I can't tell if this is rendered or printed out, but there it is. There's the Deku Tree. Wow. I think it's a render, but it's a really well done render. So, sorry, Jesse. It's copyrighted. It is Legend of Zelda. Although this one, I mean, it is stylized. You could probably get away with it, but Tippi Tree and Make Anything, we're not trying to get away with on the edge stuff, you know? Very, very cool rendering, though. All right. Next up, we have Iona. Iona Siripan. Is that Loana? Is it Ioana? Or is that a lowercase l? I have a real problem with, I don't know if it was the Latin people. Who made the lowercase l and the uppercase I look identical on modern day fonts? It just doesn't make sense to me. Anyways, it's an I. Okay. Ioana or Ioana. DNA life tree. Very straightforward, very clear, which is usually a good thing. And yeah, super cool. I like that you have the kind of the classic representation of the DNA spiral, and then here on the base, you've got, are these the different RNA? Oh my. It's been a while since I've taken biology, but let's see what she says about it. I don't remember when was the last time I drew something. I'm glad I forced people to start drawing again after not doing so for years. My plan to force creativity on people. I'm far away from being an artist, but I really enjoyed it. Hey, you're being hard on yourself, Ioana, because this is a really fantastic drawing. I mean, no joke. Look at the smoothness of this spiral and like something spiraling around itself. That's not easy to draw. So yeah, give yourself a break. I think it's an excellent drawing. What can be tippier than a sequence of DNA? And what can be more stable than the source of life? So getting a little bit of symbolism in there once again. The answers to these questions are the reason why I chose to draw this. Yeah, very well done. I love it. I think it could work without the colors, but it is cool how you have the base kind of split here. Might want to do some work on having the top and the side view match each other, right? Because this base is narrower than this base. Tricky, tricky. Gotta learn to think in 3D. But overall, really fun submission. All right, next up we got Rajorshi. Sorry about names, guys. I guess we're all used to it by now. Names have gotten more complicated. It used to just be Jim or John in the US. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Rajorshi, it's a cool name. I have made this inspired by Greek mythology, specifically keeping in mind that the final skin will be printed out in one color, so I've worked on creating a distinct silhouette. I hope you like it. Very great job of taking those constraints into consideration and using that to create your design. So that's one reason that I do want to be strict about the design rules here, is because it takes extra effort to stay within the bounds of the rule. If someone's hiring you and they say this has to work with one color, that makes it harder, but you should be rewarded for pulling it off, right? So there it is, Atlas holding the world up. Perfect. I guess the hands would probably not be able to stick out like that if we wanted to maintain the same functionality as the original Tippi Tree, but I could see it working. It's interesting, the way Rajo drew this is it's kind of just against the side here. I don't know if it's going to be on every side or if it's literally just the silhouette on that one side. I think that might be it, which is an interesting decision. Very cool. I like the idea of the figure just like straining as more and more Tippi Tree leaves get piled on top. Wow. Oh my gosh. This speaks to me. Just kidding. All right. Let me go ahead and close this and scroll through a little more. How far are we? Oh my gosh. I don't know how I'm going to get through all the designs. This stream might be split up into several days because I think I clicked through like four pages so far out of 305. I think the first time I was going through, I clicked the arrows like 305 times, multiplied that by 4. We have over 1,000 entries here. Okay. I'm just freaking out by how many entries there are, but it's actually awesome. I'm not complaining at all. I'm so excited. Okay, Baum. Baum submitted this Arduino tree for the makers of all those who love working with Arduinos. Interesting. I guess I can't use the copyright problem here because Arduino is open source, right? So would they care if there was an Arduino Tippi tree? I'm not sure. Oh, the name is trademarked. So it might be on the edge of legal use, but I'm sure there'd be ways around it. Anyways, pretty fun. Anyone who's super deep into 3D printing may have already done some work with Arduino as well. I'm sorry to say I'm still no expert at Arduino, but I'm trying to learn it. Once again, using images instead of drawing, that's fine. If it helps get your idea across, it works. All right, Anna. Here's another entry by Anna that isn't an empty white square. Anna said, it's not very good, but I thought I would give it a try. And if you want, you can always give me a like. Very humble. So many humble people in this competition. I think this is a pretty great drawing. You gave it color, and once again, it's clear. That's more important than being super accurate with your lines, right? This is going to be a 3D model designed on a computer. It'll be accurate on the computer. So when you're submitting an idea, what's important is if your idea is clear. Here I can tell you got a big old toilet, water is shooting out, and you're going to stack leaves on top to make the big splash of an exploding toilet. Hopefully you print this with blue leaves and not brown leaves, otherwise the story is very different. Anyways, Tippi toilet. It's kind of absurd, but very fun. And I think it is drawn very well. All right, next up we have Drew McNair. Another humble submission. Says, I'm not an artist, but I thought this one looked cool. Okay, not an artist. And then you go and have an isometric grid and draw this at 3/4 view. And you tell me you're not an artist. So humble. Anyways, this is interesting. So this is called Under Construction. And we've got kind of like a grid-like bricks here, and then it's broken away, and we've got these cracks, which he filled in with another color. Maybe modeled to look like rebar and concrete. I like the combination of very like grid, structural, man-made, and then the broken away aspect of it, where nature comes back, reclaims the world. We got callouts, which is lovely, and yeah, isometric sketch. Went above and beyond with that. Makes it extra clear. I know your idea, and I think it's pretty cool. These like grid lined up blocks and tiles remind me a lot of Japan, because I don't know if it's, maybe someone out there in the comments knows this. It's pretty random, but what I noticed in Japan is all the bricks are stacked right on top of each other, or the tiles on the side of houses, they're a grid, versus in the US it would always be offset. I know when you're building a brick wall you offset it for strength, but I guess the tiles that are on the facade don't have to match that. I like the way the Japanese people do it. I'm all about grids. All right, very cool, Under Construction. My nose won't stop itching, jeez. I've got lots of allergies, y'all. I know there's people out there who can feel the pain. Ooh, here we've got the Tippi Tree that uses polypanel connectors. Once again, this is going against the rules a little bit because it's alternating, it's affecting the gameplay, but this is a very interesting looking submission here. All these little polypanel edges, and then there's like pieces sticking onto the side to expand it. Once again, you're basically making it like a whole new game, which is cool. I love seeing it, but it's going against the rules of the competition a bit. All right. I'm gonna run away for 1 minute and blow my nose, and I'll be right back with this crazy long super live stream looking at all these entries. All right. All right, we're back. All right, Jules. Very well drawn, super clear. The shape here is interesting, but a little bit too much of, it affects the gameplay too much. This is a skin design competition. It shouldn't affect the gameplay. Otherwise, I love it. All right, next up we got Galia. Says, it's the trunk. Get it? It's an elephant trunk instead of a tree trunk. Oh, I love it. Print leaves with shades of blue and some whites for it to spray water. Again, thinking about how the leaves are incorporated into the game. Very cool. And look at this, the trunk is going every which way like that. Sorry that it rotated, but. Okay, more. Touching point for structural strength. Yeah, so Galia even considered how this might print. You gotta have these connecting so that there's less overhangs and more structural strength. It would probably be touching here as well. But yeah, I like the thought that went into that. The top view is very difficult, so I understand why she just wrote head goes here. It's something. All right, next up we have Taft Magnum. Taft, I know Taft very well. A patron who is also active in the Patreon Discord chat. So excited to see your submission here, Taft. This is called Sinister, an evil, easy to print Tippi Tree that To print Tippi Tree, the wraparound base shows the energy coursing through the trunk. This print has 4 other parts, and all are the same and snap into place with the poly panel connectors. Thanks. Thank you, Taft, for your submission. Here it is. It's called Sinister. It's very dark. It's pretty much like the opposite of classic Tippi Tree, right? Happy, bright colored Tippi Tree. Here we've got coal and debris and just energy coursing through. Man, I know this is like the rules of the competition are for everything to be like a single color, single part, but eventually I'd love to do more complex Tippi Trees, because this, can you imagine this as a dual color print? Hear me out. Printed black with transparent red as the second color, and then a light inside, so the light actually shines through the red. Maybe with Arduino have it pulsing up the tree actually. I really need to work on my electronics skills because, man, LEDs are just so cool. Anyways, this works as a standalone idea as well. I just got my brain going. Oh, and we've got poly panel connectors. Oh, interesting. So is that what would wrap around the tree, like poly panels snap around the tree? That's an interesting idea. Cool. Awesome idea, Taft. Here's another idea by Galia. Hairy Tree. Our bald pal is quite boring indeed, letting us make up his due. Print these leaves, his hair, as his favorite color. Oh man, what's that old game where you used a little magnet pen and drew the guy's hair? It's like the modern version of that. I like it. I'm sure the hairstyle would be absolutely awful most of the time, but it would be fun to actually try to give him a good hairstyle. Hairy Tree. It's a very fun face. Well done, Galia. All right, here we've got Julian Nguyen with this lovely gorilla. Gorilla and coconut. Oh, this is a very cute drawing. Look at that. We got the gorilla hanging from a little tree, some coconuts. One's fallen. We got grass and jungle and all that good stuff. Very clear, easy to understand, and very well drawn. I love it. Gorilla. All right. Thomas Ruzika, Mordor Tower. Once again, copyright Lord of the Rings. But pretty cool. Interesting 3D render. It looks like a rotisserie chicken. Sorry, that's mean, huh? The Tower of Mordor. Very cool. Sorry, no copyright, but I appreciate that you took the time to make a 3D render. You actually designed this. If you have a 3D printer, you might already be able to print this. Oh, there we go. Now you can see the actual eye. And there's the Fusion file. Hey man, I appreciate the work you put in there. All right, Dahlia. All the entries from Dahlia, putting in the work. We've got the torchbearer. The tree's trunk became a hand holding the Olympic-style torch. The leaves should be printed in red and orange. They are the flames. Don't let the flames hit the floor. All right, another nice story. It's kind of like the Olympic torch. Rest in peace, the Olympics. We'll see if they happen next year. Isn't that crazy? When's the last time the Olympics got postponed? Probably during the World War II or something. Anyone know? Anyone know the last time Olympics got postponed? Trivia night? Anyways, very clear. Good story. Love it. The leaves are fire. Jen Imbaro. Next entry. Entered on behalf of her 8-year-old son. It's the Golden Pyramids. and balance. Interesting. So it's kind of a, what's the word? The towers? Obelisk. It's like an obelisk and pyramids. Cool. And this was done by an 8-year-old. Impressive job, Leo. Here's another one of Leo's artworks. This is exciting. We get to see everyone's different artworks. I'm loving this. Squirrel! Interesting. So in this case, it's a big, wide tree trunk. More room for a big old squirrel popping its head out. Very fun. Now, I think is this Jen's entry herself? Oh, Jen and Leo. Little collab. I guess it's allowed. As long as you share the printer, right? Crystal Rose. This is very lovely. It's got like an origami look to it, or almost architectural. Is it the Taipei Tower that has this kind of top on it? And then the Tippi tree sprouting out from the center. And this top view is also very interesting. I love the faceted, yeah, super origami-like look to me. Also reminds me of those birds of paradise, kind of how they bloom. Or a rose, I suppose. All right, here's another one by Leo. Dude, busting out the entries. Let's take a quick look. Spikes. Spikes. What more needs to be said? Spikes. Do you want a Tippi tree with spikes? This is the one to vote for. Or cactus. Cactus also got spikes. Very cool. Yeah, cactus. It's like, it almost has to be done, right? Now, these arms would be tough to print on their own, but there could be a version where you stick the arms onto the cactus and then you build it up, kind of like the tree. I guess, what would grow on top of a cactus? More cactus, right? Fun idea, fun idea. Quintuple tree. Just a whole bunch of extra points to connect to. Once again, it's not a skin, it's modifying the game, but I like your thinking. Here we've got a royal castle by Leo. It's the Leo show for these 5 minutes. Yeah, very nice castle. We've got a castle gate. I'm impressed by Leo's ability to do the top and side view here. It actually corresponds really well. Look at that. The side view lines up with the top view pretty perfectly. It's like an actual design skill, so great job, Leo. I'm guessing there's a few more. Balance. Kind of like the spike one, but just playing around with a bunch of different shapes. I like the range of creativity. We've got a rocket. Oh yeah, what happened to the Tesla rocket today? Wasn't their BFG rocket gonna do a test flight today? Jen, Stone, another one by Leo. Dude, Leo is prolific. Leo, short for Da Vinci, perhaps? Is this the Leo Da Vinci? Stone. Tippi Stone. Cool. Tiny snake. Very cute. This is one of those Jen Leo collabs. I like it. I do wonder what's the Tippi tree meant to be. Is that still a tree? Excuse me. Is that still a tree? Snake climbing up a tree? Some callouts would be nice there. Blown away. We got a tornado. I think there's also a few tornadoes. Another great idea because it just matches the chaos of Tippi tree, right? Again, really good job with the top and side view here. I love the swirl that the tornado has going. It's it's a skill to be able to take something that's as solid and just, it's as rigid as a print and still give it the look of movement, right? Zigzags. Dude, no kidding. Leo put work in. You might say, oh, this is a very quick sketch, but he did a bunch. He has ideas. Spikes and zigzags. There's a difference. Learn it. All right. Thank you, Leo, for all those designs. And Jen. Thank you, Jen, for sharing your son's talents. Next up, we got David, the hermit crab. His claws are the Tippi Tree interfaces, and the game blocks could be printed to look like fish. There we go, considering the leaves again, which I like. This is pretty cute. It's a hermit crab balancing on the tip of its shell. It kind of looks like it's stuck, but I like it. I haven't seen anything else like this one just yet. We got some ocean coming in from the side, which is a nice detail. Some extra little shells and starfish. I like it. Little details like that sometimes make the design. Dune. All right, we got a copyright one here, the Dune sandworm, but wait a minute, you just copied 3D Smith. Okay, there it is. I thought you literally only submitted the photo poster. At least you also included your drawing. And yeah, very well done. It's got that top side view done really well. Sandworm on its own, I guess I could still do, but Dune is a movie property now. I'm not sure. Not sure how that would go, but I think it's probably going against the copyright rule there. All right. Miengao? Man, sorry I can't pronounce your name so well, but here you go, the candy cane. This is a lovely design. It's done on the computer, so it's very precise, super clear. Yeah, and it's a candy cane. Just in time for the holidays. We got a little mistletoe, some stars, very festive. And yeah, as she said, chose this design because Christmas is approaching. I'm sure this will put a smile on everyone's face. Lovely. Man, how awesome would it be if all of these were Tippi Tree skins? That would kind of go against the competition, but I want so many of these. Okay, next up we got Jerson Garcia, saying the leaves would be Tetris colors. Ahem, Jason. Jerson, you mean like this? You mean like the example I showed in my video? Sorry, it's been done. No. Also copyright, so I guess I shouldn't have even showed that as an example. Although Tetris, I don't think those blocks are, I don't think they own the copyright to the shape of the blocks by now. There's a lot of games with 4 blocks like that. Tetra blocks. All right, Corey O'Brien says that for the inner architect in all of us, Tippi Tower is the perfect variation of the family favorite tabletop Tippi Tree game. To increase the level of required structural engineering, print the pieces with various infills to simulate the weights of different materials. Wow, that's interesting. Again, that's something I'm kind of going to have to ignore for the skin design portion of this competition, but I like the idea of having different materials and like, oh, this is a light block and this is a heavy block. That's a little extra gameplay there. You could use actual like steel fill. You know, infills that have steel and iron in them. You can make some pretty heavy pieces, I bet. But aside from that, the castle is drawn very well. I love it. Top and side views are very well done. Nicely rendered and colored in. Lovely. Fabrizio, smoking cigarette. Interesting. It's going to take some work to convince me that a cigarette is the ideal skin for a children's game. But it's creative. I'll give you that. Here's another one by Fabrizio. Authentic pizza oven with chimney. Pizzi. I need a Tippi Tree style name for this. But very clear, simple. And you know, I gotta say, pizza ovens have a very interesting shape to them. It's like an igloo as well. Next up, we got Giovanni. The skin design was inspired by the ancient and infamous Gorgon, Medusa. While she would look best printed in a marble effect PLA, her design details will still be allowed in a single color to reflect her image. addressing the rules. I like that. All right, a snake coiled around her base, cute little flower embellishments, and large enchanting eyes that might just turn you into stone. I love it. I love the storytelling. Nice color choices here for the leaves too. It's not the first guess for Medusa, I think, but it looks good. She's got those ooh-woo anime eyes. Little details in the corners. And once again, it's got that kind of like flat, chamfered Tippi Tree style to it. I like that. Very well drawn, very clear, super easy to understand. So, points for that. Great job, Jessica. Oh yeah, it says Giovanni, but the submission is by Jessica. I have to look at the actual entry sheets here. Another Fabrizio. It's a pineapple with a pizza with a full pineapple on top. Oh, Fabrizio is trying to make enemies here. Fabrizio is trying to make enemies. But I do like the idea of the pineapple because the leaves on top are like the top of the pineapple. It makes sense. Pineapple on pizza, on the other hand, does not make sense. All right. Next up, we've got Maria with this pillar. It's a very classic looking Roman pillar. Is that a Corinthian? I don't know. I only took 3 years of art history. Okay, lovely. You got a few extra elements on the ground here too. It does look a little too orderly. I might like put this piece in the middle somewhere. I'd want it to look a little more random, but very well drawn. I can tell you put detail into the top of the pillar here. Pizza pillar, TCM, good idea. Sorry, there's pretty big lag on the chat. So I guess if I address the chat, it's for something that happened like 3 minutes ago. I might, maybe if I'm not totally dead tired after looking through these entries, I can do some Q&A at the end as well. Sorry, I can't spend so much time looking at the chat. We got so many entries to rip through. Next up, we got some Sebastian Nicholson. You've just escaped the world's highest security bank with tons of valuables. Now, to add them to your secret stash, only one problem. There's not much space left. Looks as if you're going to have to balance it on top, but make sure not to upset it or you might be found out. All right, so it's like a jewel heist. It's called Shinies. Big 24-carat, massive Tippi Tree tower surrounded by gems and jewels. And I guess the idea is that you're trying to rob a bank with a big pile of jewels and you gotta balance them all on top of your pile to get away. I like the story, very creative. All right, another David original. David? An astronaut on the moon's surface. The base should present small craters and footprints and be generally rough. I like the idea of moon texture on the base there. The structure standing behind represents the lander module. And then we got the asteroid. There could be some antennas. And the leaves could be designed with small craters as well. Space Tippi Tree, I like the idea. It's fun. I like the idea of the cratered surface. Cool little astronaut dude. Nice. Next up, we've got Yvette with a very pink design. I guess at least I'd know which filament to use. This is a Matter Hackers Pro Electric Pink PLA. And Yvette says, this here Tippi Tree is home to quite a few creatures. I wonder who lives here and what they look like. So there it is, the design with all these little structures. So it's like a little neighborhood of houses and buildings all stacked on top of each other. We got a little bush, a lamp. We got a sun built in. Is that an artificial sun or is it just, I don't know. Very artsy. I love it. There's a lot of detail in here, a lot going on. I feel like you could definitely look around and I feel like every side would have more to discover. And then here you've got clouds for the base. I see. So it's like a city in the clouds. It's growing up through the clouds up to the point of even reaching the sun. And it's called Tippi Town. I like it. Jack, I'm not picking a top 5 or anything today. As you can see, there's so many designs for me to go through. So this is kind of a way for me to see everything. I haven't seen most of these yet. I wanted to save it for this stream, so I'm kind of looking through these for the first time, and then I'll take a few days to ponder my decisions. And also, yeah. Voting ends December 13th, by the way, so make sure to vote before then. And if you entered, make sure to send your entry to anyone who might vote for you. Get those votes, win those printers. All right, another David design. We got a volcano to be ideally printed in 2 colors, but one is good. The leaves would be the lava and smoke coming out. Boom, volcano. This is actually one of the earlier ideas I had. I didn't include it on mine because I knew other people would come up with it, and I think multiple have. So if a volcano wins, it might have to become a matter of which volcano is the best, or just who was able to get the most votes on their design. Anyways, I do like the idea of a volcano, and this one's very well done. We got lava, we got a volcano. Sebastian with another design. It's 4th of July, and to celebrate, you've bought a huge firework. I love this. Sebastian's really good at setting up the scene and being like, here's the story, here's the narrative. All right, you got this huge firework, you light the fuse and step back. Nothing happens. Wait another few minutes, nothing happens. You don't have time to go and buy a new one, and you've got your reputation for putting on the best firework display on the street. There's only one thing for it. You're going to have to fake it. Simply place all the pieces correctly and no one will notice the difference. Upset the balance and everyone will find out. Remember, your reputation is at stake. Good luck. Oh man, that is such a hilarious story. I love it. Creative. It's called Boom. There we got a big ol' super fat firework. Is it balanced on this little stick or is there still a structure under here? I don't know. That could be a really fragile Tippi tree, but I love the story. Super, super intricate. Okay, Tom's up next. An awesome scene of a smoothie going everywhere with a blender and fruit selection. What's the name? Slippy Smoothie. Names sell me a lot of the time. I'm a sucker for a good name. Slippy Smoothie, pretty good. Although once again, my entry, Slippy Sea Monster. You stealing my ideas, buddy? Just kidding. This is a very original idea. We got lid, blender, whirl of fruit. I like it. It kind of works with the structure of the Tippi tree. I could see this being a lid. Making it look like a blender without actually having like a clear housing filled with fruits would be tricky, but interesting idea. Interesting idea. Tea trees. Okay, this is definitely skirting around copyright laws right here. AKA, not actually. This is very much a violation of copyright. So unfortunately, can't go for it, but yeah, I love the retro look, for sure. Jay Sleeper says, my daughter asked me to submit this entry for her. It's a tree where the person's head and the leaves are hair extensions. So this is our second Tippi Tree hair design. Skin name representation matters. What up? Oh, we got some social Tippi Tree design. I don't know what the word is. Anyways, we got a lovely girl here with her dress making up the base. We got a bust, hair, and then just extensions. Build a crazy hairstyle for this girl. All right, Anna. Thank you, Anna. Ooh, here's another cool 3D rendering. Is it just, oh yeah, we also got the side and top view, so totally acceptable. And actually, really, I love it. I love the coloring and the cartoon cell shading style of this. It's called Creepy Tree, a Halloween edition. And this is by Robin the Goblin. Wow. I wonder how this was done. Is this Blender or is it just a Fusion 360 drawing taken into Illustrator or something? Very clean. I don't know. Great graphic. The idea as well is very fun. We got these arms poking out as additional hanging points, maybe? I'm not sure if that's a gameplay mechanism or just kind of part of the style. Love the roots here, very interesting. It's got like block-shaped thorns on it, I'm guessing. It's pretty creepy. Matches the name, suits it well. Very well done. All right, next up we got Harry with a twisting trunk with a staircase cut into it. Small embossed woodland houses on the trunk. Should be able to print support free. Thank you for considering that, Harry. And let's see, houses cut into the trunk face, staircase winding around the trunk, and it's a big old tree. So basically this is, yeah, see how small the houses are? This is a big tree. I like that idea of playing with the scale, especially with toys. It's fun to like have really tiny things and just imagine that you're a giant. So that's pretty fun. All right, next up we got Samantha Torres with creativity blocks. A Tippi tree filled with endless possibilities. The base, oh, this is, yeah, Samantha showed us her brainstorm design earlier. And here we have another version of it, kind of. An earlier edition, I suppose. Once again, she just filled the page with information, which is nice. Yeah, got all the explanations. We got sample 2R, blocky, actually don't know what this means though. Sample 2R, blocky, rounded edges, of course. Oh yeah. Side view. So I'm guessing the brain actually is part of the trunk. I wasn't sure of that earlier, but now seeing both of these, it looks like the brain's part of the trunk and you're building on top of the brain. So that might affect the gameplay a bit, but depending on how you designed it, you might be able to make it work. Again, I just love the enthusiasm for creativity in this one, and you can see how much fun she had with it through the drawing, which I always like. Here's another creeper, which I can't choose, but still nice to look at and appreciate the drawing you put in there. Sorry, Camila. Great creeper. Sorry, I can't use a creeper. It's stolen from Minecraft. Gotta let artists claim their art. Next up is Brian with the 4 seasons. So each side of the trunk is a different season. Oh, this is fun. So spring features a bird's nest high on the trunk with flower shapes on the lower trunk. In the roots section, a puddle from the spring showers with a frog and a rabbit. Summer features a sun hat hanging from a tree with make anything initials carved in the trunk. The roots section shows a picnic basket and lunch spread. Fall features an owl high on the trunk with a black cat on the base. Next to the tree is a stack of jack-o'-lanterns. The roots section shows fallen leaves. Winter side, a snowman, the back of the pumpkin, snowshoes, mittens. Wow. So this is a very intricate design. Oh, I love that little carved, a heart carved into the tree with a little Make Anything logo. Thank you so much. So here's another design that tells a whole story, and it actually has 4 scenes on each side of the Tippi tree, which I really love that. You know I made the entry submission only show one side, but yeah, this is a great way about it to just draw a few extra images next to it, show what each one would look like. And Brian also did a great job describing everything just to make sure I get what's going on here. Fun, the 4 seasons. All right, next up is Will. Minecraft. All right, no Minecraft entries allowed, unfortunately. Although I wouldn't have known. Is this like the lava falling down? Balanced brewery. I don't know, is it Minecraft? It's based off the Minecraft brewing stand. I do it in a way that would be more printer friendly, appreciated. Still Minecraft based, so sorry. But I appreciate that you put the thought into printing it without support material. Here's another stack of animals, and these are some really cute looking squirrels. Some weird animals. Weird squirrels. The face from the back. Oh, She's just showing that they're facing all different ways. Adriana, you can put an acorn in the hole and it will slide to the mouth of the weird squirrel. It's a fun little random extra thing. You could put a nut in the top and it would fall all the way through and come out the squirrel's mouth here. Once again, if this was a dice game, it would be a nice way to incorporate a dice tower like that. But in terms of this, it's kind of a random thing, but fun. And I like the weird squirrels. I like that you colored them all differently. All right, next up we got Cameron. This is one of my entries. All right, Cameron. It's a joke tree. So the tree literally has jokes printed onto it. And the answers are on the opposite side. It's like popsicle sticks. Do they still do that with popsicle sticks? Do they still put jokes on them? I feel like that, for some reason, doesn't exist anymore, but on the other hand, why wouldn't it exist anymore? Okay, I gotta read one of these jokes. How do you properly identify a dogwood tree? Answer, by the bark. Bark. All right, creative. I mean, once you read the jokes, you'd know them all, so unfortunately, it would be cool if it had like electronic paper on it and every day it would upload a new joke or something, but then it would probably be too high tech. Anyways, joke tree. Funny. Ha! Farah says, an old and cracked obelisk that may have once served some purpose. No longer. Why does it have the PlayStation buttons on it? Anyways, cool, very straightforward, easy to understand, and perfectly translated top and side view. I can even see that Farah did put the work in to make sure the top and side views line up. Very clear and fun and gold. James Taylor. Sorry, I just looked at the chat, so I'm going to answer one random message. Do I have plans on a Snapmaker 2.0 review? I just got a Snapmaker 2.0 in the mail today. So I was even considering if this live stream goes well. I think it's going pretty well so far. Maybe I'll do a live unboxing. Or I'll work on videos. I know a lot of 3D printing channels already do live unboxings, and I try not to overlap too much with what other people are already doing, but on the other hand, I gotta unbox it anyways, so might as well do it live and hang out with you guys, right? Anyways, next design entry is by James Carls. Here we have the brainy zombie. So we got a really fun looking zombie here. His eyes are all going every which way. He's got some brains showing. Can still be a single color print. Yeah, totally. I could see there's color, but you can imagine it being done through texture as well. So very nicely done zombie. It's got the Minecraft vibe to it, but there's nothing about it that specifically says Minecraft, so it's totally allowed. Great job, James. Oh, what's this? Ah, a little better scan of it. There we go. Lots of callouts again. Very nice. All right, another design by James here. Silly clown. Silly clown or creepy clown? We got balloons, we got bowling pins, we got a clown, and juggling balls. Very fun. I'm not crazy about clowns myself, but who knows? Is there a big clown audience out there? Alrighty. Next up, another James original. It's a tornado with game pieces, and game pieces stuck in the ground. So this is the second tornado, but I do like the detail of actually having Tippi tree leaves looking like they've been just smashed into the ground. It's a fun detail. All right. James is another one of those prolific designers. We've got the Tippi Dragon. So I have a feeling some of these designs were Minecraft inspired, but again, it could be any blocky dragon. So here we've got pieces. The pieces are the fire coming from the dragon. Is this the second or third dragon we've had? I mean, I don't blame you guys. It's a great idea. Like a dragon breathing fire, it works. So who has the best dragon? That's going to be up to the community to decide. Very cool. I love the rockiness too. Caleb says, ever heard of the straw that broke the camel's back? Well, now you can be the one to place it. You can break the camel's back. How exciting. The poor camel can only take so much before it comes tumbling down. Try to make your opponent be the one to break the camel's back. Poor camel. I agree. It is sad. But you're not actually breaking the camel's back. You're just putting on too much straw for the camel to be able to carry before it falls off, right? I think the hay bales fall over before the camel breaks its back in this case. Anyways, I love it. It's a very fun play on the idiom. And yeah, it's a camel. So you got the humps. It matches the shape of the Tippi tree. I see it. I see it. Good job, Caleb. Next up, we got Yael with the Spaghetti. Spaghetti. I love a good name, Spaghetti. It speaks to me. So here, Yael has a nice classic red and white checkerboarded cloth. It's like an old-fashioned diner. Someone's fork is on the plate and they're demanding spaghetti, so why don't you go ahead and stack it on top of that fork? Fun, I like it, and you've got the blocky look of Tippi Tree, which is also great. All right, next we have Janae Thompson, a Tippi squishy octopus. The base is the tentacles, and the top, they're jet propulsion. So the original leaves might be printed in blue and white to look like bubbles shooting out. Ha! How fun. You got little tubes on top. I don't know. Does the octopus's jet propulsion normally come out of its head, or does it all come from its mouth? And I know they only have one opening, right? They eat and poop from the same hole, but where does the ink come from? Octopuses. Fascinating. Anyways, very cute octopus. I like the idea. All right, this is another one by Caleb. An off-kilter at off-kilter construction. It's always best to keep your eyes on the sky and watch for falling scaffolding. See how complex and crazy you can make the scaffolding before it all comes down, including an extension piece with bricks on one side to allow for counterbalance scaffolding. Just don't let OSHA find out. So there are a few extras here, but it is still as the original game. I do like how, yeah, this is pretty fun. So this is like a construction site, and these are girders almost, so it's very lightweight. There'd be a lot of bridging, but I think this could be printable. Even if it's hollow and just very thin stalks, it could be printable. And I don't know if that's what you were expecting or if it would still be solid, but that's kind of fun. They got all the different construction site tools around the base and potential construction pieces for the branches. All right. Next up, a broken fire hydrant by Faku Sen. Broken fire hydrant. You got the fire hydrant and then water shooting out the top. Again, explaining the game with the design. I like it. Very straightforward. And it's the first fire hydrant we've seen, so pretty original. Next up, Caleb Blaylock says, time to eat. We got another fork. This one was rendered. We've got a rendering and we've also got the submission sheet. It looks like Caleb changed the base a bit, so it would actually be harder to stack, I think. Existing branches can be added as chunks of food, spaghetti, and meatballs. Wow, we got some hungry people in the competition. Very fun. Fork in the plate. All right, are we okay? Looks like we're getting a little bit back to normal. Sorry, guys. I hope I didn't lag over anyone's entry completely, but here we are at Gareth. I was saying this is a really cool Mayan ruin. I love all the detail put into the drawing. Yeah, very well done, super texture heavy. As you can see, it could be done as a single color model pretty easily. And yeah, it's very cool. Next up, we got Malcolm. I'm not giving up yet, guys. The stream is still going. All right, Malcolm says, I drew this by hand. I hope you like it. It's a tornado sweeping up some houses. Tornado number 3. But it's interesting to see how everyone does it a little bit differently. Here we got little houses and the dirt is being ripped up, which is kind of a nice detail. Wow, look at this. Caleb already printed something out. The flickery flame. Whoops. With some built-in branches on the sides to help create a bonfire and red, yellow, orange leaves to mimic flames. This Tippi Tree skin is the hottest thing since the original. I like the sales pitch. Very interesting. So it's kind of like the campfire one we saw earlier. Very similar crisscross. But yeah, I'm impressed that you already got as far as printing it out. So, yeah. I know Tippi Tree is my game, and technically, I don't want people uploading a bunch of fake versions of Tippi Tree. But if you design your own version for yourself, I think that's awesome. Go for it. Power to ya. That's what 3D printing's all about, right? All right. Next up is Cole with a Tippi Tree Medusa head. So we got another Medusa. Oh, look at this rendering. That is next level. Does Medusa herself turn into stone? I don't know, but I'm not super knowledgeable on mythology, but I love it. It's got the big wormy snakes. It's pretty similar to the one I designed in VR. I wonder if there was some VR going on here, if this is just done some other way. But anyways, great, terrifying. Yeah, it's very spooky. All right. Here is the entry for Tippi Tree Skin Design, this space astronaut and astronaut illustration. So we got Earth and the astronaut standing on top. Clearly not to scale, but the symbolism is there. I would have liked to see it fit onto the trunk more, like figuring out how to make the astronaut part of the shape of the Tippi Tree. But cool design. All right, Caleb with another fully rendered and created design. This is the Wobbly Octopus. Wobbly Octopus hates it when people try and stack things on his head. Unfortunately for him, that's the point of the game. I love Caleb's descriptions for all his versions. Injecting some comedy into everything, never a bad idea. They say octopuses are very smart, so why not stack this guy with a nice big head for his big brain? And there he is, an angry octopus built on top of his head. Very fun. All right, Sophia. I chose this moai because it represents the energy of the native people of my country, and it was believed that they controlled the harvest. So in the game, you have to control the harvest of the tree to win. Very interesting. I wonder where Sophia is from. What country has the moai as a symbol of energy? I thought the moai were just on Easter Island, which is off the coast of South America. Yeah? Argentina? Is it Argentina? Let me know in the comments. I'm here to get educated. Anyways, this is a very lovely moai face. It's very cute. I appreciate the shading done, which helps give an idea of the form of the item here. We've got moss growing on top, nice grassy green field, all very nicely and cleanly illustrated, so it's very easy for us to see what's going on here. No te moai. Love it. Cute. All right. Next up, we've got Eugene with a basic Tippi Tree design that follows the blocky style of the game. There it is. So it's kind of just a similar Tippi Tree, but just with a little extra texture on it, huh? Fallen leaves. Oh, so maybe this is like the pile of leaves? Is that what it is? Kind of like a fall version of the Tippi Tree? Interesting, interesting, Eugene. Oh, here we go. There's the 3D render. That's helpful. And look at that. Pretty fun. It's a shame that it wouldn't be multicolor, but I do like it, just in terms of a little bit of extra texture. James Taylor says Moai is probably from, Sophia's probably from Eastern Polynesia. I guess Sophia's not in the chat. Would be nice, but oh, Chile. There we go. I was close. Did I say Argentina? I was thinking Argentina. Chile. So we've got the observatory. Observatory. Very clever. Observatory. I like it. And yeah, if I recall, Chile has a very powerful observatory. It's so wild that telescopes need to be positioned on certain locations on the planet. Like, there's the most sought after areas for placing telescopes just based on their positioning when looking outward, or how clear they are, how much light pollution there is. Fascinating stuff. If I wasn't so obsessed with 3D printing, maybe I'd be into astronomy. All right, next up we have Andreas with the king. A king must balance and keep the weight of all that he decides for his kingdom. Therefore, the perfect Tippi Tree skin would be a small king brewing a cloud of ideas. The thoughts of a king is a confident tiny king with mighty plans in the making. His brainstorming is bound to make even the most skillful knight tremble, as another idea is added to the pile. At the same time, the king's crown works exceptionally as the start of the game. Ah, yeah, that's true. It's totally like a crown shape. I love it. Very cute. You can see the cape flowing here thanks to the top view. And yeah, colored in, but it would definitely work as a single color figure. Cute little king with this helmet. All right, let's see how many we've gone through so far. Making progress, but I'm telling you, there's so many submissions. All right, we got through a good number. We're doing it. All right, next up, Lennart Clausen. My personal opinion about one of the most important achievements of mankind is every little part of knowledge. Today it gets saved in digital form, but over the centuries it was saved in scripts and books. This Tippi Tree skin is a tribute to all the books of the world. On the covers are classical book titles or patron names. The different colors were obtained by using a filament splicer if possible, if not just one color, and it can be hand colored afterwards. The sights all slightly shown, and there are leaned books and smaller tower books around the big one. Yeah, I love it. It's got a message. Let me know in the chat, what's your favorite book? Yeah, I guess if they're all stacked sideways, you could just do filament changes and have each one be a different color. That'd be kind of an interesting strategy. Not so easy to print, but it's a workaround. All right, the power tower. Okay, that got extra points. It's called the Knowledge Power Tower. Love it. All right, next up we got Levi with a clockwork tree. Ooh, I love it. I created a clockwork style tree, grandfather clock-esque pattern. The base is just random gears and a few belts. Nothing crazy, just like the mechanical designs. And I did the design digitally in Procreate. Once again, another humble person saying I'm not an artist, but you totally are, because this is done really nicely. The fact, I can tell you put the little teeth on the gear and then you copied and pasted it all around. It works. You got the idea across. I love it. Just clockwork. It's just gears intermeshing and all kinds of different movements and timings and little tiny bits. I could see it being a really intricate, detailed, and fascinating Tippi tree, and you got the pendulum here. It'd be interesting if it could actually swing in the middle of the tree or something. Clockwork tree. All right, next up is Johnny. A treasure chest forgotten in the forest. I love it. So it's still a tree, but it's got this treasure chest that it grew around. I like the texture here. You made it look very earthy. Nice rendering. All right, here's another tree with the roots growing into the brick pavement. I love this. I've seen photos of this where if there's a tree that's grown in the middle of a city center or something and it's surrounded by a footpath, then the little roots are taking the path of least resistance. So they actually follow the cracks and create this pattern that Johnny captured really well here. So very artistic. This is very well drawn, and I can tell that a lot of time went into this top view especially. Very cool. Next up we got Jose. Do you have an entry sheet? Yes, entry sheet and a rendering. Jose said, I know it's not a tree, but it's a fortress. You can build and shape it to your liking, but be careful, it can become nothing if you build too much. The idea is a simple fortress. It can be printed in gray or any color you like. And it was made in Magica voxel. Very cool. A nice castle structure. And we've got a little isometric sketch here as well, I can see, if this will load up. There we go. So that's helpful for really getting a clear image of what's going on. But Jose also did a great job connecting the top and side views with callouts. All right, another Caleb design, rendered of course. Can't expect anything less from Caleb at this point. And they said, a slight variation to the original Tippi tree design, Tippi Topiary is a more manicured and elegant take on the game. That is, until you start playing and your neighbor begins silently judging you on your trimmed shrubbery. No supports needed. All original branch and attachments are compatible. So what Caleb did is basically potted my Tippi tree. So now it's like a house plant. I do like this little call out with this braided tree look. That would be a fun texture to have on the trunk of the game. Fun. Easy to print too. All right, here's another ancient civilization inspired one. I think the other one was Mayan and this one's Aztec. No, this is Incan. The other one was Aztec, right? So here we have an Incan pyramid structure with bricked steps and a tower at top to complement the internal Tippi tree structure. The steps will be etched out to give a realistic design. I mean, look at the effort put into the texture of the bricks here. Bless you, Carissa. You put a lot of work into this. Yeah, awesome drawing. Again, I mean, I love the ancient technology-inspired designs. They've got so much detail. There's a lot to work with there. Next up, we've got Bethany. These are crystals and the ominous black hole. Crystals being sucked into a black hole. So that's, as far as I know, that's a completely unique idea. Pretty fun. You have money, diamonds, gems, leaves, everything being sucked into a black hole. That's by Blake. Cool drawing, Blake. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Look at this. A colored and uncolored version. See, that's a great way to get around the rules. I say, yeah, you have to be able to print this as one color. So why not submit both versions just to show what can really be done? Anyways, this is Breeze3D who said, the corrupted totem of doom is a mystery for everyone. Where does it come from? Who made it? Only one thing is certain. It will spell your doom. This malignant totem spawns in random areas, making dark purple energy accumulate above it. If you are not able to balance this corrupted energy, it will spill all over the area and spread even more doom. I love it. You came up with a whole story, which, like I said, helps sell the idea. Clearly, I don't think anyone disagrees here. This is a very well rendered image. I don't even know if this was... You must have mirrored this, right? Because it looks perfectly symmetrical. Very cool style. I love it. I can't even tell if this is like... It must be a combination of drawn and digital. Super cool. Look at that. These super creepy skulls with spiral eyes. Ooh. And then it's just growing energy, a cloud of energy above it. I love it. You gave it a story. You drew it super well. Here's the black and white version. Wow. Oh, more. There's more. There's a version with callouts. So, Luciano. Look at that. It even has its own logo. I love it. Ooh, it's gooey. Whirlpools of dark energy gather and spread the essence of doom. Wow, very cool one. Definitely one of the more finished ones I've seen so far. Look at that. Keeps going. We've got a 3D version as well. Symmetric design makes it easy to model in VR. Look at that, even considering how I would go about designing it. Super cool. Very well done. All right, next up we got Guy Beardsmore. The daily struggles of a bear's back itch on a search for honey. That's fun. I actually really love how the top of the tree is actually a combination of the tree and the bear's ears. Because from like the front view, yeah, you could think of those being ears, but the actual Tippi tree has 4 things. So to make it work, look at that. It's a bear against the tree. That's pretty smart. And here we've got another angle. I don't know if Guy used the official template. It doesn't look like it. But we got at least 3 views here. Super cute. Oh, this is still the same one. Top view. Okay, I'll allow it. We've got the different views just in separate submissions. And a honeycomb, a beehive hanging there too. There it is. How fun. Whoa! Look at this. Sean McManus. After a few sleepless nights, this design finally started to form in my head. It's just a random combination of doodles, but hey, I like it, and that's all that matters. So hey, I present you Insomniac. So even though it is random, there's still a little bit of a story behind it. It's just, I couldn't sleep. It's like ideas buzzing around his head. That's what I get from it. This is just the mush of ideas flowing through your head, and it's like, oh, it looks like something, but it's not quite something. Super. Yeah, it is crazy, and I'd be a little scared if I had to model this, but it looks cool. I like it. I'm a fan of little tiny details and stuff. Again, that's like a lot like what I liked to draw when I was younger, just super tiny detailed stuff. Oh no, it's another meme of me. This is my Tippi Tree design, says Will. It depicts Devin in his video called The Ways of the Lazy Printmaster, in which he acts like a sensei. Excuse me, acts like a sensei. There's no acting. Everything I do is authentic, Will. And that video is one of my favorites. Thank you. I wanted to recreate it for this Tippi Tree design. Hope you like it. So here I am, the lazy printmaster, holding up all the Tippi trees I could possibly hold up. And I'm in those splits. My legs are a bit longer than that, but you know, I know you're working within the constraints here. Also, I'm a little more ripped. I see a 6-pack. We need at least a 10-pack. No, just kidding, Will. You're crazy, but it's a great idea. All right, next up is Libby. Libby, is that your name? Libby. With Tippi. This is such a cool looking design. Okay. I just gotta say, Libby, your shading technique is so fun. I know coloring is one of the less important parts of this competition, but I just really love the subtle shading of the colors here. It's like simple, but it looks good. Anyways, the Tippi is an upgrade of the regular Tippi tree. The side that touches the table and floor is designed like a monster. When you start the game, you don't see the monster. You play the game exactly like a regular Tippi tree, except for the fact that this time, if someone drops the base because the tree wasn't balanced, it reveals the monster and the game is over. Oh, how does this work? So we've got, this is the tongue of the monster. Oh, so the tongue would kind of shoot out, I guess? Is that what's going on? There's some kind of a mechanical element here that I'm trying to figure out. This is the surface that touches the floor. Not that. This. Yes. Oh, so like the whole tree falls over and then this message comes out at the bottom that says, loser. Interesting. Anyways, that again looks like it might be affecting the gameplay. But I love the blob. I love this blob of a monster. It's very fun. Thank you, Libby. All right, next up we got G Sparks, the llama drama Tippi. How many items can you place on top of the llama before it starts the drama? Hey, it's a bit of a stretch, but you made the rhyme, and I'm a sucker for the rhyme. All right, just wanted to make sure this is the submission. Yeah, we got the side, and it's not the exact same entry sheet, but I guess it could work. Makes sense. It's a llama holding a bunch of stuff. Very cute. Gotta love the llama. I'm half Peruvian, so you know. Anyways, Lucy says, hi, this is my submission for the Tippi Tree Skin Design contest. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Wow. Interesting. Okay. As you can see, I 3D printed a monkey that sits against the tree. I named it Tippi Chim. Tippi Chimp or just Tippi Chim? But really, that's nothing, just a bad name. I also showed some pictures of the PLA, still not printed, just to show what it looks like. So look at that. Lucy already printed it out and painted it in. So whether or not you win, you've already got your custom Tippi tree, which is pretty cool. Look at that, fun monkey. And there it is before printing. We got a cubey version and a rounded version. And there it is, all put together. Some people just jumped ahead and started printing out their own designs, which, like, yeah. If you've already got the modeling skills, go for it. So here's the actual entry sheet. This is what I guess really counts. Very cute. And you can see it's got all this kind of like leaf-looking designs around the grass, so you're trying to go for that design language there, which I also appreciate. Fun one, Lucy. Look at that. All painted and good to go. Whoops, whoops. All right. Next up, we got Carissa. Carissa said Alice in Wonderland. It's called Alice in Wonderland. Is that copyrighted? It's a very old book. Anyways, it doesn't look like the design itself is breaching any copyrights. We got the branch, a little door in the tree, and these really cool, warpy looking roots. I love the texture you drew on the roots here. The branches of the tree will wrap around the locking mechanism, varying in position and height. Black mark at the base of the tree is the door to Wonderland. It will look like a little door with a round golden globe on the base. Can't do all those colors. On the base, roots will have a wavy texture with a concave structure to look like a portal. The outer portion of the base will consist of psychedelic textures and patterns. Pretty fun. Like I said, I really like that texture. It's almost been 2 hours. Take a break. I don't take breaks. You can pause if you want to take a break. But Devin doesn't take breaks. I guess. I am losing my voice already. Alright, next up we got Radoslaw, Alien Egg Skin. Inspired by the movie Alien, but as long as it doesn't have a logo or anything, I think it's safe. There we go, it's an alien pod. Boom! And I guess the Tippi Tree leaves would then either be like the yolk of the egg or the alien itself. Next up we got Golem. Your name is Golem? That's awesome. Lava mountain go brr. So it's another volcano, I guess, or a lava mountain. Is there a difference? But I like that there's the Tippi Tree style. And yeah, you stylized it a bit, so I appreciate that. Oh, and there's a 3D model so I can really see what it looks like. Yeah, pretty cool style. And there it is. Oh, it's smoking. It's not erupting yet. It's smoking. I guess depending on what leaves you print. Oh, it's like an animation of an eruption. So that's interesting. So a lot of the other volcanoes, I guess the leaves are the lava, but in this case, it's the other branches. That would be the explosion, and then the leaves are kind of the smoke and ashes. All right, here's another one that looks like it is modifying the game quite a bit, so that's not a skin design, but it's kind of the fun idea. It's kind of like the magic arms or a tripod where you can adjust it. You'd be able to do that with the Tippi Tree. It's like a robot arm. Here's another submission by Radoslaw. Bamboo. Very straightforward. Bamboo design. Cool. Then we've got a coral. Underwater. Haven't seen too many underwater designs yet, and I definitely love that. So the coral is cool. Here we've got a reindeer. Nice cartoony reindeer. I love seeing everyone's style drawing these cute little animals. So interesting how some things are kind of the same, but then everyone still has their own style. It's fun. All right, here is Gnomes V. Gnomes V. I don't know how to say that. Batel. Okay, Batel, that's easier. With this kind of animal tree, we've got a turtle, a snail, an owl, a mushroom. It's just all the animals of the forest. And it's called Animals. Being submitted, this is being submitted for his sister-in-law, Batel. Very cute. Roots, another design by Batel. Just crazy roots. I was asking a few people on Instagram what trees they'd try to make out of Tippi Tree. And I forget the name of the tree, but there are some trees. Is it the Lawan tree or something? There's some trees that are just masses of roots coming down, and it looks just like this. And sure, it's interesting. It would be quite a print. All right. Now this is the one by Gnomes V himself. The Tippi Tree. Tippi Tree. Very close to the original. It might get confusing, but it works. It's a play on words, and it's a teepee. I get it. Love it. Here we've got the Tippi Bowl, or a tree bowl. So this one has a rounded base, and you'd be stacking. Once again, it's changing the game, so this one won't be illegible, but it's a very interesting idea. Actually, when I first started developing Tippi Tree, I had some ideas similar to this. And I know this competition doesn't allow for modifications of Tippi Tree, but that doesn't mean there won't be any coming out in the future. I definitely have some extensions and add-ons that I want to do going forward. Tree bowl. Does seem fun. All right, David, we've got another tree with an owl here. This one does have all these vines wrapping around, which is interesting. There's another look at how someone draws a cute owl. All right, here's another one by G-Sparks. G-Sparks made that other super rendered one, and here's another rendered one. Tippi power plant problems. Oh no. I love that. It's a blast for the whole family. So I'm guessing it's a failing power plant. As an homage to the old 80s and 90s board games with ridiculous concepts, I present you my entry, the Tippi Power Plant. Avoid a catastrophic, boring evening and radiate your family with positive energy for the rest of their lives. I modeled a volcano and submitted it without seeing that someone else had the same idea. And so they also submitted this Tippi, what is it called? Tippi Power Plant. Yeah, I mean, I love that classic power plant shape. Very iconic. And there you go. I guess it's steam that normally comes out the top, but if this is a failing power plant, it might be just radioactive clouds coming out through the top. All right, here's another, oh, time to go through. Sorry, I saw someone was asking, how far through are we? Unfortunately, like I said, this competition was kind of stitched together, so I don't have like one huge page with all the entries. So I actually have no idea how far through we are, like percentage-wise. I know we still have a long way to go, though. All right, so another one by Gnomstv. Tippi bush. There are slots spread out randomly on a thick trunk for inserting leaves, and the result is a bush. So it's another one that modifies the game a bit too much to be called a Tippi Tree Skin, but definitely a very interesting idea. I like the creative thought process on that. It's just a bush, so the leaves just start by sticking out randomly in every random angle. I wonder how that would affect the game. What's this? Carl says, let me present the money tree. Does money actually grow on trees? Nobody really knows that, right? But today, I've something to make your minds a bit clearer, or at least richer. I wanted to add something to the nerve-wracking action. So, it's the money tree. Or maybe the candy tree. Because who said that candy can't grow on trees? Alright, this looks really cool. It is modifying the game again. These sideways branches wouldn't work, but I do like the idea of a pocket here. The explanation wasn't entirely clear, but my guess is you'd maybe like wager some money, like everyone puts $1 into the tree and whoever wins gets the money. I'm not going to condone gambling, but you know, you play your games however you like. Anyways, fun rendering. I'm going to pretend that the trunk just goes straight up because otherwise this is changing the game. Again, here's another one that's modifying the game. I love all the creativity that goes into it, but you gotta follow the rules, guys. This is a Tippi Tree Skin Design competition, not a Tippi Tree mod design competition. Anyways, this is the wobbly tree. It's weighted at the bottom, so it wobbles around. It's fun. And once again, I considered these ideas when I was starting, but the Tippi Tree is already pretty unstable. So if you added anything like this that wobbles, I feel like the games would just end very quickly. Oh, is that true? So Printed says I can look through all of the entries. I know most competitions allow that, but I wasn't able to do it earlier. But let's see if I can, and hopefully not lose my place. Welcome, by the way, So Printed, one of the newer 3D printing channels that I've been following. And also, I'm super excited that we're getting more females in the 3D printing video space. Billy Rubin, So Printed, Geeky Faye. 3 of the newer channels that are getting into 3D printing and making awesome content on YouTube as well. Okay, here we go. View all entries. Now see, it says there's no submissions because, yeah, because we did this competition a little bit differently than usual. But does it work from here? Submit. Oh, here, view entries. Oh, there it is. Awesome. Thank you. You deserve the shout out because you just figured out how to do that. So is this really going to be all the entries on one page? Wow. This is going to make me really realize how much I have to go through. Look at all these designs we've still got. Oh my lordy lord. Which is amazing, can I just say? Hold on, I need to zoom in for this. You guys are awesome. Like, I know I've got a pretty big channel, but that doesn't guarantee that anything I do will be a success. And so for all these entries to come into the competition just means a lot to me. I know you're doing it for the prize, but you're also doing it for me. You're helping me out. You're making my day for sure. And you're helping spread the Tippi Tree love. So everyone, thank you so much for the entries. Even if I have to disqualify you because you're using copyright or you submitted a little too late, I appreciate every single person who even just tried to submit something for this competition. Okay, so this is actually, it's gonna make it, oh my gosh, look at how low we are on the page. We're like, are we even 10%? Oh, never mind, I just didn't load the rest. Okay, we can do this. We're gonna go through this today. I'm pretty determined. Okay, I'm not that determined, but I think we can. Anyways, I think it was actually easier for me to kind of flip through here, but at least that gives us an idea of what's left. Okay, moving on. We've got Emily with Don't Disturb the Bear. In a game of balance, bear. In a game of balance, bear remains as still as a tree, but can you? The design allows the bear and the base to be any color. Very fun, very cute. I love this big plum-shaped bear. Whoops, I'm in the way again. There it is. Ain't that cute? So, you know, some designs have like this whole story behind them, which I love. But some designs can also be super simple. It's a bear. What more do you need? It's cute. Sometimes that's all you need to sell an idea. Depends. What all you guys like the most. What the people will vote for. Sorry, I just realized this page should be what I link to the description of the video. But I can't do that right now. Anyways. Alright, Celeste. Hello, my name is Marie. I'm 17, living in France, passionate by games, coding, design, mathematics, and especially 3D printing. I would like to print one 3D printer I would like to win a 3D printer because I don't have enough money to buy one. My project represents a tree with an owl living inside. So we've seen a few of these owls in a tree. I mean, it's just classic imagery, right? I don't know where that came from. I don't know how many owls hang out in trees. But hey, it's a thing now. Here's the owl in the tree. Love the leaves. You put a lot of detail into the owl. Very cute. Oh, and there's a color version as well. All right, Emily. Another design by Emily. She made that cute bear, and here's another really cute design, the Tippi toadstool. Can you grow the biggest mushroom in the forest? You got little tiny mushrooms growing around the side, and then this big old massive stem in the middle, which is again like the giant mushrooms in Minecraft. What can I say? Minecraft has great ideas. It's a great game, and it's a bestseller for a reason, so I love the Tippi toadstool. I don't know, mushrooms are super cool. And I really love the texture on the trunk here, by the way. Pretty awesome. All right, here's another one by Carissa. A pineapple. So here's another pineapple. Oh, interesting. What's the ring here? The base is a pineapple ring. Oh, so it's literally a pineapple stacked on top of a pineapple ring. You got to give it a base, right? So that makes sense. And the leaves will mimic the pineapple skin. I mean, it's a very well-drawn pineapple, but now I'm confused. Is the top of the pineapple the leaves, or are the leaves stacking on top of that? I wish there was a little more thought into how the leaves would be incorporated, but you can sure draw a good pineapple, Carissa, so well done. G Sparks, here's that volcano he was talking about. Another really cool render. I love the way it's drawn. Do we have an entry sheet as well? No. So you would have been following the rules a bit more closely if you kept that entry sheet and just put your renderings on top. But super cool. I love that the Tippi tree is kind of the standard shape, but it's just got a shell of a volcano around it. It's an interesting way to do it. All right, here we got, oh man, how's that G with the swoop around it? How's that pronounced? Ugur. A tower crane, single color, easy to print design without difficult sections like overhangs or bridges. So a lot of consideration into making this printable, which I love. And it's kind of the crane design, similar to the construction one we saw earlier. Pretty cool. Simple, straightforward, but minimal can be nice. We don't need anything too crazy. All right, Pablo DeMarco. Tribute to Argentine football. Used with black or brown pieces for the hair. So now this is one where the color is important. You kind of wouldn't know what it is without the color, so that's probably not eligible to win because it has to work as a single color model. If this ain't blue and white, it's not an Argentinian flag, you know? Still, you love football, I'm guessing, so it's always great to bring your passions into your projects. All right, next up we've got another dragon. This one is by Mark. And look at that. This is pretty fun. It's got a very interesting style to it. It's very stylized. I like that. And I like the textured look, making it look like some old scroll. Cool. There's another dragon for you all to choose from. Very cute. All right. This is Inventor with the winter tree. So we got a tree with a little chimney sticking out, the window, the door at the base, the snowman, the skis. Lots of little details, a little stream running through. Nice. I like all the little details he put in. Very fun, quaint, and very wintry. Here's that dragon again. Yeah, we already saw the dragon. All right, next up we've got Larry with the Greedy King. The skin would turn the tree into a king. The king is sitting on a throne, and the top part of the base becomes the crown, like the other king. I mean, yeah, it's a great idea. The other branches and trunks become crowns and leaves that can also be colored gold and silver of gem color. The greedy king has ordered the people gather his wealth, follows the original rules, and you're basically stacking wealth on top of the king's crown. Very fun. And very well drawn out too. You got the call outs, everything is clear. It's a greedy king. And I really do love that idea of the crown because it's just a good shape. Matches the shape of the top of the Tippi tree. All right. Next up, we got Aditya. The banyan tree. Oh, that's the one I was thinking of earlier. The banyan tree is the one with a whole bunch of roots. Or it grows aerial roots. Okay, maybe it's different. This tree grows roots from the ground like this. And that saves lucky leaves from falling down. Okay, interesting. So there is a little bit of involvement in the game. I guess it wouldn't necessarily have to be. Depends if you want to play by your rules or not, but the idea would be that if you get lucky, some of the leaves fall down and they don't hit the ground, but they get caught on one of these aerial roots. So you're breaking the rules a little bit, but there it is, a banyan tree. I kind of like games that have an element of luck. Even with regular Tippi Tree, there are some really scary moments where everything kind of just moves but nothing falls. Those are some of the best moments of Tippi Tree. Next up, we've got a design by Joanne. This is a tree made of Jenga blocks with Jenga blocks as roots. The tree stands on grass and blue sky in the background. We don't talk about Jenga with Tippi Tree. Copyright. Next up is Francis Cow. Loading. Ooh, this one's got some fun patterns. So this is by Francisco, and it's a genie magic. It's named Genie Magic. So we got the magic lamp with magic smoke coming out, and I guess the leaves continue that plume of smoke. Very straightforward. Oh, and there we got the Persian rug. Very nice colors, even though it's not a coloring competition. I do like the colors. All right, Robin here has the Tippi Tree, Tippi Friendly Gnome Home. Snuck the rhyme in there. So it's a little gnome home. We got the door as the tree, but unlike the other designs, it's also a mouth for the tree's face. We've got a few other holes and little critters, and a nice little welcome mat and a path. It'd be nice if we had a little gnome peeking through the window or through one of the holes, but that's fun also. Next up is Aur, with a Viking tree full of runes and the Vegfisir symbol. I don't know much about these symbols, so I hope they're not spelling out anything perverted, but yeah, the Viking symbols are super cool. The only one I know is Bluetooth. That's a Viking symbol, right? Super cool. Yeah, I love this language. It just looks so interesting. And you got the Viking patterns, the kind of Celtic knot type patterns. Very lovely. Elegant. All right, Ingvar. Head carrying. So we've got this. Also, we've got the supports considered by this draping cloth, and we've got gentleman holding a big bowl of his harvest over his head. And you're gonna balance it on there. I guess the Tippi leaves would be food or supplies he's bringing to this town. Next up, we've got Atish. Atish. Whoa, this one looks interesting. So, it is the brainwork of myself and my younger sister. What's more interesting than Tippi Tree? Having a Tippi Tree that is levitating. Okay. I know I make anything, but you better explain this levitation here. Okay, not only does this add more challenge to the game, but it also provides some relief to those who have OCD as well. This is when an object is floating, you need to maintain equal mass on all sides to ensure the tower remains upright and doesn't topple. Wait, but how are you making this levitate? You better explain the levitation. A bar magnet? Okay, so it's kind of balancing in there with a magnet. Would that work? In any case, it is modifying the game. This is a skin design competition, so the actual entry wouldn't involve all of that. But in any case, it's a very interesting design. I'm not sure what this is based on, but it's pretty cool. Crystals. I guess they're crystals. All right, Mateo has, oh no, this is Rachel with a Tippi totem tree, another lovely totem. Carved wood, totems, trunks, very nice. And I know we've got a few of those as well. So remember, I'm moving backwards, so if several people came up with the same idea, technically the ones we look at later will be the ones who posted it first. Uh-oh. There's an error with this one. There it is. This is a fantastic creation called the Rune Wizard. If you couldn't read it. He is shooting a laser beam which is holding up a pile of rocks or something standing on a rune or pedestal of some sort. Devin doesn't have to include every detail like the shockwaves coming from the laser beam. But we got callouts. It's just a wizard just shooting a massive like Dragon Ball Z type magic explosion straight up into the air. And then we've got some rare symbols. Some magical rune symbols that are allowing this wizard to summon his power. There's a little colored version as well. Cool. All right, moving on. Another one by Matteo. We've got a few by Matteo. So this is Metal Tippi Tree by Rochelle. Sorry, not Matteo, Rochelle. I guess it's his daughter or something. So this is like a spring type thing, or at least the illusion thereof. I don't think this is an actual spring. In which case, this could actually work just as a design. It's like a shock on a bicycle or something. Interesting. And then here's the last one of Rochelle, a Tippi fountain. So we got stone, and then we got the fountain shooting out, and then the leaves would be the water splashing. So that's a good one that matches the use of the leaves. And I gotta say, I'm sad because I love blue, but Tippi Tree doesn't really make sense in blue as is. So having water be involved lets you use blue leaves. Yeah, chat is dead, but you know what? Freaking thumbs up for the people who are sticking through this very long chat. We've still got 200 people here watching, so thank you to everyone who's looking through and giving some attention to all of these incredible designs. Next up, we've got Lucas with the Totem Tantrum. It's a design I've been working on since day one of the competition. Really excited to finally share it. The charming Native American setting is a perfect fit for the core concept of the game, and it's all explained in the design itself. So let's take a look at this. We've got lots of callouts. Oh wait, I guess the entry is on another submission. So it's the Totem Decoration Festival amidst natives. The pole itself is a wooden totem, and the leaves continue as leaves. The leaf pieces continue as leaves. Since totems are made out of wood, it won't look out of place when it's printed in a wood color filament. And there's some different suggested colors, which is nice. So let's see the design. So there's the back. Here it is. All right, so we've got a very clean, super clean design here. I love this mouth of this snake, or at least it's got snake tongues. Fun totem. Here it is from the back. We got scales, feathers, all kinds of good stuff. Nice clean design. All right, here are some more by Ingwer. So this is another design that won't count. It is a modification of the game, but it is building on those tension, what's the word? All those chairs and tables people have been building using chains and strings that hold it under tension. So this is another way to actually achieve levitation of sorts. Yeah, fun idea. Unfortunately, it would affect the game. And like I said, the Tippi Tree is tippy enough. So if you do something like that, the game would probably end way too quickly. Here's another one. Collecting resin with pots on the sides of the tree. Top view shows an ant, and the mosquito is amber in the base. Tensegrity, that's the word for it. Thank you, Josh. So there's the resin tree. It's got the resin dripping out and being collected. Kind of like maple syrup is collected from trees, I guess. And then you've got the animals collected in the amber at the bottom. Another one by Ingwer, this rocket. I love this texture on the base. I guess that's the plume of smoke or the flames shooting out. Then with Sozon, we have a mailbox. The idea is that the mail is stacked on top of it. So this is a mailbox where the mailman, or maybe it's the person, someone's trapped in their home. They haven't come out to check their mail for days. So every day the mailman comes by and has to stack another package on top of the mailbox. Fun story. Creative, original. Here's another Ingwer design, a sea monster. I like this top view. It's got like a good webbed fin here and a crazy tail. Some frills. It's kind of abstract. It looks like Ingwer really created their own creation here. This one's called Siblings, Awkward Situation. We've got just embarrassed siblings all being embarrassed with each other. One of them peed his pants, apparently. Here's another design, the gecko. Pretty cool, swirling around kind of in the same way as a sea monster. Oh, here's another letter I don't know how to pronounce. The U with a swirl on top. Wu Duong created this Totun. Another totem, a very popular idea with this game, but this one's drawn very nicely. I can see you've got guidelines and everything. Someone is not new to sketching. Pretty cool. I like the style and the blocky look. Very fun. And here's a kind of colored in version. So looks like each totem is actually a separate branch, which is modifying the game, but not by too much. And I could see it could technically be done as a single piece as well. Anthony, a massive tortoise carrying a tree, inspired by the world turtle legend, and the way crabs sometimes live symbiotically with a sea anemone. So we got a big old turtle with a tree on top. Fun. Like the callouts, it's all very clear and straightforward. Aisha. Introducing Candid, the colorful and sweet land, and Soria, the dark and erupting volcano. Which side are you on? So is this a two-sided design maybe? I see the volcano here. We've got a few of those. I like that this one at least maintained the shape of the Tippi tree. And here's the candy side. Very fun and colorful. Might be hard to pull off without colors. It would probably look a little bit sad without the colors, but it is nice. Ooh, look at this snake. This is a sassy snake. It's got a sassy smile. Snake Twisty is an object with a design designed specifically for children with bright and joyful colors. In this snake, you will have to go compete. You have to go to complete the tail by adding various pieces, but you have to be careful not to drop them, otherwise the snake will get angry and decree a loser. For children, it is always nice to put a little imagination into the game. I agree. And I think it's a really fun snake, and I like the way you colored it in a lot. By Thomas. Thanks, Thomas. Fun snake. All right, Paris. Is this by Paris? Yes, the top hat octopus. What a fancy octopus. So, a simply charming octopus who is doing his very best to support the coral reef growing out of his hat. I thought flipping the Tippi tree idea and interpreting the leaves as branches of coral would be a fun new addition to the base game. His name is Earl, by the way. Thank you. I was wondering. So there we go, look at that. Tentacles support the head, so considering how this would print once again, it would still be tricky to print, but it could be done. And yeah, I like the idea of making it a fancy octopus. You know, there's already a few octopuses in this competition, so you're standing out by making Earl a little bit fancier. Next up is Thomas with this black gold skin. It's inspired by the old American Western movies where mankind were building large wooden towers to drill down into the ground and pumping oil into the surface. In these movies, there's always a moment where there's a huge spout of oil shooting out the top. I totally get what you're talking about. It's like, we've struck oil. You got the oil tower with oil shooting out the top. So I guess all the branches would probably be just like shiny black filament. Fun idea. All right, how are we doing on time? It's been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break or so, and I'm gonna keep on running through. So thanks everyone for hanging out. I don't expect anyone to stay for the whole entire stream because it's so much, but if you're just listening in the background or just hanging out, doing your own thing, maybe you're drawing while looking at these drawings and getting inspired. Whatever the case, thanks everyone for joining. I'm gonna be right back. Just taking a little break. See you soon. All right, I'm back. Let's keep on moving. So, there we have Thomas and his oil rig. He did a puzzle, he got a render of it too, which is really nice. Wow, the oil rig is really that big? There's a little building right here and a silo. I don't know if they're that big. A few more renderings. All right, Owen Griffiths and MC Escher type stairs on the tower. Could the leaves be painted or printed like stairs as well? MC Escher, one of my favorite artists of all time. So, very cool. Wild. I like the people sitting upside down and whatnot. Not so easy to print, I would say. It would take some ingenuity to get that to print without supports. Alright, next up we have Cassandra. This is the cat tree. Will invoke all manners of feline enjoyments and wonder as your precious Mr. Fuzzums comes jumping onto the table, ruining your game of Tippi Tree for all involved. This means the cat, as always, is the true winner. Cassandra, always entertaining, and this cat tree, it's pretty fun. Oh, so it's like a cat tree, like a scratching post. That's very fun. We got a few cats chilling around. Who doesn't love cats? Alright. Next is Jana. Jana says, this skin, if played with the right colors, looks like a mushroom. The grass and trunk can be different colors, so it's another mushroom. We've had another entry very similar to this, so it might come down to who can get the most votes on their team. But yeah, love it. Big ol' mushroom. Andre Hamilton says, cool snakeskin wrapping around a tree. Another popular idea. So there we go. Done in crayon. First crayon drawing I've seen, I think. Totally cool. Here we've got another rendering. My contribution to the contest, Trick Block, it's arranged randomly in different size of blocks to give the look of ancient building block structured. All the blocks are arranged in random order, but it is a single part print. Okay, cool. So instead of a tree, it's kind of a stone structure. Nice renderings. Next up we got Karsten. Karsten says, a design that is inspired by certain viruses in nature. It would likely print faster. Yeah, that would print. By holding its weight, legs are only for stabilization. Tweaking for extra stability. Yeah, I don't think stability is too much a problem. I see what you're saying. The legs would kind of be sticking out in every direction and holding up this virus with an evil face. Yeah, I always thought it's so weird how viruses are structured, but then again, what isn't crazy about nature? Alright, Pitambar did the cube roots. Oh, this is just like a rounded, this is a very fun looking version. I wonder how these rounded tops would affect the gameplay, but you know, the true thing might still have to have a square top, but I do like the idea of just kind of making everything the opposite of the really blocky look of Tippi Tree. This is just a super rounded version of Tippi Tree. So, it's kind of fun. I don't know how well it would play, but I think it looks fun. It's kind of awkward when it's combined with the blockier blocks, though, I suppose. You'd probably want an entirely rounded set of Tippi Tree. Alright, let's see how far we are. I think I have to scroll all the way down. I gotta load everything so we see how big it is. And now we can scroll up and say, we are this far. Oh my gosh, so we're maybe like a quarter of the way done? Alright, quarter of the way done, almost 3 hours. So if I keep going at this pace, it would be a 12-hour stream, which can happen. So, Guess we gotta kind of speed through. Oh wait, this isn't even in the same order. I haven't seen a lot of these. Oh, there. So even more to go. All right, y'all. I love all your designs. I'm gonna still try to touch on everything, but we're going into speed mode. So we got Aladiti with this beautiful flower, butterfly flower. Interesting. I'm not sure how that shape would come together, but I like the thinking of having the antenna and the wings kind of combined to make the tops. Here we've got a rodent theme. Cute rat. Ate way too much cheese. I mean, look at those hips. Very cute. Alma designed an old temple with waterfalls coming out of it. Very nice. I love it. I really like these architectural ones. They're super fun. Got these little mouths spouting out water, columns, arches, cool pyramid type structure with vines growing, all sorts of good stuff. All right. Zach was inspired by his dog, so he drew his dog holding up the Tippi tree. What up? I like that. It's got attitude. All right, another DNA helix. Interesting. So the skin was inspired by the prophase in mitosis, in which DNA condenses to form chromosomes. So we got all the chromosomes lying on the ground. And this is the kind of, yeah, interesting. Visualizing the process of prophase. And using fuzzy skin. Cool. Next up we got Chris. Chris says, my vision is to make a panda base which has grass that is sitting on the inside of a bamboo shoot. Oh, the leaves are bamboo. That's pretty fun. But he's inside a massive bamboo shoot? I don't entirely get that. Maybe he could be sitting on a big old bamboo thing. Malcolm, this is a picture of a campfire burning. We got another campfire. Very cool. I like the colors, and that flame looks like it's roaring for real. Doctor Who, copyright. Boop. Okay, there it is again. So another print master design. I can only blame myself, I guess. 2020 Tippi Tree. Agnes. Interesting top and side view. So I wonder how this would actually translate. But it's 2020. Because everyone loves 2020, right? All right, next up, Hunter G says, we will launch the rockets. Very timely. We got multiple rockets being launched simultaneously in just a huge cloud of smoke. There's another one where I'm like, well, what if that's the case, what are the leaves on top, you know? I wish it was more thought out how it would work with the whole game. But it's fun. This one is also pretty fun. A UFO picking up a cow, because I don't know. Aliens just love cows, apparently. Maybe that's the one thing that's unique on planet Earth. It's like steak. The aliens are traveling the galaxy just to get a good steak. All right, next up we've got Eric Rains. It says, help Lucy hide within the dense canopy in this redesign of Tippi Tree. It's a hoot! I love it. So there's a few owls, but this one is the owl itself is what the tree is being stacked on. So that's different. That's a pretty fun design. Oh, Joao. Mr. Cruz. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name perfectly, but thank you for memorializing that entry. Here's another Hunter entry. Just a bunch of gears. Cool. Self-explanatory, lots of callouts, very lovely. And he has all the gears rotating, which I probably wouldn't be able to do, but it's a fun idea. So here's another tree. It's like, oh, so this is kind of a multi-view. Each side has a different animal peeping out of it. Another very popular idea. Oliver. This is a castle, and then it's got spears all around it, so it's very well defended. Pointy Towers by Oliver. Cool. Here's another Oliver design. This is it's an abstract representation of the sky. To me it looked like ice caps, but cool. It's like a crunchy sky. Called Blue Cheese. That's fun. All right, of course, we've got a cactus. Another one by Oliver. Nice, nice, well colored, well shaded. Oh, this is funny. Malcolm did a box of Amazon towers. So this is kind of like the mailbox, but this is just a bunch of packages being stacked on top of each other. Kind of works. I guess each of the leaves would also need a little logo on it. I mean, no Amazon logo, because that would be copyright. Next up, Katie. City scrapper is an idea with big skyscrapers surrounded by a city. Oh, scraper, I guess, not scrapper. City scraper. So there's just again, it's like the complete opposite of Tippi Tree, right? Just nature and the forest, and then we have the city. So it's kind of nice to have those two opposite sides. Graveyard Tippi Tree. It's still a tree, but it's surrounded by graves. I guess a lot of these, well, it was submitted in December. When did I start my competition? I was gonna say, oh, there seems to be some like Halloween entries in here as well. So here's another one where it's the 4 elements with each side being a different thing. While the other person did the 4 seasons, this is earth, wind, water, fire. Although in this case, they're all dragons. It all looks the same and really almost just the color is different. When in real life, color is the one thing we won't be changing. Single color print has to work. Sorry, I'm just going through my messages here. Austin is here from Discord. Well, hello. Here we go. From the top view, you can see the 4 elements more clearly. So you have the clouds, the water, fire, earth. So technically it could be done as a single color print, but I feel like the idea almost relies on color a little too much. But that's my own opinion. If you get the votes, you could still win. All right, Camilo. Another really cool octopus. This one's actually grabbing onto this wood. Oh no, it's not an octopus. It's a monopus. It's based on one of my rejected animal drawings on Instagram. Instagram at rejected.animals, by the way, if you're not already following. I do all these little sketches of different animals that don't exist. And Chicky Boy made an octopus, monopus Tippi Tree. Nice coloring as well. Here's Jonah's drawing. It's a big dragon defending its tower. Another classic fairy tale type thing. Pretty fun. We got the skull. The Tippi Tree leaves are kind of like parts of the castle. Although it would kind of look like the tower is crumbling at that point. All right, next up is Viraj. Humongo, the blowing whale. So we got this whale and it's shooting up a splash of water. And that's another one where the leaves would be water instead of leaves, which is another idea that I like. Fun whale. Oh, and we've got a bit of a 3D render as well. Wild. We've already seen this one. Bianca with the anchor Tippi Tree. It's a big old anchor. It's got rope wrapping around it. And that base is kind of fun. It's similar to the original, but it's all wrapped around with rope. Big old anchor. Morton submitted the Tree of Man. Everyone wants to be the guy on top. It's another symbolic one. And yeah, very nice sketches. You got some cool figures here crawling up this big tower. This reminds me of World War Z and like other zombie movies where they're all trying to pile up to get over a wall or something. Pretty cool. It would make a fun sculpture. Here's another one. Yggdrasil. Sorry, I don't speak Norse. The world tree of the Norse mythology, not work inspired by Viking-style art, and the squirrel Ratatosk in this form as well. Never heard of this squirrel, but I'm guessing it's part of the lore. Got a really cool wrapping texture around the tree here. All right, this one looks fun. So, Dora says, my design is bees exploding out of some honeycomb. The bottom of the tree is the gooey honey splash. The tree is covered in the bees who are escaping and flying around. Chaos and bees. Yeah, pretty fun. I love honeycomb pattern. It would be pretty fun to have that pattern textured up the Tippi tree. And it would make a nice base too. I wish your bees had wings though. That's creeping me out a little bit. So here we have another polypanel inspired tree. Technically not violating copyright because polypanels are open source, but you are changing the function of the game. So you gotta be docked for that. Here's your non-polypanel version, the Make Anything tree. A little too much copy and paste. I'd like to see a little more thought put into how you incorporate the Make Anything logo on that tree. Next up we have Vicious Sniper. It's a burst pipe. So another one where it's just water shooting out the top. I guess a lot of people like that idea of the Tippi tree just being an explosion of water. And it does work well. This is another one where it would be a cool combination of like man-made, this steel looking stuff, and then the water shooting out the top being a little more chaotic, which is fun. Oh, it's bee larva. That's what it is. Okay. Simon Pratt. Fast food design with a chicken leg, fries, and ketchup. Big old chicken leg. So is it ketchup and mustard you're stacking on top, maybe? Perhaps? I don't know. I'd love to know a little more about the story here. Some story about what's going on top of the chicken leg would be nice. Firas made us a Formula One Tippi tree. Very nicely drawn Formula One car. And then I guess this is, I'm not sure what this structure is. Is that like the tower that, there's the bridge and the tower that they run? I don't watch Formula One, I'm sorry to say. You're not gonna win me over, but maybe there's a lot of Formula One fans who will vote for this one. All right, next up is Ray. Is it Ray? Yes, with the double Tippi Trouble. Cauldron full of Tippi bubbles. I was expecting a poem, but it's definitely not necessary. Can I say, very cool coloring on this. The cauldron, it really looks like it's glowing even though it's all green. And I love that you maintained the blocky style here. You did a really good job of keeping the Tippi tree style here, Ray. Oh, there is a little bit of a poem. Here it is. Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bob. Oh no, it tipped over. Kind of a poem, not really. All right, I'd love to read it all, but I'm rushing through. It is a really good entry. That cauldron looks super great. Here we've got another totem pole. Those wings would be hard to print, but yeah, classic totem pole. And there's a few different versions here. Alexis posted some various entries from her idea sheet. You've got like an elephant and a bear on top. Is that a bear? I don't know. Here they are. So this was just the ideation sheet. I would have liked to see you take your favorite ideas and put them on the final entry sheet. But there we go. Lots of ideas, which is great. Yeah, whole lot of ideas. We've already seen Pitambar's rounded tree. Pretty fun. Yeah, Daniel, there's so many totem entries, I agree. If none of them win, maybe it'll be something I still do after the fact. Just because there's certain ideas on here that are definitely popular if a lot of people are doing it. Does that mean it's too obvious, or does that just mean it's a really good idea? That's for you guys to decide. And for me too, I guess. All right, who is this? Jonas designed Breath Attack. So this is another dragon, I'm guessing. Could be Godzilla or something, but instead of the whole dragon, it's just a big dragon head. And the tree is actually the start of the fire. and you're building the rest of the fire on top. So it's an interesting, different take on the dragon. Here's Morton with a really cool looking troll, and I love the sense of scale that he's creating here with the small princess, I would imagine. Is it a princess? Or just a traveler coming across this rather friendly looking troll? Very fun illustration. Very lovely. Cute, cute. Oh, and we got a front view as well. Looks a little creepier from the front, doesn't he? Look at that. Yeah, if you're that small, I guess it would be an intimidating troll for sure. Ryan, that's a good point. The leaves, when it comes to the totem pole, the leaves don't make as much sense. Here's another one by Morton. Crazy hat. Ladies like their hats. Build it, expand it. Fun idea, though the leaves don't really look anything like hats, so I almost feel like this would have to be its totally own original game. Still, lovely illustration again. So here's a Tippi tree made from the Tippi Tree logo. This is by Rathod. 3T3. The name is a formula. Pretty fun. Although, I don't know, interesting. Very interesting idea to put the logo as the tree. All right, next up we got a Tippi Tree Christmas skin by Lucas. So it's kind of squared, but it also has the classic stepped tree shape. I think it might need a little bit more modification for the leaves to actually fit on top correctly, but makes sense. You gotta have a Christmas tree. Of course, this was before I released my Tippi Tipmas tree puzzle. If you guys haven't seen my last puzzle video, I already invented a little puzzle that goes onto the roots of the Tippi tree. So actually a Christmas tree would work perfectly with that. Okay, a wire matrix that in play looks like a giant bundle of wire mayhem. Interesting. So it's just a bunch of different colors going around. Again, when you take the color away, it might not come through as well, but I do love me those primary colors. Interesting design. Tom's got a rocket Tippi tree. What's clever here is that Tom, I mentioned this with one of the other rockets, like it's kind of weird that you'd have the leaves going on top of the rocket, but in this case the rocket is crashed into the moon or onto the lunar surface. So it makes more sense for like smoke to still be shooting out the top and this thing just launched into the ground. And I do like that the Tippi Tree logo, or make anything logo, planted on the moon. And the kind of lumpy surface for the base is pretty fun. Cool one, Tom. Benny submitted a pumpkin, another fun October design. So we've got, pumpkin and the vine of the pumpkin and leaves growing from the top. Definitely very Halloween based, but maybe some people are really into that. And you got some different 3D versions of it. Oh, what a fun squashed looking pumpkin. Again, this isn't really a skin. I think you're modifying the game a bit by making it shorter, although it could be made to fit in the original game. Up next, we've got Utkarsh Gupta. I designed and converted Tippi Tree base into Star Wars inspired building. Star Wars inspired, so you may be working around the copyright rule there. This was my first time designing anything, so I tried to design as many details as I can using an older version of Fusion 360. Hey, if you're just starting to design and you made this in Fusion 360, that is impressive. I would love to see the entry sheet still. Do you have an entry sheet? We've at least got a side view. Again, it's modifying the game a bit, but it could be made to still work within Tippi Tree. Although I'm not sure, this top is a little different. But I get the idea. Oh, is this your creation? If you painted this, this is incredible. I know, Tom. You just took Tom's idea. Anyways, it's inspired. I get it, but try to come up with your own ideas. Up next is Carter. Have you ever wanted to play a mad scientist? Now you can with this nuclear reactor. So we already have a nuclear reactor. Here's another one. This one is designed a little bit differently. It's got the classic caution symbol on top. And it would be steaming. Steaming. Ooh, look at this. It's a very nice looking render. I know I didn't ask for any 3D renders, and technically the submission for the competition is a sheet like this with the top and side view, but still they look cool. All right. Sorry, I was looking at the chat for a second. Here we've got a mushroom house. So we've got a few mushrooms, but this one is a mushroom house. So, oh my gosh, so many people who don't like to admit that they have any drawing skills. Especially the people who are like, the people who really have never drawn before, they won't say I can't draw, but it's the people who are like, they've got some skills, but they're like, oh, I wish I was Michelangelo. No, Anastasia, this is a lovely drawing. Very cute mushroom house. And it looks like the top is the chimney, so instead of being a mushroom, you're creating the steam coming from the mushroom house. All right, here's another one by Anastasia, a bottle of potion. Interesting. I love the text here. If you did this by hand, which it kind of looks like you did, you have wonderful handwriting. Not part of the competition, but who knows? Might earn someone's vote. Oh, I like this. Remember the giving tree? This is the taking tree. Oh, it totally is custom writing. You got different writing themes for your different ideas. Good thinking. Okay, I'm not sure how you'll print this, but it would be rad. A little call out on the skeleton here. This guy looks wild. I love the coloring, and it's just got so much character. Very well done. Must keep moving though. Time is short. Mushroom tree. A fun tree with all kinds of different fungi growing on top. Love it, love it. Eli. Brachiosaurus. Oh, I love it. So derpy. He's got a big old mouth sticking up. And what are the leaves? I guess the tree that he's eating maybe, or maybe he's puking. I wish I knew. Eli made a Moz. Okay. Technically, again, you're using my ideas. Is it copyrighted? Not entirely, but I do like that you made a little cartoon version of him. Jeff, mix and match skins. So Jeff came up with more of a concept where you just swap out different skins. So yeah, I guess the idea is skins, so maybe that still works. Fred here has Choleric Caldera, the Seismic Cinder Cone. Whichever you like. There's another volcano, and once again it's got that blocky Tippi Tree style still to it, which I appreciate. And here we've got the actual entry sheet with some call-outs, and the leaves would be the lava. Again, this is one of those ideas that so many people did. It's a very popular idea. Does that make it the best idea, or does that just make it overdone? Depends how many of you also want to see a volcano Tippi Tree. This is another Doctor Who one, so we're going to have to skip through there, even though it looks like it was printed out really nicely. Another Among Us, also copyrighted, so we got to skip right past that. Here we've got a fun blocky whale by Fred. Yep, not the first whale, but he did a good job of keeping that blocky form language. Oop, my water disappeared. I see some Monstera leaves for another tiki tree. I think the reason a lot of people did this is just because it sounds so right. Tippi Tiki Tree. Cool, so another totem there. Illustrated really nicely, by the way. This is like, it really matches the classic totem style. Looks very Hawaiian. All right, Carter has this all-seeing eye of sorts, it seems. It says, can you see into the future? This is Tippi Tree. All printed in gold, or is that sand? It's got like an Egyptian look to it. I like the wavy sand ripples. Another elephant.
I'm not blaming anyone who did a repeat idea, because when there's over 1,000 ideas, there's bound to be repeats. Just saying. So help Harold water the surrounding vegetation with his elephantastic redesign. Fun. Natalia made a figure meditating with a mandala base. I imagine a lot of cool things could be done with a mandala around the base. Again, what are the leaves representing in this case? Maybe just the aura? Would have been nice to hear a little bit about that. But very nice detail and clean, very clean illustration. Next up, we've got Jarrett, a steampunk skin for Tippi Tree. Steampunk is popular, so I'm surprised this is the first steampunk, actually. We've got all kinds of different pipes, gears, lights, little Tesla coils on top is what it looks like. Very fun. I used to have a lot of fun drawing little made-up inventions like this, so that one speaks to me. Alright, next up, Castle Tower. Pretty self-explanatory, eh? It's a tower with a castle. Yeah, I am looking at the first entries last, so these ones I'm seeing, didn't see the ones. There are repeats, but even then, I'm not judging based on who submitted an idea first. So if there are repeats, it's going to come down to who can get people to vote for theirs, or just which one has something unique or something that stands out from the rest. Here's another one by Malcolm. Melted candle. So it's got that classic little like candle holder. I'm surprised I didn't see more of these also, because there were a lot of fires. This is the first candle, which seems like it makes sense. Jana. Play in the dark Jenga. Oh no, I don't know where. I turned Jana into Jenga. There's no Jenga here. Tippi Tree only. So how does this work? Oh, it uses fairy lights. Okay, so it was modifying the game a bit more than an average skin, but it would be really cool, so we'll see. We'll see how that does. Like I said, I love LEDs, so it would be super cool. All right, Nicholas, scuba divers swimming down into a cave in a coral reef. Oh no, his head's missing. Very interesting. So okay, the leaves I guess are kind of the wake left behind by the scuba diver, maybe. Like I said, I love the underwater themes, so very cool. And by having it be a diver diving into a cave, that's a very original take on doing an underwater design. So, way to think outside the box there, Nicholas. All right, Mark with a K. This is the tree bot. It's a fun face on there. I love that face. It's got a big old wide grin, and it kind of looks like a video game style electronic tree bot. Fun. And this one, another tree that looks very different. This one's by AZK. Oh. It's from Game of Thrones. No. I also need to see the original entry sheet. Where's my entry sheet? Alright, what's this? Robotic Gorgon. Is it bad that I don't know what a Gorgon is? Is that from Stranger Things? Well, I know it's not from Stranger Things. It's like a demon, right? Some kind of demonic thing. Robotic Gorgon. Anyways, the heat break here looks cool. It's a nozzle and a heat block. Oh, so it's like a printer. What's the Gorgon then? I'm not sure. I like the heat break idea for the base. Alright, let's scroll a little further, see how far we got. I am speeding up, right? Which I hate. I hate that I have to gloss over some ideas, but now we're maybe a third of the way through. Alright, let's go. Jennifer Greer. 4 queens or kings. Oh, Robotic Gorgon is the name. Sorry, Jennifer, I get it now. This isn't a Gorgon. You are the Robotic Gorgon. It's called Print and Play. Okay, sorry. I get it. And here's another design of hers. with these two figures coming together. It's another one where I'd like to know what the meaning of the leaves is. Like how do the leaves tie to the skin of the base? Doesn't necessarily have to be, but it's fun to know. Okay, a tiki design and a tree warrior. And the trickster tree. That is such a tricky looking face. I love the character on that face. So we have seen a lot of trees. It's going to be hard to win as a tree design, but definitely super animated and it's got character. Ooh, this one as well. So Jennifer and Bill, this power couple's really rocking it with the illustration technique. Yeah, super emotional. And the base here is really cool too. I love the detail. All right, Mateo. So Rochelle again with the Jack-in-the-Box. This is a first I haven't seen. Unfortunately, the spring wouldn't actually be springy unless it's a different game. I know some people wanted Springo trees as well, but that's also not a skin, so maybe eventually, but it doesn't really make sense. It would tip over way too easily. Anyways, Jack-in-the-Box, fun, and it's in a ball pit, which is also pretty funny. Oh, we got another Zelda-inspired one, so unfortunately we can't stick with this. I'm not sure how directly it is inspired. I haven't played Breath of the Wind yet. I know. I'm old. I don't have time to play so many video games. An approach inspired by brickheads of the Statue of Liberty. Oh, so this is just the top. Oh yeah, it's like those tiny vinyl figures, right? But it's the Statue of Liberty. And you made it cubey, so I wouldn't call this copyright stolen. It seems original enough. It looks very cute. I love it. Very stylized, and it works really well for the Tippi Tree game. Again, what would the leaves resemble in this case? That's the only thing I think I might have a question about. Breath of the Wild, not Breath of the Wind. Okay. You know, sometimes I just say things wrong to piss people off. Not really. I make mistakes all the time. Okay. Rotom. The Tippi King. Look at that guy. Ha! I love it. He's super, he definitely looks like angry, or what is that emotion? What would you guys call this emotion on his face? I'd say bewilderment, maybe. Maybe he's bewildered. Anyways, he's got a cool wooden crown and big old beard. Fun. Eleanor gave us Matty the octopus wearing his favorite hat. Whoa! Okay, so I thought it was so weird that the other octopus had a hat. Now we've got two octopi with hats. Is there something I'm missing? Are octopi with hats? Are those a thing? Anyways, super cute. It's got that face. That face. Okay. Here's another Rathod design inspired by Tippi Tree. It's called The Leaves. Ha! That's funny. So the tree is made out of leaves, or inspired by the look of leaves. So it'd just be a pile of leaves in that case, right? And Eli, we saw this one earlier. The big old dinosaur. Here's another one by Eli. Tippi Tree headquarters, My Mini Factory factory. I don't think My Mini Factory has a massive headquarters like that, but who knows? It's a factory. That's pretty fun. All right, is this another print head? It is. We got a nozzle cooling fan. It's called the failed print. I get it. So it's like spaghetti. It's a spaghetti print. That's pretty funny. Definitely made just for people who are into 3D printing, which, considering my audience, it's not bad to cater towards that audience. Next up we have Carter with another Tetris style tree. Tetris style, but not Tetris, right? All right, here we got a design by Megan. It's called Perpetual Tipping. So this is another one that looks like it was inspired by an MC Escher artwork, where you have those like streams of water that are flowing up and down at the same time. How would that be created in 3D? That would be a challenge, but yeah, I'm a big fan of MC Escher, so right on. Okay. Next up, we've got Andrew with another rocket. Red Rocket Blast Off. But this is the one where I'm saying leaves on top don't make any sense unless it's like a rocket just about to burst through the clouds. But I did like the one with the rocket upside down, so it's the flames coming out. Anyways, a lot of rockets that are going to have to fight each other. Oh, a little blurry for me to read this. Tippi Forest, I think it says. We got a forest. And it looks like it's wearing a crown of thorns, or it's wearing leaves. It's interesting because it's a forest, but everything looks very orderly and patterned out. Cool. All right, here's Danielle with Tippi Fizz. Looks like it's celebrating the end of 2020. We got a champagne bottle, and boom, the leaves are the champagne popping out of the top. Pretty original and a fun way to explain the game. Good morning, Ashley. Where is it morning right now? For me, it's 6:30 in the evening. For some of us, it's going to be an all-nighter looking at all these designs, huh? All right. This is Arshtuta with a Tippi Tree Christmas edition. So we've got another Tippi Tree with a photorealistic Santa here and all the presents under the tree. Again, I'm sure this was submitted before I revealed my own Tippi Tipmas tree puzzle. But yeah, interesting. It's like part render, part pasted photos. Danielle gave us a Tippi valve, which it's inspired by the Windows XP screensaver. I love it. So yeah, this is another one where the leaves would represent water shooting out of the pipes here. I really like this pretty fun blocky design. It does look like Danielle wants multiple parts to be used here. So the design does have to work as a single piece. That might make this one a little bit sketchy, although it's really easy. So we'll see, we'll see. I like that we got a drain here and the water's running out. Oh wait, so did I have it backwards? Is it not water shooting out the back? It's more like the top is, okay. I got it. The leaves are the pipes winding around and then the water is shooting downwards. That's an interesting take on it. Oh, and another pile of boxes. Rendered very well by Danielle here. Tippi box. I guess I'm not the only one surrounded by piles of boxes all the time, huh? And here we have Tippi rock. That's fun. It's like rock balancing, but then leaves on top, or more rocks, I guess. It's another one. Yeah, more rocks on top. I feel like rock balancing could be its own sequel to Tippi Tree, right? But yeah, it would be fun to print this out with all the like marble and granite filaments that are out there. Sorry, Mario, copyright. Sean made a Tippi Tree base, based on my favorite childhood story, King Arthur and the Sword in the Stone. Very nice drawing of the sword here. Very well done. So the sword is in the stone. So what are the leaves? Vines growing off? Okay, I get it. The leaves could be the vines growing up from the sword. Well drawn, well drawn. Not sure exactly how it would be done with just one color. Ricky. This design is inspired by John Green's 2020 circle art. Just a bunch of circles. It's called the bubble tree. I would call it fizzy tree, but that's just me. Well, Ricky, you sure put a lot of time drawing circles on here. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't tell a story so much as some of the other designs, but the texture is really cool, and maybe that's all you want, is some really cool looking textured tree. All right, Mikkel made the messy businessman. Look at this man. He's got his tie all askew, his collar isn't straight, and his hair's a mess. I'm guessing that's the story here. Fun guy. Castle Tower, we already saw this one. Rubens made the Noodles Cup Tippi Tree. Ah, Rubens, you must be in college. We've got a styrofoam cup, and then the leaves are all the ramen noodles pouring out through the top. Pretty funny. Ah, look at this render. Unfortunately, the printed version wouldn't have a full color label printed out on it, but it's a fun render. Definitely a creative idea, and you explain the leaves in a sense. All right, here we've got another Tetris-inspired looking one. Unfortunately, without the color, man, color would be so important with something like that, huh? By the way, Fantastic Fred, I don't know if you're still here, but I just noticed. Oh, you are here. Thanks for the super chats, by the way. Caught those a little late. What is this here? Another Tippi totem. So this affects the game, I guess, but it's interesting that they chose to make it kind of a very narrow base. So it would tip over more easily, right? Interesting. Isaac created the 3D printer. So it's just a full-on 3D printer printing, which of course, you know, Isaac knows I love 3D printing, but what are the leaves in this case? What do the leaves represent? It could be a spaghetti print, but that would be one weird way for a print to fail. All right, Kevin created the Swamp Thing, this goofy alligator and his frog friend living together in this small swamp. The alligator is trying to show off his balancing skills by putting all kinds of stuff on his nose. But the frog friend looks uninterested. That's a very cute looking crocodile with the arms sticking out. Ah. Oh, and they're in the water. It's fun. Really, very. Gosh, I've been trying to think of this word all stream. It's not evocative, but it's just like there's a lot of emotion. Not even that. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. The character comes across really great. I love it. I love these characters. So fun. Here's another similar one. It's a soaring dragon. He's got whiskers, clouds, and he's shooting out. So another cool dragon. Another one where it's just the head, but that's explained in this case by it's coming through the clouds. All right. Carl. Is this straight up out of... I can't tell if this is literally taken out of Minecraft. Maybe it's one of the special skins. But it's a fun looking tree. Oh, it is from Minecraft. Sorry, can't use that. Isaac made this second side. So it's a split personality tree. Half of it's happy, half of it's evil. Very straightforward. Daniel made another dragon. Ooh, I have a feeling with these earlier designs we might be seeing a lot of dragons, huh? A lot of dragons, a lot of volcanoes, maybe a few more whales, maybe another octopus. Let's see. Place your bets. What's the most? Anyways, this dragon is a little bit different. It's Falcor, and Falcor by Daniel is holding this big make anything shield. So, you know, it's got that going for it. And it's a pretty fun dragon. Let's keep on moving. All right, MC. I would have liked this to be a direct top-down photo, but I'll give it a quick look. It's called Road. It's a road. Interesting. Is it a road that just goes up? It's like a broken road. All right, Vittorio, another manhole leaking after a rainy day. No need to repair this one. Add your pieces and increase the flow before your opponent. So it's a burst manhole. This one, once again, looks like it was probably designed to be better with 2 prints, but they also included a single color, no support necessary version, so I'm gonna allow it. Came up with their custom logo, which is super impressive, and yeah, it's fun. Another one of those water explosion colorways. I like it. It would be nice with the multiple colors, gotta say, but we're trying to make this easy for anyone with a printer to print. Tippi leak. Fun. All right, Marcus made this very dark nuclear power plant explosion. I don't know why the background is so dark. I feel like it might have been an accident. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's glow in the dark. Got it. Glow in the dark leaves. That's fun. I need to get some more glow in the dark filament, because regardless of what design wins, it would be so fun to do some glowing stuff again. For nuclear plant explosion, it especially makes sense. So yeah, we've got a few of these, but I like the radioactive leaf concept of it as well. Baby Yoda, sorry. Gotta skip ya. Tyson, Celtic nuts. Oh no, not Celtic nuts. Oh, Celtic nuts and penguins. I guess Tyson has 2 entries. So here we got the penguins living in a little igloo. Very cute, mama and baby penguin. And here's that Celtic knot design. That would make an awesome base for the Tippi tree, I gotta say. And if this was actually hollow, that could be really cool. Not as much of a story as some of the other ones, but it still would be a really cool looking tree in my opinion. And I wonder, are there like special 3-dimensional Celtic knots as well? I ask, but I'm sure there are. It'd be interesting what kind of Celtic knots could wrap around the Tippi tree really well. Here we've got another volcano. It's time for a vacation to Tippi Island. Oh no, it's not a volcano, is it? It's just a big, really tall island so that clouds are growing around the top of the mountain. This is a very interesting rendering style. I am curious how that was pulled off. Next up, we've got Mnemonic. Mnemonic with brains. Every zombie wants brains, so in this case, they're just piled on top. I can just picture a zombie like, please, brains, just stacking it on top, but not getting any smarter. Is that why zombies want brains? They're just like, they lack intelligence, and they're like, I need it. Anyways, totally looking different style, so. Come on, it's not loading. Whoops, looks like we do have some lag. Crazy, super fast internet. Single live stream, we're getting lag. All right, taking another quick break. All right. I think internet status is okay. Okay enough to keep moving at least. Anyways, as I was saying, Mnemonic made another princess here, or queen perhaps, with this royal crown. Again, I like the idea of a crown as the base, although stacking on top of a crown is kind of wild. Oh man, this guy is too cool for school. Look at this guy, Afro Man, rocking the fro. Build the fro. Hey, fabric creator all the way from Peru. Buenos días. O noches, no sé. All right, William James, a deer Tippi tree. The leaves would be his antlers. I think there's a few people who did this as well. And this is a good idea. It makes sense that you'd build the antlers, although then before you start the game, it's such a sad deer. Look at him. So sad, alone, lost in this world. No antlers to dry his clothes from. You know? Deer hang dry their clothes on their antlers. Fun fact. Okay, Mike, a tribute to the 80s with this super funky Saturday Night Fever. Look at him go. Another fro, although it definitely wouldn't look like that. But a fun little character. Aditya created this mazy Tippi tree. It's an actual maze. Look at that. It's just the base is a maze, which could make for a little multifunctional game, I suppose. Cameron Couture. Another design about 2020 and toilet paper. Never forget. It's called the Priora tree. Hold on, that's pretty funny. It's just toilet paper, Priora tree. You know what? I think the Tippi tree, ooh, not quite. It's almost the right size to be an actual toilet paper holder. Imagine just a little Tippi tree toilet paper holder in your bathroom and you can just play a game while you're on the toilet, I guess. Anyways, Small and Mighty is here with another dragon. This one is bursting out of the ground. Wild. Lovely shading there with the colors. And the leaves are the flames. Dominique with a hookah. Interesting for a game for all ages, but hookah tree. Yeah. Dominique. Another dragon. But this dragon's different. Oh no, this is the dragon's tower. So I think there's one other one like this. I do like the animation here, at least the character wrapping around the tree. If this will load up. Don't tell me we're getting lag again. There it is, Dominique's Dragon Tower. Pretty fun. It does have a little bonus there. Panda Love, created by Rachel. So it looks like the tree is designed to look like a bunch of bamboo stacked together. And then we've got a panda and a little child climbing up top. How cute. Here's another one by Rachel. We got another owl. It's a popular one. This one's a nice big owl. And the leaves are head feathers. That takes some convincing, I think. It's a lot of feathers for an owl to have on its head. Ah, jonk. Expressive. That is a good word to describe some of these characters. Alright, Sam has got this cute looking Tippi robot. I love it. And I like how his hands are rooted down to the ground, making it printable. I'm guessing that was to make it printable, so good thinking. And this robot has hair. So that's unique. Here's another ideation sheet. So it's not an official entry, but looks like there's a lot of fun ideas there. Is that a guitar or a banjo? Interesting. Pretty cool. And here, I guess, are the individual actual entries. So that's what I get for looking through backwards. Here we have the Blender Blast. This is the second blender we found. It's tough, I gotta say. For your idea to be original out of 1,000 ideas is quite an accomplishment. So if someone else has done your idea, don't be offended. But if no one else has done your idea, that's definitely something to be proud of. Anyways, blender top. Yeah, woo, blending food. And then I guess the blender is, the top probably came off of this blender because I guess those leaves are all the food flying out, right? It's a blender explosion. I like the colorways here, just to show some options. So here we have Nate W with a computer. So this is another one where it's using that cool circuit tree for the branches, which I really like. And then we've just got some really fancy computer here with all kinds of wires and screens and fake electronics going on. Lexi gave us this twisted bonsai. So look at that. Might need a little bit of adaptation to make this printable, but I really like the idea of a bonsai tree because the way the leaves are on the Tippi tree is already a lot like a bonsai tree. So for the trunk to have this same like super interesting shape the way that bonsai trees are shaped, it's a pretty fun idea. David Rolling, young and old. Hold on, let's see what this is. Let's see if I can figure out before reading the description, because this looks interesting. The stabilizer is trimmed in the north-south direction to minimize the stabilization effect. North, south, east, west. Does it have a built-in... Hold on, I guess I can't guess what it is. I need to read this. The objective of my skin is to enable young kids to play with older players while maintaining a challenge for the older player. To level the playing field. And, okay. So it's kind of trying to make it easier for one and not the other. I'm not sure what the actual idea is here, though. It would be more stable in one direction, I guess. Just a little hint. Aside from this, if you want to make the game easier or harder, if you want to make it harder for someone, just give them more leaves to start the game with, right? If someone's twice as good, they get twice as many leaves, and then that kind of balances things out a little bit. But hey, look, David has his whole, included his own instructions and everything. Here's a side view to give us a bit of a better idea. But again, this looks like it's not a skin, and more so this is just affecting the gameplay. So that's different than what the competition was asking for. Still, great thinking. All right, this looks like a patchwork Tippi cogs. So I guess this is could also be considered steampunk a bit. We've got some metal being peeled back and some gears being seen. Is this a key or, yeah, some kind of gears and keys being turned? A real patchwork of metal and tech. So that's by Max. We still do have a lot to go, huh? Oh yeah. About halfway, maybe? Not even. Faster, faster. This is impossible. It's crazy. You guys submitted so many entries. You guys are crazy. I'm just trying to do justice to all the ideas that were submitted here. Here we got a rainbow. Little drop of a rainbow. So it's a rainbow. The trees and the leaves are the clouds and the rain. So they can be white and blue. There's a rainbow coming down. So that's an idea that's pretty reliant on multicolor. This has to be a single color idea, but maybe it could work. I don't know. There's probably very few of you who were here for my very first live stream, but I was assembling the ANET A8 printer for the first time, and that took like over 10 hours continuous. I don't even think I took a bathroom break, so I don't know how I did it that time. Anyways, Tippi Tree Skin Design competition. Here we got the Tree of Hearts. It's got a heart, it's got a spiral, flowers. And a bunch of pink and red leaves coming out the top. On the other hand, this tree by Reina was struck by lightning. So it's got another cloud, lightning striking, the tree is destroyed. That's pretty fun. Here we've got another rocket, and this one's upside down, like I was saying. It makes sense. The flames are shooting out. And in this case, it's not crashed or anything, but it's just shooting through space. So from the top down, you kind of have a view of space. So that's pretty cool. Interesting. Creative, I should say. Here we've got another yin yang, but this one is also koi fish, which is pretty fun. And yeah, I do like the idea of just black and white leaves. It could be really cool. Koi fish swimming in a pond. All right, here we've got another one by Benny. It's a hydra. Let's see if, there we go. Oh yeah, Benny already showed us, we saw this one earlier. So we've got the hydra, and its head falls off. So all the leaves are heads? That's a many-headed hydra. But I guess that's the whole point of a hydra, right? They've got a bunch of heads. Looks pretty fun there. All right, here's another smokestack. I don't know if it's a chimney or like another radioactive tower. It's kind of got this shape, but then yeah, at least that explains the leaves being a plume of smoke. Bob, me and my daughter drew this. It's a ninja waiter. So it's a waiter and it's using its foot to hold up the pile of food. So I guess in this case the leaves are all food that's stacking on to this ninja waiter. As if his job's not hard enough, he's got to balance it on his foot. Here's another one they drew, the volcano. Gotta have the volcano, right? It's called It's About to Blow. Sergey has this really creepy looking, weaselly looking foal. His name is Bad Hair Day. Oh, yeah, it is the Bad Hair Day. It was going to be a witch. It was meant to be a witch. Yeah, it looks pretty witchy. So it's a witch with some crazy hair. This is Maker Owen with the Tippi Palm. Now, we already have the Tippi Palm tree, but I do like these square coconuts. Just that alone is so fun. Square coconuts. Gotta speed through. All right, Tippi Libra. Yes, I saw this one. Unfortunately, this is definitely modifying the game by having a kind of scale mechanism. Although it's interesting. What do you guys think about that? Not eligible for this competition, unfortunately, because it modifies the game too much, but it's something to play around with. Again, I'm not sure how. The scale would have to be kind of stiff or something, otherwise a single leaf would cause the whole thing to tip, you know? Here we've got another water tap, the Tippi water tap. Once again, it's got the water pouring down, and then on top, I guess it would represent the pipes. Oh, it's also Danielle. So I guess Danielle created more than one version of this. Pretty cool. With a resin printer, that bottom base could be really cool. All right, Mr. Me did a random bunny. A really big random bunny. Why is there a tree next to it too? This is Tippi Tree and now you're just putting another tree next to the bunny? Indeed random. Okay, what else? Another Tippi Tree. Yes, very lovely. And then there'd be smoke coming out, right? Because they can light fires inside of the teepee. Is that kind of the idea? Right? It funnels out through the top. There's that bunny. Here we've got the King's Gambit. Or the Queen's Gambit. But I see, it's a king. I don't know anything about chess, but I did watch the Queen's Gambit, so I'm an expert now, actually. All you have to do is take enough tranquilizers and you're gonna be really good at chess. Just kidding. Anyways, I like that the board is the base of it, and that's the king. Pretty fun for chess players, even though it's a completely different game. Here's James. James gave us the worried tree, so it's just got a really worried look on it. And I don't know if that's hair on top. Or maybe that's what he's worried about, like, what's going on up here? Retro Cat with Exploding Tippi Soda. Another one that is just explaining that explosion. It's not water this time, but it's a soda, so that would be cool with like a translucent orange and brown filaments. Huh, I don't think I've seen a filament like that. Coca-Cola filament would be a fun one, just like a translucent brown. I'm sure it exists, but not very common. Here we've got another Tippi tree. Looks like it just posted a bunch of photos here, though. I don't think that's original art there. I could be wrong. Rhino block with another dragon. I love that top view. I know it's not easy. Boom, and a nice rendering of the whole thing in action. I love this. I love that you took the time to draw out the leaves. It gives it a really fun look. And then another version with callouts. So you definitely put the work. Oh, look at that. A title image. You got the whole package. Here's Mauro with the octopi tree. Is it an octopus? Translucent filament plus PLA interior wires. So this would have like EL wire running through it. So this is another one where it's like, obviously it would be awesome to have this light up abstract piece of art, but it is going a bit beyond the scope of the competition. We want just the skin here. If it wins, maybe I would do it. I don't know. Nate says, hope you have a great day. Thanks. I hope you're also having a great day, Nate. Uh-oh. I lost my place again. That's okay. I've got to do this every now and then. How's everyone doing? Still got a pretty fair audience in here. 175 people. Chilling out, enjoying all of these entries. Man, I don't know how anyone's going to decide. I mean, I have to decide, but you guys are also hopefully going to vote. Although you get to vote on as many designs as you want. So if I were you, I would go to this page right here, the search results under the competition, and just throw likes at all of your favorite ones. And that way, the most liked will win. I really hope that the winners for this competition are those that deserve it. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're picking up the pace now. It's still gonna take forever, but we're moving. This is probably how fast I should have been going the whole time. All right, Nate. This is the Printception. So, I heard, I don't know if it was on Twitter, but Nate mentioned that he came up with this idea with the layer lines and called it Printception without even realizing that I made my Printception vases based on the whole same idea. So that's pretty funny. But anyways, Printception as a Tippi tree, and this is interesting. The nozzle's at the bottom and the print is kind of coming up from that. And then I guess the rest of it is spaghetti, right? Spaghetti print. Okay, here we've got Mohammed with Jack and the Beanstalk. Got a fun little Jack. Could be a mini build it yourself figure. Climbing up the little beanstalk. I do love all the detail put into the farm here. Very cute. Cute, QB style. Here we've got Print Friday with the Nature Tree. Buddy, if you won't take the time to just spell check, you need to spend a little more time on this competition. Although, there we go, we got 3D render. So you did put some work in. Changed the top a bit, but we've got the texture of bugs, just bugs climbing all over the tree. Pretty fun. All right, here's Alicia with the jungle vines. Just a mess of vines, and it's growing over some kind of futuristic tower. I like that. That's a fun way to combine the organic and the man-made. Now look at this. I'm pretty surprised by how many people are like coming up with the custom designed logos and like everything. Wow, impressed. This looks super cool. So this is Stephanie with the Mayan serpent. So have we done we've done Inca, Aztec, and Mayan by now. This is an absolutely fantastic illustration, first of all. We are missing the, oh no, we've got the top view. We're missing the direct side view, but this is definitely a very clear drawing. Looks like it could almost be printed without support material. And there we go. Look at that. That is quite an impressive drawing. I love it when people make things glow. Just like the shininess of it and the highlights. I would have liked to see the entry sheet still with the direct side and top view, just to go by the books, but that's an awesome entry. Next up, the screw-like tree. Twisty tree. Spiraling up. Pretty fun. Simple, straightforward. SpongeBob. Sorry. Copyright. Neil. Neil is a winner of one of the winners of the poly panel competition. So let's see what Neil's got. From the top view, it's a little confusing. Ah, tensegrity. So, very interesting design here. But this is definitely more than a skin. Super crazy though. And I appreciate the work that went into making this a 3D render. Next up, we've got Andy with this paint palette. Ooh, this is something creative. It's called Drippy Brush, well named. And it's a paintbrush done in a single color, following the rules. But then you can make the leaves like all the colors, and it's like the explosion of colors from a paintbrush. I like that. Of course, I'm an artist, so a little bit biased. There's a color version, which could also be done really easily with just filament swaps. I don't know if that was intentional, but it's all printable too. This was definitely done with like printing in mind, which I super appreciate. All right, next up we've got Flaring K, Tippi City. Oh, this is Kaylin. Another one with skyscrapers. And being sure that these surrounding ones are not too tall to get in the way, but we got this nice big skyscraper. Adding the leaves on top though, might, depending on the colors you use, it could be an explosion, or it could be clouds, or it could be something else. I would like to know a little more about the leaves on there. Next up we've got Jake with the Cola Geyser. This is what looks like a very classic diner style. The checker boxes, the classic cola bottle, and then the soda exploding from the top. So we've got a few of those. Nicely rendered though. Jake put the work into creating a few different views and actually making a 3D model here, so that's impressive. Here's another printer-themed one by Sam called 3D Printing. So we've got nozzles, we've got the fan, we've got the filament, and it's all stacked on top of a nice big spool of filament. So it's definitely not a 3D printer, but just a whole bunch of 3D print themed things. And it's pretty cool that you managed to fit that all into the shape of the Tippi tree. Here's another one by Ben. This is the spire, the monolith. It's got this techno, very architectural, like future technology looking tower. And I like the design here. It's like complicated, but also symmetrical. And yeah, let's see what he says. There's tendrils. These are like tendrils coming up the side. And yeah. Very ominous. Going for the ominous vibe. Yeah, I get that. I get that. It is the spire. It's like, this is where the ruler of the people would be living in the future, or in some kind of dystopian world. Here is the Crown Keep by William Anderson. So we've got a nice stepped pyramid and what looks like the throne. The arch area that has the crown could be hollow, and yeah, it's a throne. Although what are the leaves then? What are the leaves? Here Reynaldo has the Tippi Tree Island man. Reynaldo, I hope you're from Jamaica. Otherwise, it's cultural appropriation. I don't know. I don't know the rules. But what a fun guy with these big dreads coming down, connecting to the ground so it can be printed without supports. Of course, the colors wouldn't be able to be included in a single color print, but it's an original one. All right, Christmas antlers. This is a cute illustration. I saw this one on Twitter too. I love the combination here of like really square stuff and then also still having some rounded bits. The antlers are still exactly the same, or like Tippi tree shape. And that's by Robert. I would have liked to see it still on the entry sheet, but you've got the top and side views, so it's pretty well done and very cute. You get the idea across. Next up, we've got Hezron with the Tippi cheese. It's just cheesing it up. Just cheesed it. Full cheese. Here's another one I saw on Twitter that's pretty funny. This is Leo, and this is called Trying to Get Changed. It's two different figures back to back, and they're just all contorted. Apparently, it's really tough for them to just get dressed in the morning. And I can relate. I can relate. Definitely wouldn't be able to get my foot that high up in the air in the morning, but otherwise, it's a creative idea. And I guess the leaves then are just the pile of clothes, the mess of clothes you're trying to put on. I like the figure. The posing is fun. Luke with the Zelda skin. Boop, copyright. Gotta move on. Matthias is what looks like a big old cat here. While that's loading, let's scroll up a bit. Nope, about halfway. Stay awake, Devin. That's crazy. We're what, 4 hours in? 4 hours in, halfway. But I am speeding up, so maybe we can finish in like 3 hours? I don't know. I can't quit now. Cat surrounded by boxes. That's one happy cat. Ooh, I like the details here. It's a Mayan dragon. Got all kinds of different textures here, gemstones and metal. And yeah, really fun face and very detailed scales. Inspired by Mayan culture. Lovely, lovely. Here's an elementary by Amit. So we saw another one like this. Again, I think the colors are kind of too important for an idea like this. Although it could be done with just different textures too, right? Which I guess is what Amit was trying to show here. Kind of flowing water texture, some cracked earth. Earth, wind, water, fire. Oh, this is the wind, clouds. Wind is hard to sculpt, I guess. Here we've got a big old firework. Another firework, which I love. I love fireworks, and I didn't think of that. The Tippi tree leaves could be like the sparkler shooting out. It's not original artwork there, but I guess it's about the idea, right? Here is Nikhil with a Christmas tree. I like the shape there of the trunk and the presents all around. Again, it's like my Tippi Tipmas tree. Tippi Tipmas, everyone. I think I don't know if Tipmas is on a specific day or if it's just every day. Every day that you're celebrating. Every day there's a Tipmas tree, it's Tippi Tipmas. Anyways, what am I saying? I'm going crazy. Isn't it great just watching streamers lose their mind throughout a stream? All right, Fred. Fred came up with this Bob Ross Tippi tree. A little spooky, but it's fun. And actually, you know, drawing people is not easy. I see Bob Ross. So the base is painting supplies, and you're creating that classic Bob Ross fro on top, I suppose. There's his ideation sheet, a few other of his designs. Oh no, this is Rylan. Got a weightlifter with big old shoes. The arms, I see what you're going for, keeping the pixely look of Tippi Tree. The arms would be hard to print though. Here's another one of those trees I was mentioning where it's just a ton of roots. Apparently this is the Yggdrasil, the tree of the 9 realms. Is this from some kind of folklore? I don't know the story of the Yggdrasil, but I know there are trees that look like this. And it's pretty crazy. The tree of the 9 realms. What's the story there? All right. A volcano. Wow, this is a nice one though. I like it. It's got a similar look to a lot of the other ones, but the approach here to faceting it is a little bit different. So good job, Perry, getting that low poly look on the volcano. Here's Mike with a Mexican Day of the Dead. A fun floral skeleton. And I hear he's wearing a big hat, but that would be where the leaves go. So again, not sure exactly how the leaves come into play here or what those represent. Oh, the puzzle forms the hat. Okay, so just a big old crazy hat. Pronounced Usudril. Someone else says it's pronounced Yggdrasil. It's from Norse mythology. Man, the Norse, they've got a lot of crazy mythology. Actually, every culture does, right? If you're old enough, you've got some crazy mythology. Here we've got an up-themed one with the balloons and the house. Kind of copyright there. Here's a Shay design, Shay original, ocean bubbles. Sea creatures, and the rest is just filled with bubbles. Springo tree. Unfortunately, this is affecting the gameplay a little bit too much, but if there's enough demand, Springo tree might have to happen. It's definitely possible. I think it would have to be a lot wider for it not to fall over right away. Okay, Tristan, the linguist, says professional, official pronunciation, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. I guess there's no way to spell it out and pronounce it with English. I'm imagining there's some guttural sounds and some rolling of the R's. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Okay, have I embarrassed myself enough? So this is Shaylin with Jumbo the elephant. Another elephant sticking up. Instead of spouting water, this one's reaching up for a tree. Standing up on a tree stump. Wait a minute. Oh. So I guess there's a separate tree off in the distance and it's standing on a tree trunk. It's a little bit confusing maybe, but it's a fun idea. Here we have Rasmus with Groot. Sorry, no Groot allowed. Is this Al? With another, oh, well, there's no official entry sheet anyways, but it looks like it's another Mayan step pyramid. Gotta turn in those entry sheets, y'all. So this is The Pillar of the Sky by Pepsiru. Is that Pepsiru? Pepsiru Maxi? This is a joke. So it's another one where we have Atlas holding up the Tippi Tree. A lot of fans of mythology here, which is pretty fun. Oh, he's holding up the sky. Is that the actual mythology? I thought Atlas holds up the planet. Is he holding up the sky to keep it from falling on the earth? Here's another one by Shaylin. Owl in the tree. We got a lot of those. And here, what is this? Balance skin. We've got ball, ladder, boards, pebbles, books, ladder. Looks like it's just a mess of things being stacked on top of each other. And then the leaves are just more things being stacked. Another volcano. This one's got leaves flying around. I don't know what this is. I don't think I can tip a tree on that. Oh, this is your design. What was that? Anyways, fun little cubified camel. Definitely has a bit of that Tippi Tree look. So there's the 3D version, and here's the drawn version by Hadib. Shahib's Crazy Camel. Fun. I like the texture there. Placed in Minecraft. All right, what's this? A Tippi tank? Tippi Tank by Joshua. Big old tank with an interesting structure pointing up. Yeah, I like the way you use the base. It's pretty interesting. And the treads would be cool. We've got another Tippi totem. Tippi Tiki Tree. Tippi Tiki. Oh no, this is not a totem. It's a tiki. Two different things. Another two things we're seeing a lot of, though. You did stack a lot on top of there. That's pretty fun. Oh, and you even brought it into Fusion as like a canvas. Unfortunately, we are going for single color here, so while I do like your coloring, it could be done as texture, for sure. Here's another whale shooting out, spouting water. We got a lot of those. Like I said, coming back to the earlier posts here, I feel like we're going to see a lot more overlapping designs. Here's another one, a big 3D printer. And the tree, oh, it's printing a smaller Tippi tree. That would be pretty funny. Printception, for real. Here by Mark, we've got another thing I can't pronounce. Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. One of the Mayan or... Oh gosh. You guys are really pointing out how little history I know. Mayan, Aztec, or Incan. One of the ancient gods. Is it even a god? I'm not sure. Ha! Is this Medusa? Fun little blocky boy. Yes, Medusa's lair. There it is. I do like that you stuck with the Tippi Tree look of things. It's got a very nice style. Very clear and well drawn out. Kagan with factory chimney. Apparently this is the roof of a factory with a big candy cane chimney, and the pieces represent all that dirty smog coming out. Yeah, the Medusa is a great idea. We've got a few of those, but totally makes sense that the Tippi Tree is like all the snakes. So again, if you want that to win, just like the dragons here, here's another dragon head. I think we already saw this one though. Did we? There's a lot of dragons. This one's by Hansa. If you guys like those ideas, you gotta pick the best one. Or vote for all of them. Caden with this winter cabin. That's definitely a big base, I guess, for the chimney to just be the Tippi Tree. So maybe not quite a skin again. Among Us, gotta pass on. Copyright, copyright. Another snake wrapped around the tree. Well, let's give this a fair look. Sorry, I'm skipping through too quickly. I know we're going through a whole bunch, but we gotta get through it, so. Here we go. Gotta give everyone their 1 second of fame, right? The Tower of Mordor. No, copyright. Here's the owl in the tree, which we already saw earlier. Hunter with a big bass billy. Big fish jumping out of the water. There's a splash, and I guess the ripple is even more splash. Just a big old fish. I like it. Here's another one by Keegan. Kraken versus Atlantis. We've got big old Kraken holding up the remaining structure of Atlantis, I guess. Doesn't look good for Atlantis. It looks good for the Kraken. Conejo Roboto by Kevin. A little robo bunny. It's a fun way to explain the blocky shape. It's like, oh yeah, I want to do a bunny, but it's also a robot. Very fun and cute. Love the tall ears. Very clear and well drawn. Oh, this looks interesting. What is this? The Modern Tree by Ben Ashley. So totally just abstract, which is very allowed. It's very interesting. The grid design is crazy. I can almost imagine the grid being done as like an open infill type print. Tom Stevens with A Special Day. Yes, another Tippi Christmas tree. Although I think you have to think a little more about how the tree incorporates into the original shape of the Tippi tree here. Could have done a little bit more brainstorming around that. Here's Tony with a table game for uniting family and friends. It's called Happily Ever After. This is a worldwide competition, but yes, there is some chaos in the US. So it looks like Morello is hoping that we can all be united through Tippi Tree. Here's Antonio with Tippi X. Another one that's very relevant to today. SpaceX was supposed to fly a rocket. I've been streaming, so I don't know if it went well or not. But there you go, Tippi X rocket. Again, here we've got the smoke coming from the bottom, so what do the leaves represent on top? Hopefully not a rocket failure. And he went ahead and gave us a 3D version as well. Very nice. And a photo of the real thing, just in case we don't know. Ha. That's a smart concept, actually. If you want to like, if you want to be inspired by something, why not trace over it? Totally allowed. Lots of different views for us, and a cover page. Some people are going and throwing in the cover page. Will it win you extra points? We'll see. We'll see once voting commences. Well, voting has already started. Just so you guys remember, you can vote right now. You've got until the 13th of December to vote for all your favorite designs and to convince people to vote for your fantastic design or just your favorite design. Millie with Encased. So what is this? Roots. People. I'm seeing people being swallowed by a tree. Very interesting. Andy Anderson with another tornado. This one's ripping through a field. I do like the little detail of the shadow that it's casting. Little things like that help explain the image a lot. Among Us? No. I know it's popular, but gotta skip through it. No Among Us, sorry. Once Upon a Time, There Was a Tree. So this one's just called Once Upon a Time. It's like the Tippi Tree is a fairy tale. I like it. The Tippi Tree maintains its structure, but you've got a little extra going on with the base. It's definitely a good skin. Definitely what a skin should be. Not affecting the game. Remember when I told you guys how this game competition works? All right, AJ Miller apparently worked really hard on this one. It's another 3D printer. Oh wait, this one's interesting though because the printer is on the base. So it's like laying on its side. And this almost looks like a 3D printing pen. So it's a printer and a printing pen combined. Here's Matt with another nuclear tower. A lot of these look very similar, but I guess it's just such an iconic shape, so I'm not gonna accuse anyone of copying other people's designs. Tony with a prickly plant. The leaves will be the cactus flower, so they can be purple and light purple. Okay. I mentioned in a few of these designs that I like to know what the leaves represent. So way to think ahead there, Antonio, and answer my questions. Very cute little potted cactus. Here we've got, is that Atlas? Atlanticus. Holding up the sky or the earth, or whatever, depending on your mythology. The Tippi Tree leaves, I suppose. Yeah, I know James Taylor here in the comments explained Titan was condemned to hold up the celestial heavens or sky for eternity. So, interesting that there's that even like mythology branches off and you come up with different stories. Because everyone sees him as holding Earth now, but he's holding up the heavens. Interesting. This is a 2-snake design by Marius with dripping colors and fire. Well, that's a lovely illustration, Loris, but it's not a Tippi tree. Thanks for sharing, though. Marcos, another volcano. I do like all the layering put into here. Of course, this would be printed as one color. And even this could be a way of representing a single color just by using the shading to create depth. It's a pretty nice rendering. I like it. This is not a Tippi tree. Thomas, the Tippi Tree Skin. Just a derpy little dude with Tippi trees stacked on top of him and a smaller Tippi tree next to him for some reason. I think I need more of a background story there. Here we've got autumn. So is this just, oh, it's just texture. No, each leaf is put as a different elevation. So just bump mapping, crazy leaves. Just a big old pile of leaves is what it looks like to me. In a really textured tree trunk. Here's the tangled turtle. Very fun looking, but again, you're changing the gameplay. It's an interesting idea, but yeah. A little bit too different to be considered a skin. Cute turtle, though. This is copyright, so we're going to have to skip through that. Little Pup by Tabasco. It's a little pup. Very straightforward. Although the top view here, maybe it would have been nice to have a little extra information, maybe some callouts, or maybe even an extra side view to understand exactly the 3D shape there. Here's Kevin with the Tower of Fellows. I saw this one before. So cute. Look at these little dudes. It's just a tower of a bunch of different little cartoony boys, which is fine. It doesn't have to be super realistic or anything. In this case, Kevin just went for something really cute. I like it. Here's Neil's tensegrity structure again. It's maybe a slightly different one, but again, I think it would affect the game a little too much. Motion Panda with the tall lava. So instead of doing a volcano here, this is like a magma monster, and I really like I like this character. It's got like lava dripping over its eyes and everything. Super spooky. Is this another totem pole? Indeed, Yutong with another Tippi totem pole. A little more stylized than some of the others. Definitely got that Tippi tree cubic look to it. And I mentioned earlier the watercolor look. I love it. Andy Anderson with Power Imbalance. So it's a frayed power cord. And I guess all the leaves are the sparks shooting off of the tree. That's another original one. And it is interesting that he did change the shape quite a bit, but at the same time, it looks like, for the most part, it could work with not too much, not affecting the gameplay too much. So way to think that through. Fork full of spaghetti. So here we've got another fork sitting on a plate, which again is something like kind of random, but I guess for the shapes it makes sense. But for 3 people to submit a fork just standing straight up on a plate like that is interesting. And of course, we got all the spaghetti on top with the leaves. Spaghetti colored leaves would be fun. I think I am speeding up. I don't think it's going to be another 3.5 hours, but I could definitely be wrong. Here's a monkey shaking a tree with coconuts falling out and bananas. Sorry, who was that? Lay? That was by Lay. Monkey. Trees dropping out. Here we've got Juanita with a beaver timber. Cute little beavers with a stream and grass and everything. I like that you put work into the base. It's cutting down the Tippi tree. Fun. Here's another one by Lay. A lumberjack cutting down a tree. That's pretty fun. It's like in the process of falling down. So that's another one where there's a lot of motion captured in a still object. So that's interesting. Simone, aka Kumila.jpg with Tippi Chemistry. It's a beaker that seems to be exploding with acid. It'd be fun to use a neon transparent filament here or something like that. Walter with a confetti cannon. Again, this design in a single color wouldn't be much of a confetti cannon, but except for all the colors coming out from the top. But yeah, I definitely wish you would have considered a way to do this without color. Still, original idea. Here's Maro with, what is this? The ghostly Tippi tree. Interesting, so it's got the kind of effect that, I don't know if you guys have seen other prints like this where people use cloth simulations. So it looks like there's a drooping cloth, but there's nothing underneath it. So there's the ghost, it's just a floating Tippi tree. Interesting, interesting. Looks like it might be printable as well. Maybe a little tricky, but it could be done. Here's Ella with a meditating hippie, the Tippi hippie. Gotta love it for the name and the logo. Pretty fun. Tippi hippie. What exactly is the Tippi hippie stacking on top of their head? Questions that may remain unanswered. All right, here's another dragon by Bryce. It's the Dragon's Den. Classic swirling up and breathing fire. Now here's Renee with a leaky hydrant. So it's another fire hydrant with water shooting out of the top. Another really good use of the leaves and incorporating that into your design. And fire hydrant, yeah, it would be a pretty fun design. It'd be pretty fun to model, so I like it. And there you go, you already modeled it. Pretty fun, pretty fun. Here we've got another beaker, the bubbling test tube. No, is that a beaker? Graduated cylinder, beaker, flask. That's a flask, right? Come on, tell me I remembered one thing from high school. Erlenmeyer flask. All right, here is Jacob with sky. So interesting, the sky is kind of cut out as a texture, and then the leaf pieces could be yellow to look like the sun. Interesting. A very bright ones. You got, yeah, the tree and some buildings and stuff. Playing with scale again. All right, next up is that Rent Moses with Jacob's ladder. Big old ladder climbing up to the heavens. Yes, it was a flask. Thank you for validating that I know something. Here's another one by Root. Oh, it's Root. Bad Hair Day. Another funky guy. In this case, the base is surrounded by combs, and he's got that wild hair. Here's Carlos with a robot. It's got that circuitry base that I've already said I like from a lot of other designs, but this one has a robot on top, so cool way to combine different things, and yet it all goes together quite well. robots and electricity. Another Tetris one. We'll just have to swoop right past that, but noted. All right, another dragon climbing through the clouds. This one's very stylized and interesting. Gotta say, I've never seen another dragon quite like this one today. Not that I've never seen it, but for today's competition, we've seen a lot of dragons. This one looks a little bit different. I like the cloud. Next up, we've got Inky Sea by Pepin. A very lovely octopus shooting out ink. I really like the way they did this. There's a few octopuses, but I really like this one, how it's wrapped around, and then the column itself is just the column of ink. And I guess the rest of the Tippi tree is just the plume of ink. Really well done. All right. Here we go. This is Cresia, aka So Printed. I gave her a little shout out earlier. She's got a YouTube channel. And in this case, what is this? We've got a textured print bed with a little logo and a skirt. So it's as if the Tippi Tree Tower is a print. So it's kind of like the Printception one we saw earlier. I really like the effort and thought that went into the actual base here, though, by having the kind of electrical contacts for the heating and the textured bed, and making this kind of chamfered but still looking like layer lines. Pretty fun. And there's a little 3D rendered version as well. I love it. I love the extra effort that people have done with some of these designs. All right, next up we've got, what is this? Another abstract one, Shifted Shapes by Fabian. Is that Fabian or Fabian? So it's got all these kind of offset triangular shapes. Seems like it would be pretty spiky and super chaotic. It would be pretty cool with like a metallic or reflective filament. It would catch all sorts of light. Is this another rocket? Indeed it is. Crash Landing by Blobbishly. So this is another one where the rocket has crashed and you see the fire shooting out the top. I really like the way that this was kind of shaped to fit within the Tippi Tree shape. So it definitely is still a rocket, but it's kind of cartoonified and it's got the fire shooting out from the back. Fun style on that one. All right, how are we doing? We're gonna take another really quick break. I gotta refill my water, and then we're gonna keep on trucking on. We're getting there, folks. We're making movements. We're making moves. See you in a minute or two. Alright guys, I'm here, but it looks like we're lagging a bit right now. So we're gonna give it a... Oh no, we're picking up. Alright, let's keep going. I have to take more water breaks because I'm losing my voice. But we're doing it. Say we're like 60% through now. Andy Anderson, Junkyard Jenga. Not Jenga, because Jenga is copyright. But palette, scrap wood. Interesting. It's like the Tippi tree was reconstructed out of scrap wood. We've got Ryan Wang with a cute panda chomping away at bamboo. This is how I gotta do it. Gotta start flying. Bodie Fielding with a flamethrower. No, gotta have a submission sheet. Gonna skip through the ones that aren't on official submission sheets too. Gotta start being strict here. Follow the rules. Bunny Home by Elizabeth. We got a cute bunny. Oh, all these bunnies all playing around. The Tippi tree. Very cute. Here's another one by Elizabeth. The Cherry Bomb. So it's just an explosion of cherry. Here is her Lucky Dragon. Fun. And yeah, you're stacking the leaves on top of its head, so it's not breathing fire in this case. It's just wearing something. What could it be wearing? Here's Lucas with a Bombi tree. All right, it's a little bit... What's the word? I don't know. It's a sensitive subject, right? We got the city being destroyed by a giant blast. And as you play the game of Tippi Tree, it only grows. Gotta skip through the Among Us. Vintage coffee machine. What's the name of this? AeroPress? No, this isn't an AeroPress. Very famous coffee machine. Coffee design right here. Tippi Coffee. And there's just coffee exploding from it. Next up is Kyle with the Atom Bomb. So what's coming out of the back of the bomb? It hasn't exploded yet, has it? Is it just flying through the air? Here's another version of a rocket. Once again with the flames shooting out the back. Here's the Tippi Tree logo Tippi Tree, another one of these. Wild idea. Another Atlas, it seems. Oh, interesting. There's various bases depending on the level of difficulty you want to play. Up here we've got Aspen with Shipwrecked. This looks like a benchy, crashing and sinking into the ocean, and smoke rising up above. Here's another 3D printer looking design. We got the nozzle, heat break, cooling, etc. Oh no, sorry. This is a lightsaber, in which case we have to skip past it. Here we've got another cute bamboo panda. We got a few of those by Gray. Here we've got one by Halvor, Overloaded Moving Truck. So another one where we're stacking boxes, but in this case, you're stacking boxes on this truck speeding down the road. Super unsafe. All right, this is a creeper tree with TNT root trunks. Yeah, so Minecraft, we're gonna have to move past it, but thank you for entering. Thank you, young ones. This one, unfortunately, is too blurry for me to see, but looks like it's a more realistic tree by Arwin. Here by Simone, we've got this funny looking octopus. So, interesting, another take on the octopus. This one's also by kukumila.jpg. The Tippi octopus is upside down, and you're basically building its crazy tangled mess of legs. Tentacles, sorry. All right, this is Hudson with the Merry Christmas, another Happy Christmas tree. Presents, or there's a toy train running underneath. Different from my presents. Here's a robot arm. This one looks pretty fun because it's very different looking, but I don't think it would affect the gameplay. So that's by Ilaria. It's a really cool looking robot arm. I like the creativity you put into the look of it. And you're saying it could potentially move and have different positions, although at that point you would be making more than a skin, right? Here we've got Gaia's Volcano. So it's another volcano. This one's shooting water. Whoa, moss, water, and tree bark. So it's like a tree volcano. A volcano that creates life. Interesting. So hey, there's one way to take an idea that's obviously very popular and spinning it up a little bit. Here we got Lorenzo with the tipped temple. Another very nice render. I love this illustration style. It's the ruins. I love the subtle, elegant color look. Oh, are you kidding me? Lag again. Internet, don't you dare. Don't you dare cut me off now, Internet. We're doing this. We're doing the full stream. Come on, streaming. Come on back. Lag. I really need better internet. Donnie, I've been doing this for almost 5 hours, actually. Okay. I guess it's good enough to keep going. Maybe I just need to talk more slowly. So Lorenzo with the tipped temple. Very cute 3D rendering. Next up we've got Moon Mania by David. Very nice. Lunar surface. UFO picking up crates. What's above the UFO? More crates? Yeah, it's another one where I'd like to know how you interpret the leaves going on top. Here we have Tippi Tree Overcast, lightning round. So this one's just a giant bolt of lightning smashing in. And let's see, I guess he wanted some slightly different rules. Playing with a time limit and such. Of course, this is a skin design competition, so judge it simply based on this insane blast of lightning, which is pretty cool on its own. Next up, we've got Stefan. With the gears, we got more gears. This one's really cool. I think these were printed out and like collaged together. I love the artsy take on that. And it gets your idea across really well. Next up, we've got Gabriel with a coral reef. Fun. It's got a scuba diver, sharks, all kinds of things going around. What are the leaves? I guess water, or maybe it's like an underground vent, a thermal vent. Here's just a llama. Not lava, llama. Okay, I think there's going to be a side view here, no? No, that's the view? It's just a stick llama? It's kind of funny. It doesn't look like a llama to me, but it's definitely cute. Bridger, I'm going to be doing this for as long as I can, until I've gone through all the entries, or my internet just dies, or I die. So, here up we've got another serpent. Pretty cool looking water serpent there. By Gaster. Here's TJ with the Miner's Majestic Mineshaft. Another probably Tippi Tree inspired, but you know, could be another miner in a blocky look. This is Shoot Yutong with the Castle Tree. Another one by Yutong, and another lovely, love the watercolor there. Cool looking castle. Here we've got, oh, a different take on the UFO. In this case, the UFO is on the bottom. Then we've got the cow, and it's holding onto a tree. Man, that's an interesting story right there, I'm sure. Next up is a turtle taking a selfie, aka Turdy. Marco, I don't know where this idea came from, but selfie turtle. Here's another one by Marco, a roller skating pineapple. I do like the cartoony style, very nicely illustrated. Here's another one, meditating apple. These all go together in a sense, huh? And here is Ilaria's Strong Woman. So another one where she's like meditating, holding up. Very floral look. I like the floral. We need some feminine flavor with some of these, right? Here's another gymnastics yoga woman. She's doing, oh, that can't be healthy. An arch with a bunch of leaves stacked on top. But great work with all of these really clean, simple illustrations, Ilaria. Here's another one. Machocado. Very cute characters you've got here. There's a story. This is by Philip, and this is a kind of metropolitan-esque cityscape. So it looks like a city-inspired abstract piece. I gotta zoom through, so I can't read through every single one of this right now, but looks like it's pretty intense. Oh, there we go. There's a better view of it. So it's really like a bunch of little tiny skyscrapers, and then this huge central one. Lorenzo's column we've already seen. Here's Ian with a geyser eruption. There it goes, a geyser exploding with water. By Amit, we have this witch's hut. A real big chimney. You know that witch is up to no good with a chimney that big. Another cactus. Lovely illustration with the spikes here. I love that texture you put in. Here's another really textured one. Wow, Amit is very, very fine detailed. We've got like a woven rug type tree. I'm totally open to a tree that's just like a cool texture. Could be fun. Here's another mushroom toadstool house. Mushroom home. Cute. And here's another little tree house. I guess we have to ignore the little Kirby there. Otherwise it's a copyright strike. By Blackfish, we have this evil PCB overlord. Another one with that really fun PCB design, and that becomes a part of this little evil overlord dude. This is actually a really nicely designed character. I like that the circuits make up the face. It's a really fun little simple but evil face. He's got a little heart here, an antenna, and then the leaves are lightning, apparently. Very fun character. Next up, we've got the Dragon Typer here with, oh no, this is Ben with Fire 2020. Big fire, so interesting. Here we've got the fire, but the leaves itself are actually the smoke rising above. Felipe with this mushroom Tippi tree. We've got a few of these, but this one's got a lot of little mushrooms growing off of it, and I guess the top makes the massive mushroom. I like the cubey style, although Wouldn't be able to print all of this as is without support material or multiple parts. Nice 3D render. Mush tree. Mush tree. All right, here's Brendan with another tiki tree. There you go. This is a very, this looks like a tiki tree that's receiving a tattoo or something. It's just like, ugh! That's the face I see. Or maybe it's the weight of all the leaves on top of him. Oh, here we go. Is there an entry sheet for this one? No? Let's give it a quick look anyways. It's the chess tree. And there looks to be some kind of system of combining several. So this is more of an expansion than a skin. But I like the thinking. You got a lot of thinking going on there. All right, Bodie, not Brody, sorry. Bodie Fielding with the Polypanels Island. Again, polypanels. I love that you guys are trying to combine my ideas, but we gotta keep this as a Tippi Tree skin. So unfortunately, modifying the function of the game, we're gonna have to save that for another competition. But it's definitely a cool idea. Wow, look at this illustration right here. This is Zeus's lightning bolt. So we've got a really cool, chiseled, sculpted Zeus holding, I guess he's just holding the lightning. Whoops, just as it was about to finish. Yeah, I really like this styling of the leaf, or not the leaf, but the fins and the tail and everything. It's well done. This isn't the mouth in this case, so what's on top? I don't know. How do you explain? Oh, the leaves are his horns. Interesting. I guess Chinese dragons don't breathe fire as often, right? Or it's not like, I shouldn't say that. They don't necessarily breathe fire versus other cultures have folklore where it's like, it's a dragon, it's gonna breathe fire. I don't think that's a given when it comes to the Chinese dragon. Here's a printed out Tippi totem. There's another one. We've got a lot of very similar totems, so you're gonna have to be on it. You're gonna have to go out begging for votes if you want to win with your totem. No offense, but just saying, there's a lot of competition. Gionata. Thanos. Sorry, copyright strike. Here's Reese with an Among the Clouds castle. So this nice tower going up, spiraling into the clouds. And I guess the rest of the tree, is that more of the castle? Just growing up into this massive castle in the clouds? That's pretty cool. All right, what more? Here's Rianish. Can't read that quite well, but it's another tree, a little more stylized. Nice ISO view. Here's Mark with a koala hugging the cactus tree. That kangaroo is way too small compared to that koala. Is it a massive koala? Is it a tiny kangaroo? I have to know. I have to know. Mark, get back to me. There's another version. Let's see, Garrett Cornwall has the Elder of the Forest. So we've got a bunch of little tiny trees surrounded by the massive Tippi tree. That's pretty fun. Another one that's playing with scale, which is just something that's really fun to do. Playing with scale really gets the imagination going, don't you think? The Nightlight. So I'm guessing this was a lit up Tippi tree. Again, that's not a skin, so can't really judge anything there. Here we've got The Strange Night at the Graveyard by Olivia. So it's a big old monster coming out of the tower. Let's see, monster coming out of the Tower of Death. Just a crazy monster here. Giant crazy monster. Here's William with Aragon Fire. We got another big dragon. This one's straight up a Tippi Tree block, just the lag. The frames are dropping here and there, but we're still going. I'm just gonna have to keep powering through. I just hope I don't lose anyone entirely. I want to give everyone their moment. No data. Oh no. Let's see if I can hear my own stream. Oh, that sounds terrible. This is why live streams are scary. Man, we're really going down here. Things are not looking good. Okay. The bit rate is going up and down, coming and going. All right, there you go. That fox has had plenty of screen time. Pretty fun looking fierce fox. Next up, we've got the printing tree, another printer Tippi tree by Noah. Oh. The audio is still crazy, huh? How are y'all doing right now? Where's everyone calling in from? Where's everyone zooming in from? Oh, I guess the audio is just bad for me. Anyways, let's keep going. It'll be good for someone. What is this? The Lost Dungeon by Jacob Bullock. We've got double vines swirling up around the castle. Pretty cool. I like the idea that it's just multiple vines. Like they've got some sentience to them. Right on. We got people watching from Brazil, New Zealand, Buenos Aires, Maryland, Trinidad, Pennsylvania, Canada, Miami, Australia, everywhere. I love it. So we've got a goblin. Oh, I wish this was scanned in a little bit better, but there's our goblin. Copyright strike. Oh, yeah, that's the goblin again. What's this? The Classic by Braden. So it's more of a normal looking tree and it's got a bunch of peg holes in so you can attach different accessories. So again, not quite a skin. It's playing with the rules a bit. All right, here is one by Wout De Jong. It is Beaver's Property. And Wout sent me this one on Twitter as well. I love it. I actually just really love the illustration of it. The style is so cool and I can easily see this being converted to a 3D model, you know? So I think I really appreciate that. And there's also a few extra small wood chips that you might stick around the tree. Yeah, fun. I think we've only had 2 beavers, actually. I'm surprised we haven't had more beavers, but I really like this one. Cute, cute, cute. All right, here we've got another Medusa. A very stylized, cartoony Medusa. I love the crumbled statue of the knight on the ground here. Knight, not a knight. What am I thinking? Warrior? A Greek? Roman? Gosh, what do I know? It's a soldier. Turned to Stone by Medusa. Yeah, I really like these cartoony, blocky snakes on top of her. It's pretty fun. Here's Zeke. Puzzle piece pandemonium. So it's just made up of a bunch of puzzles. Another spaghetti fork. We've got all these forks with spaghetti balanced on top. I love how people just come up with the same ideas. I definitely didn't think about that when I was making Tippi Tree. Here's another one by Zeke, the pitfall plant. Not sure what's going on with the base there. It's kind of crazy. Here's another one by Zeke. Very artsy. Definitely a little more on the abstract side. All right, I'll turn off slow mode for you guys because there's not too many of you here. I'll let you chat. I hope you understand why I do it for most of the chat, because some people go crazy spamming. Anyways, here's Felipe with another cityscape. These are all like overlapping each other, which is pretty cool. And the leaves are smoke. So we got smoke and building. Not looking good for the building. Ha! So this is one of those inflatable guys. Whoa! The wobbling wobbler. Funny, funny. Zeke was really going for it too. Lots of entries. Here we've got the slippy tippy ice surrounded by birds all in a row. It's like they're it's interesting that they're all walking in a circle around this tower of ice. Here we've got a snail. Another one by Zeke. It's a cute snail. Someone else had the tensegrity idea. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to build that, or at least not as part of this competition. It would be interesting to see how well it works. Here's another Jack and the Beanstalk, or Jack and the Tippy Stock. Ooh. Elliot. So we got this beanstalk, and then all the leaves are the clouds going up. Although I think it could be a mix of like clouds and leaves. You might just keep building up the beanstalk too. Here's Chris with another tiki totem. This one's on an island with treasure. Interesting, maybe there's a little bit more to the story there. Chubby boy Terrence is craving some ice cream, so you're gonna fill it up. There we go. That's original. Just pile on the ice cream onto the ice cream cone. You could use some fun colors for that for sure. All right, what's this? Pixelated Fruity Rudy by HD Digital, aka Henry. Huh, so this looks more like just kind of a abstract design to me. It's definitely interesting, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Let's see what he says. It's just a Fruity Rudy. A pixelated Fruity Rudy. All right. Austin with Tippi goes to the disco. I think this is the second disco Tippi tree we've seen too. See, even like the most random sounding ideas, and yet there's two of them. This world is wild. Ready? Y'all, if I'm gonna turn off slow mode in the trash, y'all need to behave. Okay. Tippi Disco. Thank you, Austin, for the Tippi Disco. Here's another one by Austin. It's a coral reef. I like that he still got the smiley face on it. And there's definitely a lot of work that went into making all the different corals, which is nice. Randall with a fountain. It's a fun idea. And the water, as the Tippi tree leaves, makes sense. Bianca here has the hourglass. Okay, you guys want slow mode again? I'll meet in the middle. I'll give you guys 15 seconds. Okay, so it's an hourglass. Interesting. What do the leaves represent here? Would that be the sand going into the hourglass? Interesting. I wonder what the thinking was to make it an hourglass. But it would be cool if it was an actual hourglass, right? And it's like you gotta finish the game before that tree runs out. Here we've got another owl in the tree by Dimitri. Really love the roots on this one. Those are some crazy roots. Here's another one of theirs. I see they got some poly panels going in, so we're gonna have to ignore that as this is a skin design competition. What's this one here? Got a few. Scale your power. Oh, so this would be an actual scale built onto the top, so you could actually measure the weight of the Tippi tree. That's funny. This one looks more abstract. Squares, yeah. Just a square-inspired design. By Julia, we've got another totem here. Really like the faces here. Those are some fun totem faces. And a painter's set, although, yeah, you're gonna have to paint it yourself. Another Tippi tornado. Pretty straightforward, eh? Fun render there. Gotta love it. Whenever you see something rendered out, you're just like, wow, I wish it was there. The ice tree. I love the snowflake base there. Interesting structure. Would be really cool printed in some translucent ice blue filament too. Here we've got another castle, stone castle by Alistair. It's interesting. We've seen several castles, and there seems to be like this theme of putting the 4 smaller towers in each corner. Which I guess, yeah, that makes sense for a castle, but I'm still surprised that so many people did it the same way. And if these are all functional, that would make for a very long game of Tippi Tree, I guess. Alright, let's move up a little, see how far we've gotten. Oh, we're getting it, dude! I think we're at 3/4 of the way there. We're zooming. What are my favorites so far? I've had a lot of favorites. I think I might... We'll see. I'll decide later on, and depending on how the voting's going, if there's plenty of voting happening on its own, I'm just going to let it happen. I don't want to inform your guys' ideas too much. But if I want to pick up the voting or want to give some love to certain designs, I might post some of these entries on Twitter or somewhere. Because there are a lot of designs to sift through, so I understand it's It's a lot to look through. But when you're on this page, you can scroll through pretty quickly. And that's, you know, when you have this many designs, that's why creating an eye-catching design is important. Anyways, here we've got a building with cars driving around it. So I like it. There's a lot of high-rise inspired ones, but I like that this one has a little street driving around it, little cityscape. Here's Sharla with a mermaid ship. So it's just the mermaid leaning against, and I guess this is just the bow of the ship. So would the leaves be like the ship itself, or would the leaves be the waves? Interesting. Here's a sword in the stone. Pretty fun. I mean, it is tilted here, but it would have to be straightened out to be a skin and not a mod. But you know, I'm not sure. The handle having the Tippi tree part on top and the leaves going on top of the sword doesn't quite make sense to me. There's two designs like that. I want to know what are the leaves supposed to be. Oh wow, look at that render. Crits 3D with another bonsai. This one's got the whole environment sculpted out. And like I said, a bonsai Tippi tree sounds super cool. This one was done really nicely. I love the way these roots wrap around each other, and somehow it still works with the blocky leaves, right? Yeah. Very cool. I mean, renders are kind of cheap because anything can look good if it's rendered really well like this, but this is also a really well-designed piece. I do wish there was an entry sheet still, but at least we've got a lot of different views. We've got the name. So if it gets enough votes, we'll see. I'll be the judge. Me and my mini factory minions will be the ones to decide what is and is not allowed. All right, Aiden has a big old elephant with tusks sticking out, and this is its trunk. That's pretty fun. I like that the face is the base of it and the trunk is what's going up, and then the water is shooting out, right? So we've got a few elephants, but this is the first one I've seen like that. Here we have Sean with the construction site edition. So we've got a few of these as well, where it's kind of this girder structure building up. But I quite like it. It makes sense. And I like the idea of building a kind of hollowed out, really lightweight construction looking base. What's this? Oh, it's more like a crane, is it? Ah, so he also included some special pieces. Since this is a skin, I'll only be able to judge it on this piece right here, but it's an interesting idea. It's definitely fun. Ah, we've got another bonsai-looking curving tree. This one is the Miyagi. So yeah, it's meant to be a bonsai. And this one's actually really cool too. It might not be rendered as fancy as that other bonsai, but look at that. This is colored in really cool in a way that doesn't make you think that it has to be printed in multiple colors, but it gives you a real good idea of the depth of it, and it caught my eyes as well. We've also got the callouts, making sure that everything is super clear. Pretty fun. Love those bonsai trees. All right. Here we've got Mountain O Mountain by Yuki. Got mountains. They'll make anything plane flying through. It's a whole scene on the side of the mountain here. So that's an interesting take on it. It's almost like the side of the Tippi tree is a canvas. Here's a variation. So this one is kind of using a chain to be extra tippy. That is modifying the game, so it will not be able to count. Ugh, I got the hiccups. Is that what happens after streaming for 5 hours? 5 hours is the hiccup point. All right, Tomas. Tomas's little stories that we've all heard of the Flat Earth Society. This is the Tippi Tree Earth. Well, if Earth is a Tippi tree, it sure is unstable. So yeah, this one's pretty interesting. It's the Earth texture kind of stuck on the Tippi tree. I wish it incorporated the structure of the tree a bit more. Although I like that little presentation poster. I think Tomas has some kind of second audience to get that many likes. Otherwise, we'll have to check the system to make sure those are legitimate votes. Anyways, voting doesn't count unless it was after December 6th. Remember that. These vote counts are not official yet. Anything you like today will count. All right, next up we've got Ishmael with a cloud city. So just like the other one, we've got a tall skyscraper with a whole city weaving through. This one's got a pretty intricate street plan. A few dead ends, but very fun. And I like all the callouts here saying this is going to be a building, this is going to be a ground. Ishmael really thought out the floor plan. All right, here's another volcano. Tippi Volcano by This. Nice. What can I say? We've seen many volcanoes. This one is illustrated very clearly, which I do appreciate. Okay, Macy. Is that pronounced Macy with this smoky? So this one, we've got another chimney, but this one's different because it's just like the chimney top. So the base is a roof, the tree is the chimney, and out comes the smoke. I do like the idea of the roof tiles. It's a fun texture, and it would print really nice and easily. Here's Austin with Relativity. So this one looks really crazy, but I guess I see the Tippi Tree base right there, so it might work. Most of it looks like it... Some of it looks like it could be printable, or at least modified to print. It's another MC Escher inspired print. So that's the third Escher inspired entry. I'm glad there's a lot of fans of Escher, man. He's awesome. A few different angles rendered out there. Minecraft. Sorry, copyright strike. Here we have Levi with another lightning design. And this one's it's very simple, but it works, right? It's nice in its simplicity. And this is man, I guess you could say simplicity is peak design. If you can design something simple and still have it look good, sometimes that's better. If you look at a lot of the greatest designs in history, they're super simple. I mean, I wish I had some iconic designs hanging around me, but I don't really. Anyways, let's move on, shall we? We're doing pretty well. Oh man, just kidding, I'm barely moved. Okay, next up we've got Ricardo's King's Treasure. So this is another one where we've got a bunch of treasure in a column and you're stacking jewels and treasure on top. So it would look super cool printed with a bunch of shiny filaments. Here we've got another rocket ship, but what's stacking on top? If you're gonna draw a rocket like this, you have to explain what the leaves are. Oh, here we go. I spoke too soon, okay? Ricardo, I'll give you the benefit here. The leaves can be dark blue and black to represent space. You answered my question, so I'll buy it. Flying into the space. Here's another Christmas edition. Big old Santa holding up a pile of presents. So every Tippi tree is going to be another present. All right, Tippi X we've seen. Kaden here has another 3D printer Tippi tree. I really like how this one's rendered. You got a nice look at the frame here. You got the filament on top. I do wish the tower itself was incorporated into the 3D printer a bit more, but still, it's a very clear drawing. I can tell what's happening. Here's Thomas with the Choco Tower. First of all, another collage. I'm totally cool with that. You get the point. You get the idea across, right? Whatever works. So this was created by Dev in GFX. Just a big old tower of chocolate. All right, here we've got another octopus by Alexander. Octopus. And he's just got a rock stacked on top of his head. So that's a different approach. Peter came up with this kind of Voronoi pattern. It's called Edgy Voronoi. Yeah, it's not quite Voronoi, right? Because Voronoi is always really smooth. So this is a faceted version of that. I like it. It looks very modern and stylish. Kind of like a refined, maybe a version of Tippi Tree for a higher age group. Pretty fun. Simple, but clean. Among Us, copyright strike. Another Bob Ross tree. Here we go. Another one where we have like two ideas that you would never expect to see two submissions, but we've got another Bob Ross. Looks like Will here followed a Bob Ross tutorial just to make the base of this tree, so congrats. I mean, like, way to put effort into it. All right, with Jonathan, we've got a Tippi beehive. Look at it go. Honeycomb. Is that no, it's a beehive. This is another thing where, like, are there actual beehives that look like this, or is this kind of an abstract shape that was inspired by beehives? I don't think I've seen... I mean, I've seen, like, the round beehive. I guess the individual ridges, so that must be something that came from Winnie the Pooh or some other cartoon or book. Here we have another Tetris-inspired one. Looks like it changes the original game a bit too much, potentially. We've got another lightning bolt, so this is another popular topic. Lightning striking this stone. Willow made this tiled version, so another kind of like really faceted, edgy piece. We've seen a few like this, which is pretty cool. Another fountain. By now there's a lot of repeat ideas, right? Man. Falling Fountain by Amber. I do really like the idea of a fountain because it just works perfectly with the leaves being printed out in different shades of blue. Another Beanstalk here by Kyle. Nicely shaded. All right. That was Kyle's. Next up we've got Lego Freak, aka Ross, with the Great Deku Tippi Tree. Again, that's a little bit too close to the original Zelda artwork, so we're gonna not be able to make that. But it was drawn very well. What are all these symbols here? Astronomical signs. The Wizard's Tower by Wordsmith Logic. So this one's just got kind of the 4 different corners with all the different symbols that I don't have the time to learn about right now, but it sure looks interesting. Is this the elements once again? This is definitely, no, because we've got flowers and grass. Oh, are they the different seasons? Yes. Fall, summer, spring, winter. Okay, I'm kind of getting it. Here we've got Felipe with the Tower of Pisa. That's a fun take on the Tippi Tree. It's the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but it's actually perfectly stable as a Tippi Tree. I like that you cubed it out too to match the Tippi Tree look. Next up we've got Tom Stevens with this Dragon's Blast. Cool swirls going on and all this edginess. It's very interesting. Once again, the leaves wouldn't be the fire, it seems like. I wish they were tied in a bit more. But it's a very nicely drawn dragon, for sure. Over here we've got Daniel with the Silky Sails. Pirate ship. And it's flowing through the water. Really fun, lots of call-outs, pointing everything out. I like that he says the sides of the boats are the same widths as the leaves for cheating. So it's not part of the game, but if you want to cheat, you know. And then we got a cute little colored version of it. The canal waterfall. I hope we have another angle of this. There we go. Interesting. It's very artsy. I can't tell right off what it is, and looks like it's relying on a few colors here. So as a single color print, it might be tough, but we could definitely make this look like flowing water. I definitely like that you have a unique style there. Oh, copyright. Cute though, cute little Pac-Man. Another copyright here, Alien. Here we've got Tippi Tree Doggy Dog. Tippi Doggy Dog by Stefan. Very cute. I love that you're keeping the Tippi Tree style. You've got a little tail that you could balance leaves on. Interesting. Okay, so the leaves are like dog treats you're stacking on his nose. I'd say that's a bit of a stretch, but hey, people love dogs, so why not? Here we've got the Confused Cephalopod by Luna. So we got a lot of octopuses. This is the first squid, I believe. And I think it might make more sense. Squids have more tentacles than octopi. Do they always have 10 tentacles, or are squid kind of like, oh, depending on the species, they might have different numbers, kind of like starfish? I'm not sure. But it's fun. Here's Quinn with a froggy tree. So instead of an owl sticking its head out, it's a little froggy sticking its head out. I don't know. I'm drawn to that. I like little froggies. And all the mushrooms coming out. Very cute. Looks like Quinn did 10 different designs. So here we have a Tippi dartboard. Interesting way to like interpret this shape as a dart and then turn it into a dartboard. I like your thinking there. Here we've got Teddy's Tower, King Teddy Bear, and then these are ABC blocks. So I guess they would be like toys that you're stacking on top. I like that Quinn is always considering what the leaves stand for. Here's a fun one, another candle. You've got the candle, the candelabra, and the wax, and then you've got the flame on top of that. And here we've got another Tippi Ghost Boy. So another one that I didn't expect to see 2 entries like this, but very fun. I like the face on that guy. Quinn busting out good ideas. Look at her go. Him. Quinn? Sorry, I'm not sure if Quinn is a buddy or a gal, but great work. An axe throwing one. Ryan Adams with the crashed Tippi rocket. So I like this. There's a lot of rockets in this competition, but this one has a very distinct style. It stands out from the other ones. I really like this impact crater as well. Here's a nice colored version. Another Jack-in-the-Box. Everything's another, right? Almost every design's been done multiple times by now, so I wouldn't say judge just based on that, but go through and find your very favorite ones. Like when voting, it's about multiple things, you know. It's about a great design, but it's also going to be about good presentation, and it's also about making sure people see your design. It's not going to be easy to win this competition, is what I'm saying. Anyways, that's a really fun Jack-in-the-Box, and I guess the toys are just shooting out of it when you're playing a game of Tippi Tree. Here we've got a little dino hatching with his head functioning as the top of the tree. So this is another one where it's like, what's stacked on top of the dino? Maybe it's twigs from his nest, or maybe it's more eggshells and other things. Cute little dino though. Here's Tippi Temple. So this one is a volcano, but there's a temple built into it. So that's fun. It's a fun take on the volcano idea that a lot of people have done. You still got the volcano, the leaves are still the exploding lava, but you've also got a little extra action going on with the temple carved into it. Although, carving a temple into the side of a volcano might not be the best idea. Alright, here we've got Clyde with another take on the dragon's treasure. So many people are just skilled at drawing dragons. I've gotta say, this is just like a really nicely drawn classic dragon. Although there's another one. I guess this is the tower that you're building on top of. What exactly are the pieces? Ah, they're gems. So it's kind of, I see. It's the dragon's treasure you're stacking on top. So maybe some like translucent colored, I like it. I see where you're going with that. Bunch of different colored translucent filaments. All right. So this one's just the solar system. It's called Unstable Universe by Gray. It's just got all the planets stacked together on top of the sun. And I guess we're just adding mass on top with the Tippi Tree leaves. Oh, look at this face. That is a character. And it's called the Charismatic Fella. By Joao. What a fun face. Yes, I think we've seen a few other designs of theirs later on. Or earlier. I love the face, definitely. And it's another one where it's just a hilarious hairstyle that we were playing to create. Alright, here is Renee with a fidget twister. Oh, you thought fidget things were gone. So she basically took my fidget twister and put that onto a Tippi tree. Which I guess wouldn't affect the game really, so it's an acceptable skin. And here's another one by Renee. A traditional tree, just a little more realistic. So a few people have done their take on that. Which could be cool, you know? Take the Tippi tree and just make it look like a realistic tree. In this case, we've got a bunch of elephants coming together. From the top down, it looks like it's 4 elephants all coming together and bringing their trunks together to hold up all the Tippi tree leaves. All right. Hey, is that really it? Or is this just a new... Oh, that was just... They added a nicer thumbnail later on in the competition. Oh no, this was Renee. Renee did it. Interesting. Little cover image. There's the twister, the elephants, the fidget. Okay, next up we've got Logan. Finish building the Space Needle. So it's the Space Needle, but it's actually in space. We got spaceships, airplanes, UFOs, all coming together to build this super Tippi tower. Here's another one by Logan. Big Ben. I guess I know where Logan's from. Got classic Big Ben tower. Not sure what the leaves would be then. Another little leaning tower here. And wow, he's just going through all the monuments. So we've also got the Eiffel Tower. Although I guess it would be really hard to make it actually look like the Eiffel Tower. It's reinventing all of these classic structures by throwing Tippi tree leaves on top. Alright, this one is called the Dragon's Keep. So we've got a few of these. This dragon looks more like a salamander, which I would like. It would be fun to do like a mini version. It's just a little salamander, and instead of alligators, we have little lizards. But anyways, very fun drawing Abigail. I actually do like these little I like the little alligators crawling around the moat. Very fun. Ooh, speaking of fun, this one's got character. This is the Sock Monster by Kazi. Super fun, unique looking monster. And are those leaves just socks then? Oh yeah, you're stacking socks on top of the monster. Pretty clever. It would be fun to print out every leaf looking like actual socks. I don't know how you would do that. I might have to get a multicolor printer. Here we've got another Eiffel Tower one. Very cool, very cool. Here we've got Sprocket by Willow. So another steampunky one made up of a bunch of gears. Oh, hey, good looking. This is Evan's Ball of Frizz. Barbara Ann. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. she cares about her hair, so you better do it right. There it is. There have been a few of these, but this one's got character too. And here's another spaghetti print. So I thought it was a pencil at first, but this is a print nozzle and all the spaghetti prints coming out from it. All right, we're rounding the corner. We've got, is this a Lessie with Rudolph? So another one where you're printing the antlers, or not placing the antlers on top of Rudolph's horns. Another cute look at that. Cute take. Another whale. Spouting out water. Thanks for the compliments. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this stream. I mean, I know I am rushing through all of these because there's thousands and thousands to look through, so I don't get to interact with the chat as much as I'd like to right now, and I don't get to do all kinds of different stuff, but you know, I like streaming. It's fun to hang out with you guys in real time, even though I'm just going through entries. I couldn't do this alone, you know. I have to look through all these entries. I have to pick the very favorite one of mine. That's going to be hard, so at least I get to have some company while I'm looking through this insane pile of entries. All right, here we got a shaky storm by Zachary. This is another one where we've got a lightning strike, but in this case, the storm, oh, it's clouds. I guess that's probably what everyone who did lightning kind of was intending, that you're building the storm cloud above it. I like that, actually. That makes sense. That's fun. Okay, Mark. Sisyphus, the rock holder. Maybe that's why people got Atlas confused with like holding the earth, because he gets combined with Sisyphus. I just made the connection that they're two separate myths. Anyways, there's Sisyphus by Mark. Very cute. I love the proportioning of his design, the tiny head and the big body. This guy knows how to draw cartoons and illustrations, I can tell. In this case, Sisyphus is holding up a bunch of rocks, a pile of rocks that are the Tippi tree leaves. Here's another one by Willow. It's called Hilt. It's another sword hilt. But again, the sword's upside down, so what goes on the top of the hilt? I'm having trouble making sense of those ones as a Tippi Tree game. And here we've got a Tippi Tree House. I love this idea of a Tippi Tree House. It was one of the earlier ideas I saw in this stream, and here's another one. So you've got the little structure, you got a swing set, a ladder up, and otherwise it's a tree. So you can play it like a regular game of Tippi Tree. Squidward. All right, copyright strike. Otherwise, you know, it'd be too easy. Instant winner, handsome Squidward. All right, Adrian with another dragon. No, the dragon is named Adrian. Okay, this is by Aspen. Cute little dragon. I like the way it's plopped down there and the little tiny wings. And here we've got another oil tower, the oil rig by Aspen. Spewing oil. Yuck. Not yuck to the design, just yuck to oil. Just kidding. Oil made civilization possible, but we're ready to move on, right? Let's stop blending up. Let's stop extracting dead dinosaurs and using them to power our live streams. Let's use the sun. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Esteban created the Tower of Babel. Very nice. Like I said, I like architectural models. You got the ground and you've got the building. And then you're building the clouds above it. So it's a tower that goes into the clouds. The Seal Equilibrium by Gionata. So Gionata's like, yeah, seals can balance things. So let's see how well this seal can balance a bunch of Tippi tree leaves. Now, I guess part of this would have to be printed. It couldn't just be balancing on this little tip, or that piece would definitely break. But it's fun. We didn't see any other seals yet. Very tough to create an original idea among this competition. Here we've got some Tippi vines. Another fun one with a bunch of vines wrapping around by Christian. And Thomas. What is this? Another steampunk design. Designed in AutoCAD. Impressive. Alan made another lightning one here. We've got a lot of really cool lightning ones, so definitely hard to decide which of those to vote for if you're on Team Lightning, but I'll leave it up to you to decide. Vesa created this one called Floppy Fallout. So it's basically a giant mushroom cloud. Not too positive, but you know. The Mystic Glowing Tippi Tree. Okay, so I saw the post a little later. Yeah, throwing LEDs inside of a Tippi Tree could be really cool, but that is not the goal of this skin design competition. Oh, there we go. I spoke too soon with the seal. Here is Neil Jameson with another Tippi seal. The seal is drawn out really nicely. A nice, pretty realistic silhouette. And a kind of a half of a ball here. And a platform for balance. Interesting. Tippi Vesuvi by Jeff. I need a side view here, but I think it's another volcano. Yes. There we go. There's the side view. Another volcano for you guys to pick from. Jay, yes, you can vote for as many designs as you want, but you cannot vote more than once on one design. You click that like button twice, you're just unvoting your own vote. All right, is this the light one? Yes, the Tippi light. Sorry, a little too outside of the bounds of this competition. Although I like that you did the work of creating a diagram and sorting it all out. Let's see how we're doing. Oh yeah, we've seen all these. Oh man, we're good, we're good. I accidentally closed it, didn't I? All right, I gotta skip through a bunch of designs here. Someone just let out the biggest belt of a laugh outside. I really wish I knew what they were laughing about, because it sounded hilarious. Yeah, we're almost there. We're going through hundreds and hundreds of designs here. Whether you're sticking around for an hour, 4 hours, or 10 minutes, I appreciate all of you for sticking around and keeping me company as we go through all of these insane entries. There's a lot of good ones too. It's gonna be hard to vote. I mean, definitely only a few that were like rendered to full professional status, but I don't think that should be the only thing you consider when designing, you know. Really, when you vote, think about this as an actual really well-designed Tippi tree and how much fun you'd have playing that. You know? Because someone can draw something really cool, but the idea has to work in real life. That's really what's more important. Obviously. Oh no, it wasn't a tab that I closed. It was a pop-up within the page. So yeah, I do have to scroll through all of them. But no worry, we're here. We made it. So we've got the crystal shard Tippi tree. So this one reminds me of the lightning ones, but instead it's got this dark rocky base and just a shiny crystal poking out. And I guess the rest of the leaves would be the crystal growing. Here's another one with some pegboard pixel holes. So unfortunately, you're changing the game. Oh, well, not really. It's holes so that you could stick whatever you want onto it. Stick pixels onto it. I like it. I like the idea. It is kind of bending the rules of the competition a bit, but not entirely. So here we have Ofek with 3D. Some crazy spiral structure here. And a bunch of little meeple sitting around, giving it a sense of scale. This one, well, that's not going to work as a single color. So, well, you know, let's go back. Ignoring the colors, I guess it could have that dripping design down the side. So I won't disqualify it, but If you're voting on it, realize it has to be done as a single color. Next up, we've got this Tippi carrot. It's a fun, super blocky carrot. I wonder how that was designed. And then the leaves on top are the sprout. Pretty fun. That's by Felipe. Tippi carrot. Quick break. Alrighty. We're almost there, folks. This stream sure does kill my voice, but also keeps me hydrated. This is probably like my second gallon of water I've drank during this stream. So, here we have OPEC with the Crystal Rose. It's a very poetic name, Crystal Rose. And there, yeah, sure enough, you got like a flowery design, faceted crystals. I see it. And then we've got Dragon's Wrath by Tom Stevens. We saw one like this, right? Tom submitted a few different colors, I suppose. The Fantastic Afro. Is this the same one we've seen too? Or are there more than one Afro? I wouldn't be surprised. Anyways, this is by Natalia, the Fantastic Afro, and it looks like he's at the hairstylist, except instead of going away, the hair just keeps growing out. Here's another one by Natalia, Balance with Mr. Monkey. So this one is just a whole circus on one game. Yeah, I'd be pretty tempted to like make the balancing board function and all the bowling pins and make the cannon actually shoot something out. Oh, here's another dragon, but a very different pose. Totally unique so far. The dragon's castle. She's on her belly. So it's just the castle you're building, I suppose. That's by Zane. And here's another castle. And it's with that same exact 4-tower style. Everyone built the same castle. Come on, folks, there's more than one castle out there. Well, this one actually has some original things, and I can see that all the overhangs here, the big overhangs, have a 45-degree angle, so it looks like Patrick was considering printability, which I appreciate. Yeah. And he went ahead and actually rendered it, so that's gonna possibly help. Here we've got Atlas again. So it's Sisyphus, not Atlas, right? I'm not the only one who confused the two. That's by Natalia. Here we've got another totem pole. And I'm surprised by so many of the totem poles that, like, I'm not surprised there's a bunch of totem poles, but I didn't know the same form was so common, because we've always had the bird on top of so many of these. I gotta learn about totem poles. Here's Patrick's version of the volcano, and it's very different. It isn't a skin again. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't modify the game much. And it's interesting, so, you know. I appreciate that you were thinking a little differently. I mean, yeah, it could be redesigned to still be the exact same as the regular Tippi Tree. So I'll accept it. I like that they made it fully realistic instead of other people who were trying to stylize it. I mean, there's different ways to approach it. Which one do you like the most? Stylized or realistic? Okay, Baguette here created Le Snake. Wow. Lots of snakes we've seen, but this one is super unique. It's got an eyeball on every side. That's terrifying. And yeah, it's breathing fire. Right on. Fantastic Fred, you're right. That volcano, it must be a real volcano. I guess it's an actual LiDAR scan of a real volcano. So, not surprised if it's familiar. Reinhard, a flask, another flask, acid balance. We've seen a few flasks. It's gonna be hard to pick between them. They look similar. Here we've got another explosion. It's just called Atomic by Yaz. Big old mushroom cloud. And a sad image of destruction. I was thinking maybe that is a volcano on Mars. Here's Daniel with a floppy-eared bunny. I mean, that's not that floppy, is it? I'd say it's a standard-eared bunny. Daniel also made a froggy version, Ribby Tree, on a. I like that. I like that it's on a lily pad. We've already seen this masterpiece. And here's Liam with the Dragon Prison. So like some of the others, we've got a dragon wrapping around a tower, but there's a little dude trapped inside. And here we've got another Printception style one. 3D printing wood. So it's a printer printing a printer. Yeah, interesting. You guys know I love the Printception idea of having super fat layers. Even though at the top of the Tippi Tree, well yeah, he actually addressed that. So the top is still standard, it's not super big layers, so it should work just fine for the game. Here we've got another rocket. This one's pointing up, so what's on the tip? Matt didn't tell us. To the moon, so maybe the leaves you're trying to build the moon on the tip of the rocket. By Ghoul Pen, here we have Bad Hair Day by Zachary. So it's this very distraught looking rabbit, and this is their hair. I've never seen a rabbit that hairy, but I've also never seen a rabbit that is this distraught. So it's truly a bad hair day. Now we've got Gretel with the balloon house. Did that idea exist before Disney created Up? The idea of a house with a ton of balloons. It seems like it must have existed before. It seems like such a classic fairy tale idea, but then again, Disney is crazy, so maybe they... No, Disney always gets their ideas from something else. Anyways, I do like the idea of each leaf being a different color, and then it's like the pile of balloons. All right, Benjamin. With another Tippi Tower. Styled a little different than some of the others, so there's that. Here we've got a cotton candy Tippi tree by Gretel. Bad day at the fair. Okay. I was gonna say it's only a bad day if you lose your cotton candy, but now I see that this person already lost their hand. So it's just a dismembered hand in a pile of cotton candy, but it's still got lots of cotton candy at least. Copyright. Sorry, Among Us. All right, here's Jacob Green with The Gate. Another magical portal with ancient inscriptions all around, and then this giant geyser shooting out through the top. It's got some good action going on there. Here we've got another Tetris-y one, so copyright. All right, up next we've got Ruth with the Apocalyptic City. A giant apocalyptic monster. Godzilla vibes, but it doesn't have to be. Just a city being destroyed by this monster. And then the leaves could be like a gray and blue storm clouds or something. Interesting. Yeah, 6 hours, we've done it. And only a few lag breaks. Here we got another beanstalk by Hadley. Very nice swirling beanstalk. Oh no, my night mode went on. Has that been on for a long time? I've been messing with the colors on the Tippi tree. Anyways, here we got another Tippi tree. Tippi Ticky, Ticky Tippi, Ticky Tippi Tippi by Christian. And here we've got another printing Tippi tree. This one's called Print in Progress by Malcolm. And in this case, the print is on the bottom, the nozzle's on top. So I guess with the leaves, you're building a very interesting looking printer. Or the nozzle fell off and then it's a real spaghetti print. Here we've got another castle. Same four-sided base, but in this case, there's no center tower. So this is kind of reinventing. It's like 4 Tippi trees combined. So that's not going to count for a skin design. Here, by Corey, we have Spongy Bob. I'll call him Spongy Bob, so that it's not copyright, but it is copyright, so sorry, Corey. Here's another one by Corey. It is Squidward. Squidward with 2 tentacles. And here's Christian's Isaac Newton. So I guess in this case, it's the story of Isaac Newton where a single apple fell next to him or on his head. In this case, I guess a whole tree would fall on him. In which case, he might not be able to share his discoveries. All right, next up. Heidi has the hollowed tree. Tree with an owl. Christian has another one here. Just some cool patterns. It's called Zigzag Checkerboard. Nothing wrong with some cool patterns. Just filled in the grid of my little template here. I do like the zigzag. Like if I were to build like a palm tree, that would be a fun abstract way of getting a palm tree texture. Next up we got Squiggles the Squid. Tentacle Tangle by Rudy. And this squid looks like it's shooting out ink. Oh no, the ink is on the bottom, so maybe he's shooting out water or something. Look at those terrifying teeth. Baby Groot. Nope, copyright, sorry. I'll take this one though. A Tippi Rose. So yeah, this is one where it's nice. I'd like to see the rose kind of be a part of the Tippi tree, you know? But it's still a lovely idea. Next up we've got Jacob with this haunted oak. So haunted that it's upside down. I do like the face. Although I wish I would have seen a little more work on the roots here. Here we've got twisty vines. So it's vines twisting up by Patrick. We've seen a few like that. Hercules. Holding up who knows what. Definitely could be printed in one color though, because you just use marble filament and you print the whole thing. Although I guess technically a lot of historians say that all those marble sculptures used to be painted super colorful, right? Here's Medusa, aka Gorgon. So yeah, someone mentioned earlier, Gorgon is what Medusa is. I still don't know exactly what defines all Gorgons. This is by Owen. We've got a lovely Gorgon with the snake tail and even a little rattle on the end. Here we have a Tippi Lotus by Quinn. I do like the lily pad, although what I'd like to see the tree being used a bit more, unless the base is way lower. Ah, you're in the chat. That's awesome. Quail Trail. No, you've done several entries and some pretty cool ones. Give yourself some credit. Here we've got the sucky black hole. Black holes suck. What can you say? This is really cute though. We got a little astronaut sitting on the with his cat, watching the stars go, sitting at the edge of the black hole, probably on his final moments, unfortunately. But at least it looks like they're solemn final moments. He's enjoying it with his cat. And then the Tippi tree leaves, I guess, represent just the entire universe of matter being sucked into the black hole. Pretty cool. Here's another one by Quinn, the Tippi Milk and Cookies. So we got a big old glass of milk. What are you stacking on? Oh, it's the milk. It's just splashing out. Someone really dunked their cookie in there. It's like if you dunked a cookie at the speed of sound. Boom! Milk explosion. Speaking of which, if anyone's tightly knit with any of those like slow motion science channels, can someone please see the world's fastest dunked cookie? I want to see someone dunk a cookie at the speed of sound. Inspired by this entry. Next up we got Squishy Snake. It's another snake swirling up the Tippi tree. This one is a bit different because it's also swirling around the entire base. So the entire thing is made up of this snake. Next, we'll move on to Charles with the Tippi totem pole. This totem pole is definitely more cartoony and stylized. We got a little bear, owl, and deer, and then the antlers growing on top. So that's pretty clever, combining the ideas of the totem pole with the ideas of the deer antlers that some other people had. And that addresses the concerns that some people had, where like, what do the leaves mean on top of a Tippi tree? Or on top of a totem pole? If the last animal is a deer, I guess you could have some antlers. Here's one by Root, the laundry clip. Interesting to be inspired by a laundry clip. But hey, that's the way the mind works. Here we've got Root Over Rock by Nicolo. Really well colored and stylized. Look at these tangled roots. We've even got a trilobite fossil. We've got bear footprints. More rocks. There's history in this tree, in this area. Like, I feel like there's a whole story around this tree. Really love it. All right, here is Charles with Golem King of the ancient forest. Not the clearest photo, but it is a pretty cute little golem king, and then his hair is the leaves. So it's like the hair and the leaves combined with this golem. I like it. Super cute. The arms come all the way down to the ground so you could print it without supports. Nicely thought out. Marshall, aka, are you Marshall or are you Charles? Here's another one by Charles, the Coral Castle. So it's like a coral reef, like other people said, but also a castle somehow? Or just a tower of corals. I do like the coral idea, although then you want the leaves to have texture too and have different coral textures. Here we've got the hero's torch. So it's a hand holding a big old torch. Second one of those we've seen. And then, of course, yeah, the torch would be holding fire. It would be cool to have a photorealistic, like if I could even 3D scan my actual hand for that. If it wins, maybe I'll do something like that. Here we've got the Forest Fire by Quinn O'Brien. Black burnt tree. And then I'm guessing you're adding fire on top. So there you go. It's still the Tippi tree, but it's burnt. That hits close to home here in California. We've had way too many of those burnt trees lately. Here we've got the Zombie Hand by Malcolm. So it's just a straight up zombie hand sticking out of the ground. But what is he holding on to? Maybe he's just got brains in his hand. Oh, this is a very nice looking tower. We've seen a few of these nuclear towers, but this one I like that it has the smaller buildings and structures around it. Like I've said several times here, it creates that sense of scale. It makes this tower look massive. It makes these plumes of smoke look massive, even though it's the size of a normal Tippi tree, but you've just got these tinier things here. So that's an element of design that I really like in a lot of these entries. Very well rendered as well, of course. And Patrick still fulfilled the requirement of turning in the entry sheet. Yeah, you know, things moved a little bit, but that's acceptable. Loading, loading. Let's hope we can get through the rest of this stream without another drop in service. Every time there's lag, it discourages me from future live streams, but it hasn't been too bad. It hasn't been too bad. I mean, we've kept this live stream going for 6 hours now. I have a feeling this is my second longest live stream by now. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's see how far. Oh, we're so close, guys. Final stretch. Yes, Jared, the time for submissions is closed, but you can still vote on your favorite entry until December 13th. Until midnight, December 13th, British Standard Time. And as you guys can see, a lot of people put a lot of effort into these designs. So let's give them love. Go out and vote your few favorite. You're going to make someone's day if you vote on their design, you know? It's one of my favorite things. Oh, come on. So that image just won't load for some reason, but we can see most of it here. There's a really friendly looking tree here. I like it. Got some little fungi mushrooms that might be glued on, although I think it could work as a single color print as well. All right, let's see if this one will load. It does. Okay. Sorry about that. Gosh. Norks. I can't see your name because your design won't load, but it's there. I see it. It's a very friendly looking face. Here we've got Peter with the cat tower. And these are like true cats. They behave like liquid. James, go ahead, vote for all of them. I won't be mad. All right. I like this cat tower with cats just kind of worming their way up and around the tower. Very fun. Oh, yeah, I totally got it. Cats are liquid. See? I know what I'm talking about. Here we have Fabian with an owl. I don't know how he meant to say that. It's a hooing owl. The owl looks a little bit bored or tired. Unlike me, rocking it through this stream. Oh man, I was about to just like dump water on my face, but that would definitely not be good for my mic. All right. Here we've got John's design. Wait, this isn't John's design. I know this design. This design is my nephew. See, this is actually a sketch I made, so is that disqualified? We'll see. But anyways, big shout out. I drew this when I visited him in Germany in 2012, and he went ahead and turned that into a 3D Tippi tree. So, bending the rules a little bit, but hey, way to give it a shot. And, you know, I think this was modeled in Blender, which is impressive. I couldn't do that. Here we've got the drawing. Pancake monster. He's got broken dishes. He's got a stack of pancakes. Oh yeah, that's another idea I haven't seen anywhere else. A stack of pancakes. Or waffles. Got all the angles. Of course, this would just be inspiration because I'm going to remodel whichever designs win. But there you go. Pancake monster. I like the idea. Even though it's somewhat my idea. I guess I drew it originally, but he turned it into a Tippi tree. All right, we've got another Isaac Newton Tippi tree. Once again, better hope the whole tree doesn't fall on Newton here. Or Isaac, but that was made by Mark. When I was originally designing Tippi Tree, I thought there were going to be apples hanging from the tree, but I couldn't find out a way that it actually made the game more fun. It kind of seemed like it was extra just for the sake of being extra. So I'm really happy with how Tippi Tree ended up anyways. It's a little tangent. Here we've got another Christmas Tippi Tree by Yago. All the presents. Guitar? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure that's a guitar? Maybe it's just one of those fake presents wrapped up as a guitar, but really there's like $20 inside or something. Anyways, that's very fun. Here we've got Milk by Git Telo Schultz. And apparently there's some laminar flow going on with this milk. Although, not for long, because then the leaves come out top and it's just an explosion, right? Oh, you said inspired by your love of cereal? You totally should have made the bottom a cereal bowl. Just a little thought. All right, this one is called Glitch. Another one by the same designer. It's kind of just a fun, glitchy, cubey design. Got it. I like it. Cubism. Here's Snufkin's hat. Inspired by Moomin, but probably not copyright, but I don't know anything about it. We've got a candy swirl, spiral lollipop. Although it looks like it could be something else, an emoji. That's smiling also, but not a lollipop, perhaps. Here's another spiraling one. It's, again, oh, I already forgot how to pronounce it. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Something like that. Yggdrasil by Git. So we've got the Celtic knots and the twisted design. And I guess it's that famous tree from Norse folklore that I need to learn about. Here we've got another Tippi Tree by Neil. Neil submitted the tensegrity one as well, which won't count. This one is fair game, although, as we've seen, there are a lot of tiki towers. But, gosh, this guy's got a big old grin on his face. I think he's winking too. Lots of emotion and expression. Here's one by Root. Man carrying a heavy weight. Very straightforward and simple, but indeed, all those tippy leaves must be a load to bear. Lego. It's a really nice render, but Lego is Lego. Copyright. Copyright. Apologies. Very cute. I mean, Lego. Classic design. There's one example of like a simple design that's classic. Like I was saying earlier, you don't have to make a super complicated design for it to be classic, and usually something iconic is very simple. Here we've got the chandelier tree? Chandelier tree? I know this tree. I just don't know what it's called. Is that chandelier? This was by Lennart, and it's a tunnel that you drive through. This is an actual tunnel in the redwood forest, I believe, of California. I've been there. I've driven through this tree. And once again, it's playing with scale. Really fun. You got the little car and little people. So even though it's the same size Tippi Tree as all the rest, it just looks huge. Baby Groot. Cute. But we gotta give that a copyright strike. Here we've got In with Gear It Up. A bunch of big gears, another steampunky one made of gears, although in this case the base is one big gear. I wonder if you could stick multiple next to each other and have them all spinning around. It does seem like an endless stream, right guys? But we're almost there. It's wrapping up like a tornado Tippi Tree. This skin is called Make Anything Special by Flynn. It's my little studio, I guess. All my tools stacked up and a Make Anything logo. And here we've got the Prinception vase. So I don't know if this is a different one than the other Prinception we've seen. This one's done very nicely. The base actually looks very similar to that of my Prinception square tray already. I wonder if he stole that. Just kidding. Yeah, lovely. Although once again, what are the leaves in this case? And also this part right here is going to be pretty fragile if it's not printed with some kind of special support. All right. This is Plantina Boot. Plantina Boot? Plant in a boot. Okay, I got it. This is by... I can't read your name, buddy. BNS. The plant in a boot. So we got boot, ripples, and mud, and the plant growing out, which apparently happens in Wally. Right, he's got the little boot. Not copyright though, it's just a plant in a boot, so it's allowed. That was a pretty cute little render. Ha! Cute, cute. Wait, this is a different person's plant in a boot. Are you kidding me? Are these two different plants? No. Okay, Ipan. Just a few different versions of the plant in a boot. It's cute. I gotta admit, it's cute. All right. What's this guy? Silly face. The silly Tippi Tree. With some silly squiggly lines of silliness. Is it silly enough for you? Vote now. All right. Oh, another poly-panel Tippi Tree. A lot of people have that idea, so maybe it has to happen. All right, I think we saw this one earlier, right? Very cute little rocket smushed into the ground. Yes, yes. Here's an unfortunate one that I think he changed the base here because he realized it has some unintended symbolism. But in terms of the spirally base, that much is interesting. Here's a stack of books. We've seen a few like that. This one's nice. It's got the books. It's a very precarious stack. That's by Cole. Although, are the leaves just more books? I'm not sure. Another Prinception design. This one looks very similar to the last one. Gianata. Is that the same person? I think it might have been. Nothing wrong with multiple entries. Still want to know what's going on top of that nozzle. The Jenga Tippi Tree. Hey, I'm gonna build a Tippi Tree that looks like its main competitor. Just kidding. Don't sue me, Hasbro. That does look fun. Imagine if it actually was both games combined. First you have to build the tree as a Jenga tower, and then you play Tippi Tree on top of that. I do like the idea of these bottoms being the base, but it looks like it's just strewn across. Just call it something else. Don't call it Jenga. Learn from my Springo technique. This is not Jenga, this is Jingaleo. Alright, here we've got a cute cactus by alias. Oh, by Iggy. Iggy is their alias. Ooh woo, cute cactus. Here we have Luna with a rainbow shooting up from the clouds. Of course, this has to be a single color design, so that's a tricky one. Oh my, we've got some kind of Cheeto. I think Cheetos are copyright. Trumpy Tree at his resolute desk. At his tiny little desk. Here we've got the Sky Tower by Felipe. So it, like some others, it's a skyscraper, but this one's rising up through the clouds. And then I guess you're adding leaves on top, which might be more clouds. It's just a little section of skyscraper between the clouds. The side view is very nice. All right, what's this? The Totem King by Blobbishly. I love the cubey style behind it. He's got a very solemn king-like face and a little cubey cape and everything. Very nice style. Cute little king. What's this? What's this? The Super Tippi Tree Grove. Ah, I've seen this grove. Where is it from? In Singapore. I have to visit Singapore. Anyways, that's pretty fun to have the tree inspired by something like that. And it's got a good mix of like the bushes, the wires. I don't know if it would come across as a single color, but that's for the judges to decide. So here we've got some kind of trophy. Oh, it's the Tippi chain. That's fun. It's like an illusion playing on the idea of a chain, which you'd expect to be all floppy, but it's printed as a solid part. Pretty cool. Here's some more vines. The Trapped Tower by Yuval. Another fun one. An old building getting overtaken by vines. We've got a lot like that. Are there 70 left? Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. All right, another one by Blobbishly. Another glitch one. It's like, it is a cool look. It might be hard to win because it's a pretty simple idea, but it's actually a fun idea, right? Just having like a kind of glitchy looking thing. Another Cheeto. Here we've got the funky forklift. This one's fun because it's really playing with the balance. Even though, yeah, he's indicating here that there might have to be something here to still hold it up. So Chris said translucent filament, but we do need this to print as a single color. So either it would have to work as this thin piece, which it probably wouldn't, right? It would probably snap right there after you get 20 leaves stacked on top. I do like the idea, so if it won, I'd find a way to make it work, but still a little extra design work that would have to be done with that one. Here we've got Samuel with a party llama. with a face of indignation. Leaves can be bright colors made to look like some kind of Incan hat on the llama's head. I'm not sure how much of a hat that would look like. A few people have said that. This is a hat that goes on top. It'd be some weird hat, I'll tell you that. But I love llamas. Here's another one by Samuel. It's a castle with a moat. So another castle. We've seen a few castles, but I do like the addition of the little moat around here. Here we've got Aiden with Tree City. So it's another big building, but it's also kind of just a bunch of buildings mushed together. A minimalistic metropolis. Here we have another Tippi Tree. Okay, so the last person who did the toilet paper really missed it on the name, Tippi Tree. That's just makes it. We've already seen our little Princeception here. Here we've got, what are these, sharks or dolphins? Hunter T's Shark Ocean. Got this big old great white shark shooting out of the water. What's coming out of its mouth? It could be spurting water, puking blood. I'm not sure. But I do like the action that's going on there. There's some motion in it. Oh yeah, it could be the shark eating a bunch of little fish. Is that what? I don't know if that was just a suggestion, but I do like that idea of the leaves maybe being little fish. All right. Here's Gretel with Hollow. So this is a pretty interesting take. It's still a tree, but it's got a lot of personality to it and character. I love the texture on the trunk. I love the texture of these roots. The idea of the tree being broken and these little eyes peering out might be hard to do with a single color filament, but the idea is there and I think it could work. I really like the idea of this broken tree, but it's kind of still supported. One of the better tree ideas, I think. Here's Logan's Mr. Frost. We've got another snowflake base, which is really fun. Although no snowflake has eight arms like that. I'm pretty sure every snowflake has 6 arms, right? Am I right? I think I'm right. Something to do with science. Here we've got a snowman standing on top. And he's kind of just like, ooh, holding up a pile of snow above his head, maybe. All right, let's keep zooming. Gotta keep zooming. Final stretch. Here we've got David's My Mini Factory. So it's a pile of little 3D printers and they're all going up here to join to form a giant print of leaves. It's an interesting take on the 3D printer idea. We've got another whale. Here is a whale by Miguel. We've seen a few, so which one's your favorite whale? Go out and vote. Elvis. I just want to know how you thought of this in the first place. You look at a Tippi tree and you're like, that looks like Elvis's hair. Oh yeah. Got to give you some creativity points there, although I can't say I understand. All right, here we got Blast Off by Logan, another rocket. But what are the leaves? That's printed in galaxy filament. Okay, so a few people with the rocket pointing up say, it's space, it's the galaxy that you're shooting off into. So I guess the rockets could work. I do like the rockets pointing down with the smoke or fire shooting out too. Here's another one by Miguel. Another big castle, Tippi Tower with the moat and the alligators. Fun, simple design. Game of Thrones, I think that's too close. Copyright swipe. Although, hey, I gotta give you credit for drawing all those lines. The texture is really cool. And actually, yeah, you actually rendered it too, so impressive. Here we've got Chris. This one's called Jackpot. So it does have a rainbow base that we'd have to figure out a way to do in a single color, but I do like this mischievous, what are they called? Leprechaun. It's a leprechaun with a big old pot of gold. And unlike most leprechauns, this dude looks like he's medium to average height, you know? A little taller than the average leprechaun. Very fun. Again, it's playing with that idea of balance, you know. I like designs where it looks like it shouldn't balance, but it does. Because it's a single part, right? Here's another cactus. This one's called Cact Pot by Jonathan. Now, this is another one where Jonathan actually went in and modified the game. And I gotta give him credit. Like, this looks interesting. There's some mechanisms here. There's kind of a sphere built inside, and it's designed to be able to tip, but only a certain amount. So, props for the design thinking, although not exactly appropriate for this skin design competition. Don't tell me I didn't warn you guys. It is a great design, though. That's what makes competitions and voting tough. Here we got Meditation Power by Ben. So we just got this dude sitting on the tree stump meditating, but this tree's cut down. He's being rained on. He's got a cloud of ideas, I think. Interesting. This one's called Childhood Nostalgia. It's got some Minecraft-inspired looks. Very Minecraft-inspired. So, on the edge of copyright, right there. We've got another deer, Bucky the deer. Is it just me, or does this look like a South Park deer? Anyways, he's got the antlers. They grow out from the top. A few people have had this idea, and I think it's a pretty fun idea. Here we have Leonie with a dragon fall. Another dragon guarding a castle with a princess inside. And it looks like it's coming out of the clouds, so what goes on top? More clouds, maybe? Maybe. This one's called Wispy Woods by Sanat. Very simple. We just got a little tree with a pointy nose, and he's angry. I would have liked to see your idea fleshed out a little bit more, but hey, sometimes simplicity is key. Animal Crossing, cute. Cute copyright infringement. Ah, I do love the Animal Crossing tree texture. So fun. But yeah. Alright, this Tippi Tree concept is a pagoda on an island in a koi pond. By Nina. Very nice. Makes me miss Japan. Here is Dawson's Spooky Tree. It's got a nice evil face. Very spooky. Ugh! Sorry. I just hit me how spooky that face was. Okay. Next. I should not stream this long. Next up, we've got The Castle with a Moat and Drawbridge by Edmund. And I love the way you textured this by just collaging some graphics. Very fun. Although, yeah, lots of castles to compete with. Lots of castles on this competition. This is The King's Wacky Crown by Danilo. So interesting. We've got a bunch of callouts, but unfortunately all the callouts are for different colors, which is against the rules. Still, I could see this being done as a single color. It's a cute little king. Or queen. I think this is a Tippi Tree. Not Tippi Tree. This is copyright infringement. That troll is... I mean, you did a great job at capturing the likeness of trolls and the Etch-a-Sketch. Very well illustrated and very much copyright infringement, so we're going to have to skip that one. All right, here we've got Dice Tower by Nolan McMurray. Again, so funny to have dice be the theme of a game that doesn't involve dice. But there it is. We've got a bunch of stacked dice on top of a giant icosahedron. And here we have another fun elephant, but this one's very stylized by Emily. Splash Splash the elephant. Very cute. I mean, could have done a little more to integrate the elephant to the top of the tower, but it still works and it is very cute. I love the QB Splish Splash style. This is just my photo with a banana stuck on top. So, gotta skip that one. All right, 35 left. Thank you for the countdown. I need it. Here we've got a construction set by Birkin C. This is just what I was talking about. The idea of these being like hollow construction girders has been done by a few people, but this is actually rendered really cool. The way that you see the shadows here is very, very interesting style. I like it. And there we have a 3D render. Oh, so is this rendered? Ah, might have been rendered from the top down. It just looks like an illustration. Using my photo again, but this time we have a meditating Indian chief. Gotta use the submission sheet, guys. That was one of my rules. Here we've got Rock and Fall by Denver. So we've got flames, we've got a little punk going, huh. Although, how would that look from the side? I wonder. This one, he benefited from only drawing it from the front, because I'm not sure how those... There's going to be some extra fingers for that to be a Tippi tree, right? Still, very punk. Here we've got another atomic explosion, it looks like. A mushroom cloud. Oh no, this is a tornado. My apologies. Tepper's Tornado in the City. And they kind of have that similar splish splash blocky look as that whale. Unrelated. Here we have an atomic explosion by Jose X1. Looks very similar to the tornado. Now, yes, I'm recalling some of these. When the competition first started, I saw these entries coming in. So we're down to day one entries. So this is Renee with the Grumpy Moai. I'm actually surprised we didn't see more Moai sculptures. I think there's only maybe the third one, and it is very simple and straightforward, but it's also very clean, well designed, mostly printable. The nose here would probably need a bit more of a downward angle, but I just love the shading that they did for the eyes here. Very simple but effective technique. Great job, Renee. Way to use multiple media. Next up, we've got this Mine Shaft by Buttery Schloofy. What a name. So this is pretty cool. There's a lot going on. We got a whole system here of miners, carts, cages, ladders. Very elaborate mine shaft. All right. Here we've got another Tippi Tower crane. So this one's by Liam. I like the nice blocked out big blocky base. Makes it simple. And then we've got a little window here for the crane, I suppose. Different take on the crane from some of the other cranes we've seen. This one's by Marshall, the Tesla tree. Here's another Tesla coil we saw. This one's really fun. Definitely looks like something out of science fiction, and a bunch of electricity shooting out through the top. Here we have Raphael with the Statue of Liberty. I highly doubt Raphael actually designed this. Looks like he just stuck a Tippi tree thing on top. So, yeah, I like the idea, and it's not the first Statue of Liberty, but I would have liked to see it stylized a bit more for the Tippi Tree game in this case. Here we have Tippi Invaders by Teo. The base is space, and we've got Space Invaders. Copyright? Kind of copyright. These are like, yeah, I mean, if I don't count Pac-Man, then I can't count the Space Invaders, right? Minecraft? Sorry. Here's a Spiral Tree by Sean. Big old spiral going up. And here's the Verdens tree. So is this the same tree? That super rooty tree? I think so. Here we've got the Kraken. Another Kraken attack by Sean. The tower is wood, and then the Kraken is kind of just going after that. Now we've got Atlas the Titan by Alexander. So we've seen a few of these. This one's illustrated pretty well. Interesting drawing style. He's on a big tower of rocks, and I guess he's carrying even more rocks. Apparently this guy's named Schnitzel, designed by Morgan. He's pretty cute. What can I say? Cute little guy, grumpy. Here is one by Morgan. This one is Spoik, my rejected animal. So Morgan kind of reinterpreted my rejected animal as a Tippi Tower. I didn't say anything about whether you could steal my ideas. All right, here, we saw this one earlier, but he went ahead and modified the base to not look like that. So it's a cool spiral design otherwise. All right, here we have a crystal by Thys. Is that Thys? Super cool, jagged crystals shooting up. And then I guess what's on top? Maybe more crystals? I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. The rocket, we already saw the rocket, right? We saw the volcano, I believe, by Giorgio. Nice volcano. Copyright strike. Here is Luke with a cute little bunny. I guess the bunny won some kind of award. Best looking bunny award. Ted has another version of Jack and the Beanstalk. Got a little windmill in a farmhouse here, which is fun. Some fence, some action going on. Appreciate that. A little dude climbing up. Another one by Giorgio, this hot air balloon. So that's kind of like the up-themed ones, but without copying up, but as a hot air balloon. Made of many little tiny Tippi Tree leaves. Yeah, it's one of those where I like the idea, although depending on how you build your Tippi Tree, it might not look anything like a balloon. A little bit low effort here. This one's called Vaccine by Marcel. So are the leaves the vaccine taking over the virus? I'm not sure. This one was a reinvention of the game, so we want to stick with a design of a skin only. So that one's not going to count. This one is called The Risen by Colm. The Risen by Colm. It's another tentacle reaching out of the ocean, holding onto this little bit of Tippi Tree. Now we've got Ever with the Easter Island Afro Man. So it's the Easter Island statues with a little bit of a different style than some of the other ones we've seen. He's got big old ears, and apparently he also rocks an afro. Then we've got Luca with, well, I believe there's a few images for this one. It's another blast. Here we are. Luca with the blast. Big old nuclear blast. It's been done by a few people, but I'd say this one was done really well, and I believe it was the first one submitted. Plus some cool stylized renderings. They did make it glow, which the actual thing wouldn't glow a little bit like that does, but it looks cool for sure. How would it look as one color? Might be a little trickier to do with one color. Here's another one that looks like some kind of reinvention of Tippi Tree. I can't say I'm not interested, but wrong competition. All right, that's the blast. Is that the last one? And then, of course, we have the very best. No, I'm kidding. That's there's my example one. But we did it! Woo! Oh my gosh. Can you believe it? First of all, James Taylor, I'm pretty sure you were here for the whole stream. 7 hours? You're a madman. I mean, I'm a madman too, but you and I both. Has anyone else been here for as long as James? Gee whiz. I have nothing to say. What a stream. It's been a long stream. Okay, I'll stay big. I'll scroll through these as we speak, as we have our conclusion, wrap up the night. So many good entries. I'll put a link to this page in the description right after I finish this stream, because so far I was linking to this page, but it is a little bit harder to scroll through all the entries. So if you go to this page right here, we'll be able to scroll through everything that we discussed today, whether you saw it or not. 7 hours worth of entries. Thank you guys so much for so many fun entries. Now that I've looked through all of them, I can really quickly see and remember all of these entries, so I'm not going to discuss my own thoughts too much tonight. I definitely have some favorites. I'm definitely interested to see what other people vote for. So if you've gone this whole live stream without voting on your favorite designs, now's a great time to go check them out. Give a little love to your favorite entries, and if you're lucky, if they get lots of votes, they will turn into an actual real-life Tippi tree. And if you are the one who designed the winning entry, you'll win an awesome 3D printer. In case you haven't been following along, we've got Artillery donated a Sidewinder X1 3D printer and their Artillery Genius 3D printer, 2 amazing direct drive printers. And then Soval 3D also donated their Soval SV01 3D printer. These are 3 of my all-time favorite printers that I've been using, especially lately. I reached out to these companies first because I like their printers so much. So I'm so glad that they were willing to offer this prize. I'm also going to be designing some of these as real Tippi trees if they win, so that's really exciting. Yes. All the Tippi tree entries. There are so many. Again, I cannot express how thankful I am for every single person who was inspired and took the time to submit an entry. I know I glossed over some more than others, but every single entry deserves some recognition, and that's why I had this insane live stream. If you're watching, I hope you managed to catch your design. And yeah, go on, get out the vote. If you have your own design and you want people, it's gonna have to happen to stand out among thousands, not thousands, but hundreds of designs, eh? We've got hundreds. It says 816 here. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot. I just need to breathe for a moment. Sometimes at the end of a stream, I like to play a game or play some music or something, but I am wiped out after this one. How about we do it again, but in the other order? Just kidding. Oh no. We're getting lag because YouTube is mad at me for keeping this live stream going for way too long. All right. I'm heading out, y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. Can you believe it? It was daytime when I started this stream. 7 hours later, here we are. Here we are. All right. See you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for participating, whether it's just hanging out and looking at entries or submitting your entry. I'll have more videos coming out soon. I'm working on a lot of things, both related and unrelated to Tippi Tree. So, keep an eye out. Thanks for staying awake. And stay inspired. Okay, this is such a terrible way to end the stream. I'm way too tired to have like an awesome final end to the stream, but thank you so much for watching. Thank you everyone who entered. Stay inspired. You rock.